It is the most boring class in college, and Sungwoo, being a self-respecting student, immediately falls asleep without any worries. Suddenly, a huge system window wakes him up, offering him to choose the best class for surviving the apocalypse. At first, Sungwoo doesn't understand what is happening. He rubs his eyes to make sure he isn't still asleep. That's when the whole classroom suddenly plunges into darkness, and all the other students begin to panic. Sungwoo wonders what this sudden blackout in the middle of the day is all about when all the electronics stop working. System windows appear in front of all the frightened students, and dozens of class cards with different numbers of stars appear, along with a 15-second countdown. While the others are afraid to choose anything, time is running out. Sungwoo decides to be the first to choose the card with the most stars, and it turns out to be the rarest class, Necromancer. Besides him, only one clumsy guy in the class chooses the swordsman class and receives a real sword, but Sungwoo doesn't receive any item, so he isn't sure if he really became a necromancer. Meanwhile, everyone else remains without any classes at all because they are too afraid to choose. Out of nowhere, one of the students gets stabbed by a pesky goblin. He screams and calls out to the rest of the class for help. However, everyone continues looking at him in shock as the goblin continuously stabs him to death. After killing the guy, the goblin looks at the rest of the students and they realize that they might be next. Everyone immediately starts running except our boy. To be honest, he didn't run because he was scared of catching the goblin's attention. Seeing the goblin enraged, the students ask the nerdy sword guy to do something since he is the only one with a weapon. However, he starts crying and refuses to fight. Seeing this, the MC realizes that he is officially screwed. As the goblin pounces at him, he starts running away, but he suddenly realizes that he will die if he turns his back towards it, so he turns around and kicks the goblin away. The goblin is smaller in size, so the MC decides to fight back with a chair. As it rushes towards him again, he squashes him with the chair like a nasty bug. After killing the goblin, he gets a notification telling him that he has received 10 gold for defeating a goblin. He looks at the message and wonders if their world has actually turned into a fantasy game. Another notification pops up informing him that he can control the dead under his command. At level 1, he can only control 3 goblins. As he is trying to figure things out, the goblin he just killed comes back to life as an undead warrior. Sungwoo finally realizes that his class allows him to summon the undead. As the undead goblin looks at him with its glowing eyes, 2 more goblins enter the room. The students start to panic again and scream for help. The MC stands in front of the goblins with his undead soldier awaiting his commands. Without thinking much, he orders the goblin to attack the enemy monsters. The skeleton starts moving and uses its blade to slash open the living goblins. However, the monsters start to fight back since it's a 2-on-1 battle. One of them manages to slash the left arm of the undead goblin. The MC realizes that he might have to step in if his goblin loses. The monsters didn't look that difficult to kill since they had a childlike body, however he needed a weapon. He quickly called out to the nerdy kid with a sword and asked him to hand over his weapon. The guy held his weapon tightly and screamed that he wouldn't be giving it away. The Mac told him to fight the monsters if he didn't want him to use his weapons, but the guy was too scared to fight. At this point, he should just toss him to the goblins and steal his sword. To help his undead soldier, the MC grabs a chair and throws it at the monsters. The skeleton soldier uses this opportunity to finish them off with its blade. The MC gains more gold for killing 2 monsters. He stares at the one-armed goblin as it slowly walks towards him with a cute expression. The MC gets a bit weirded out by the skeleton looking him straight in the eyes, so he orders him to look somewhere else. The skeleton lowers its head as if the MC hurt its feelings. Just then, Sungwoo gets another notification reminding him that he can control the undead. He quickly uses his spell to revive the 2 goblins he has just killed. He now has the maximum number of undead soldiers he can summon at his current level. As everyone tries to make sense of their situation, they start hearing cries for help from other departments in their college. The MC realizes that this stuff might not just be attacking their college campus, but the entire country. The outside view looks absolutely devastating. It seems as if the entire city is on fire. Considering their current situation, one of the students opens the door and suggests that they keep moving. Another student tells them to rush to the daysonging lot since he has a car. As they all run towards the stairs, a group of goblins appear from the shadows. The goblin monsters run at the group of students, but before they can attack them, the undead skeletons ambush them. The MC screams at the students to run as his skeletons take care of the goblins. In a panic, the students scatter and run toward different areas of the college. The MC tries to stop them, but then realizes that it is better for them to go alone. He knows that the game followed some sort of rules. He thinks to himself that his best chance of survival is to keep fighting since it allows him to become stronger. He watches as his undead minions continue to fight for him. One of the monsters goes crazy and slashes the head of his undead soldier. With one of his soldiers down, Sungwoo realizes that he might be in trouble. Now the 2 of his skeletons go against the 2 monsters. This time his skeletons manage to kill them, and he receives more gold. He also notices that his level has increased. He opens his profile window to check out his stats. Instead of attribute points, he gets a level-up card that gives him a random reward. He knows that it is based on luck, but it is one of the most important parts of the game. He finally chooses the random skill card, and it increases his maximum minion controlling capacity by 1. This means that he can control 4 minions at a time now. As he summons another skeleton, he realizes that he is low on mana. He surrounds himself with the skeletons and sits down to think for a bit. He still doesn't know what's going on, so he decides to focus on his survival for now. With his skeletons acting as his shield, he slowly makes his way downstairs. The situation down there doesn't look good, but he knows he can't stay on the campus forever. He orders his skeletons to lead the way and moves out. As the skeletons are going down, they come across Hanho. He gets scared upon seeing the undead goblins and smacks one of them in the head with his dagger. The MC sees him crying and calls him out. His friend asks him what the goblins are, and he tells him that they are kind of like his bodyguards. He then asks him about his class, and he says that he chose the rogue class. Since his friend was dumb, he chose a class with 1 star thinking that it would put him at the same level as a brigadier general. Even the minions were disappointed in Bro. He joins their group and all of them start making their way out of the campus. As they walk, the MC sees a notification telling him that he has acquired the effects of synergy since he is moving into a group. The effect requires the group to equip 5 daggers. It gives bonus gold and a chance to land a fatal hit on the enemy. The MC realizes that the buff applied to parties when certain conditions were met. Moreover, his skeleton army could also benefit from the bonuses. This meant that he could trigger this buff without even needing a party. As they slowly go down, they come across some minions and a giant monster who appears to be their boss. As he comes across the goblins, a notification tells him that the monsters are affected by the scent of death, which decreases their stats by 30%. This effect is only triggered when there are 4 or more skeletons of the same species. With this buff active, Sungwoo sends his skeleton minions to fight. They quickly overpower the goblins and start taking them down. However, the real challenge comes with the boss minion. He raises his hand to activate the Wild Berserker skill. This buffs the enemy minions, and they start turning the tide of the battle. The MC knows that he needs to stay calm in this situation. He knows that he needs to get rid of the buff if he wants his skeletons to have a chance of winning. He orders the one-armed skeleton to ignore the other minions and go after the boss. The goblin jumps at the boss and slashes its arm in half. Suddenly he gets kicked by the boss, but he has done his job. With the buff gone, the skeletons easily take over the enemy goblins. The boss minion doesn't want to die that easily, so it puts up a fight. Eventually the boss also goes down and the MC receives some bonus gold. He notices that his boss has also dropped some items. One of them is a spear, and the other is a wristband that buffs nearby allied units. After claiming the items, he looks at the one-handed skeleton standing in front of him waiting for praise. Sungwoo smiles and pats it on the head, which makes the skeleton a bit excited. He decides to continue moving with his friend. As they walk, here's some people nearby. The MC orders his skeletons to hide so they don't scare the other people. A lot of students gathered in front of the exit gate. A guy tries to calm everyone down and assures them that he has contacted the student council. It appears that the main exit gate of the college is locked, and they can't get out no matter what. The MC already knows the guy. His name is Jin Seok, and he is a bully who also harasses women. He was part of the student council, so he acted like he was the one in charge. The MC wondered if he was trying to show off by pretending to be the leader. He tells Sungwoo and his friend that they need to help them protect the rest of the students since they have weapons. He asks him about his class and brags about killing a goblin. As the MC is cringing at the student council guy, the nerd with a sword runs in and informs them that he hears the sound of goblins near the stairs. The council guy orders everyone to hide in the cafe while they guard the front. Meanwhile, Sungwoo calls out to his friend and shows him the message on the door. It says that the door won't be opened until they defeat the boss in a set amount of time. The boss will only get stronger if it's not defeated in time. The MC realizes that he can't rely on anyone to save them, so they need to kill the boss if they want to get out. Just then he comes across Jin Seok again, who introduces him to the nerdy guy and orders him to hold the goblins. The MC asks him if he saw the message on the door. The guy tells him that he saw the message and he is waiting for a rescue team to arrive. He thinks that the Korean army could come in and save all of them. The MC knows that he can't just sit around and wait for help to arrive. As he starts moving back towards the stairs, he sees a bunch of goblins running towards him. The nerdy guy almost has a heart attack seeing the goblins. At the same time, the skeleton minions also come out, which causes him to panic even more. The MC signals the skeletons to stop and explains that they are under his control. He calls the student council guy an idiot and sends his skeletons to fight. Due to the synergy buff and the scent of death, the monsters have no chance to fight back. As the students stare out from the glass windows of the cafe, they see Sungwoo's skeleton army fighting the minions. The MC joins his skeletons and starts smacking the goblins using his spear. Jin-seok looks at him in shock since he is planning to run away at his first chance. As the goblins try to escape, the MC orders his skeletons to block the stairs. He knows that he has to convince everyone that he can control these skeletons. In order to fight the boss, he needs them to team up with him. His bracelet activates the Wild Spirit buff, which increases the speed of all of his minions. These small goblins aren't a threat to him right now, but he knows he might have to fight stronger opponents later on. The students start to notice that the MC is the one controlling the skeletons. As his army cleared through the little goblins, everyone started cheering. The students are starting to trust him now. The MC looks through the dead monsters for any items, but he only gets a notification telling him that he has received a roulette ticket. He wonders how they will give him the ticket since he doesn't have any inventory. They all make their way back to the group. The MC smirks when he sees Jinsok and asks him if he is helpful. Everyone stands in silence for a moment, not knowing what to do. The MC tells them that they cannot leave for now since they can't break the door. He explains that they need to kill the boss first, and he is somewhere in this building. Hearing this, everyone starts to step back since none of them want to go against the boss. The MC tells them that the consequences for failing will be too bad, and they might have to face much stronger monsters. Suddenly, one of the students raises his hand and reveals that he has seen the boss monster. It seems like the boss is on the roof. Sungwoo knows that he has to go to the roof, so he asks the students if any of them want to join him. As expected, they are all scared to go with him. Even his friend wants to stay back, but the MC forces him to come along so he can buff his skeletons. As the two of them are talking, a girl named Jisoo interrupts their conversation and tells them that getting more people might be disadvantageous due to their narrow surroundings. She says that the MC already has his skeletons, so there is no point in bringing people who are even weaker than those skeletons. The MC thinks to himself that the girl seems a bit rash since they don't have enough information about the boss yet. He looks back at Jinseok, but he starts trembling and tells him that he needs to stay back and protect the students. The MC knows that he won't be getting any more people to join him, so he decides to head up with his current team. As they move up, they encounter a wave of goblins. The goblins surround them from the top and bottom of the stairs. Without a moment of hesitation, Jisoo launches herself at the goblins and slashes them into pieces. She uses a long sword and appears to be properly trained. Hanho is really impressed by her skills. Meanwhile, our boy is busy taking care of the skeletons on the top. After clearing through the wave, they start moving again. After climbing a few stairs, they come across the injured professor. The MC runs to him and asks him what happened. He explains that after the monsters attacked the campus, he led his students to the roof in order to keep them safe. However, this was a huge mistake. All of the students became victims of a terrifying monster on the roof. He grabs the MC and begs him not to go to the roof since he doesn't want him to die. The MC grabs his spear and stands up. He has a new quest now that tells him to kill the boss and avenge the professor. The quest also states that his choice will affect his destiny. He knows that this is a crucial moment of the game, so he assembles his skeletons and starts moving up. Once on the roof, they all get a message informing them that they have entered the boss room. The situation of the roof is catastrophic. None of the students manage to survive the boss's rampage. All that is left is some minions. Jisoo gets furious looking at this and decides to rush in and kill all the monsters, but Sungwoo stops her and signals her to wait. He knows that they need to stay calm and be rational in this situation if they want to survive. It doesn't take long for the goblins to notice the group. They all grab their weapons and start to surround them. Hanho asks the MC if they should run, but he wants to stand his ground and fight. He raises his hand and activates the Berserker spell. With this buff, his skeletons charge at the tiny monsters and start slashing them. The MC tells the group to treat the undead soldiers as their shield. He stays behind a minion and strikes the goblin when he gets the chance. Jisoo also does the same and starts slashing the monsters. Meanwhile, Hanho still doesn't know what to do, so he stands awkwardly. Feeling useless, he takes out one of his daggers and throws it at the goblins. His dagger hits and instantly kills the target. Bro even surprises himself. He was good at throwing since he used to throw away pencils from other students in his college. He immediately throws another dagger, and it also hits the target. My guy locks in as he realizes that he has found his talent. As the enemy goblins start losing, they get affected by a debuff which decreases their stats. They start running in fear and stop in front of a giant goblin. The group immediately recognizes that this goblin is the boss monster. With the boss appearing, the goblins get a new wave of motivation, so they jump into battle again. As the group tries to fight back, they witness one of the skeletons getting destroyed to pieces by a single strike from the boss. The MC frantically orders all of his minions to retreat. The boss continues to strike his skeletons, killing them one by one. He revives the dead minions, but he is low on mana, so he can't keep doing it for long. Hanho tries to surprise the boss by throwing his daggers, but he blocks it. The boss furiously starts chasing after him, causing him to scream for help. The minions try to help him, but the boss smacks them away. However, one of the skeletons manages to land a hit on the boss. This makes him even more furious, and he kicks the minion away. Out of nowhere, the sword girl shows up and slashes the boss while he is distracted. She lands a good hit, but it is still not enough to finish him off. The MC realizes that she is being strategic, so he decides to make a strategy too. He surrounds the boss with his minions and orders one of them to attack him from the back. As the boss turns around to defend himself, he launches the spear directly at him. It hits him in the face and he screams out in pain. The MC is almost out of mana now and he only has 3 skeletons standing. The boss recognizes this and laughs, thinking he has won. He immediately strikes using his sword, which makes the MC lose his guard. As the boss starts running at him, he knows he has to think of something, otherwise they will all die. Fortunately, he notices a sword lying around. The boss shakes everything while rushing towards the MC. Sungwoo sighs as he clenches his sword. He then commands both of his minions to rush the boss monster. The boss immediately smacks one of the minions to pieces. The other minions jump in the air and grab the sword passed to them by the MC. However, it fails to land the hit since the boss is too quick to defend. With the minion now holding a sword, the weapon synergy effect is triggered, increases attack speed, and decreases the weight of the weapon. Moreover, the minion actives the one-armed warrior effect, which gives it an 88% chance to cause a bleeding effect on its first attack. The MC knows that he can win with these buffs. He grabs a chair and rushes at the boss with his sword. At the same time, Jisoo and the minion also rush at him. He hits him with the chair to create an opening and they all go into attack. However, the boss slams the ground, causing an explosion and throwing them back. Suddenly the boss gets stabbed by a dagger thrown by Hanho. The MC knows this is his chance. He orders his one-handed skeleton to sacrifice himself so they can land a hit on the boss. The minion played an active role in the entire fight, but now it was time for it to die. In a shocking turn of events, the minion manages to hit the boss with its blade and triggers the bleeding effect. The boss finally goes down and the MC increases his level. He also notices that the skeleton has absorbed all the mana from the boss and is now leveled up. It was at level 2 and had the attributes of a commander. His friends tell him that they have also leveled up after defeating the boss. They all begin talking about their level cards. The MC chooses a random skill card. It allows him to create weapons from bones using mana. At his current level, he can only create 4 weapons, and the quality of those weapons depends on the bone. With the boss dead, his exclusive quest also concludes, and he receives another skill that increases the total number of minions he can spawn. He still doesn't understand the destiny part of the quest. While he is thinking, he notices a hood falling from the sky. His friend grabs the hood and tells him that it will increase his chance of hiding from the monsters by 50%. Jisoo received a fire whetstone. By sharpening her blade with the stone, her blade had a chance to catch fire during an attack. The MC suggests that they test their items and skills later since they need to keep moving. Back at the cafe, the students are starting to get worried. Even the nerd kid begins to wonder if they should have gone to fight the boss with Sungwoo. Hearing this, Jinsuk starts shouting at the students, telling them that they can just leave if they want. He says that if anyone wants to complain, they can go to the roof and die like the MC. The students start calling him out on his BS, since the only one protecting them is Sungwoo. Hearing this, he loses his cool and starts to verbally abuse them. He also tells them that the MC has died, and they have no one to protect them. Just then, a bunch of skeletons show up and scare the crap out of him. The MC returns and asks him if he wants him to die. He opens the exit door in front of him and gets ready to leave the campus. The group, along with the skeletons, glances back at Jinsuk. The MC asks if he has something to say. He feels slightly embarrassed and makes a face but doesn't respond. Behind him, other students start to whisper that he's only pretending to be a strong leader, when in reality, he's still a loser. Ignoring all this, the MC, Hanho, and Jisoo exit the building with their skeleton minions. After inspecting the surroundings and finding it clear, Sungwoo notices a passageway and calls everyone to follow. As they walk further, they find several corpses with smashed heads and a variety of weapons scattered around. After examining the bodies, the MC concludes they were killed by goblins and wonders if any are still lurking on campus. Hanho suddenly gets excited as he notices a bunch of people in the distance. The MC and the rest approach the group. They all have weapons on them, and it looks like they have successfully fought the monsters and survived. Jinsuk pushes his way forward, grinning as he greets a guy named Daeshong. The guy also recognizes him and is a bit surprised that he has survived. As the two talk, Jisoo scowls since she already knows the guy. As Jinsuk whispers something to him, Jisoo and Hanho mutter that they are clearly talking about Sungwoo. The MC doesn't really care and he just stands there with a smile. Daesong introduces himself to the group as the president of the student council and comments on how much everyone has suffered. He tells them that they need to unite if they want to survive. He then points at the skeletons and asks about them. The MC casually explains that the skeletons are part of his class card abilities. With a hint of contempt, the council president asks the MC why he chose creatures that kill people. Sungwoo realizes that he is trying to make him seem dangerous. Daeyoung mentions that if he wants to join their group, he'll have to get rid of all the skeletons. Slightly irritated, the MC asks what would happen if he refused. The student council president dramatically raises his hand and asks the MC if he really wants to let the creepy and strange skeletons join their group. Hanho initially gets mad about the creepy part, but after glancing at the skeletons, he agrees with the council president. Though he still finds them cute, the MC mentions that the skeletons are part of his class, and if he destroys them, he'll lose his weapons. He insists that survival in this new world requires protection, and the skeletons provide that. Daesung smirks and tells him that he shouldn't be worried since they will be protecting him. He asks him for the final time if he wants to join their group. Hearing this, Jisoo gets annoyed and steps forward while holding her sword out. She tells him that they don't even want to join their group, and points out that being on the student council doesn't make him special. Daeseong looks at her and asks if she's from the Department of Social and Physical Education. With a smirk, she responds that it doesn't matter anymore, as the university is destroyed. He suggests that they calm down and think about his offer again. This makes her even angrier. She reminds him how he embezzled student fees by forging checks during a festival, and reveals that she was the one who reported them on the university's website. Hearing this, he finally asks them to go their separate way. As the group begins to leave, he shouts at them, and says that they'll regret not staying together for the synergy effect. Imagine saying this to a guy who can spawn an army of skeletons. After getting away from the student council members, the MC asks Jisoo if she has a personal grudge against Daeseong. She tells him that he is just a bully who comes to school to hit on girls and harass women. Hanho grumbles as he hears that the student council president is a scoundrel. The girl suggests that they focus on getting out of the campus for now. Moreover, they should avoid places filled with people because monsters may be hunting for big groups. Sungwoo thinks for a second and suggests that they take the footpath by the hill since it leads to the main gate but avoids most people. The team climbs a long wooden staircase with the skeletons scanning the area. It feels a bit too quiet. Suddenly, Sungwoo raises his hand, signaling everyone to freeze. At the end of the stairs, they spot a huge orc standing over several fresh corpses. This orc monster looks even bigger than the goblin boss. The MC realizes that this is the next wave of monsters. Without any warning, the monster swings its axe into the ground and charges at them. The MC is used to fighting monsters by now, so he smiles and thinks of it as an opportunity to make new skeletons. The orc goes for the skeletons and smashes them to pieces without warning. After destroying the skeletons, it turns its attention to Jisoo, who awkwardly thrusts her sword forward. The orc's axe crashes into her blade, nearly overwhelming her. As it raises its axe for another strike, one of Sungwoo's skeletons sacrifices itself, shattering to save Jisoo. The MC knows that he can't let the orc get closer, so he commands one of his skeletons to stop it. The one-armed skeleton steps in front of the orc. As the orc tries to hit it, it dodges the attack and lands a blow on his shoulder. The MC calls out to Jisoo and tells her to retreat to stable ground since they can't fight the orc on the stairs. She seems frustrated by how effortlessly the orc broke through her defense. After moving up, the MC tells the group that they can't really get close to the orc. The orc recovers from the hit and starts moving up the stairs. Meanwhile, the group heads for the trees to restrict his movements. The MC tells Jisoo that he will use the skeletons as sacrifices for his plan. Necessary. He has plenty of corpses nearby, so he only needs to look after his mana. The orc begins pushing through the trees trying to catch them. After surrounding the orc, Sungwoo orders his skeletons to strike. At the same time, Hanho hurls a dagger toward the monster. All the skeletons also join in and throw their weapons at the orc. Two of them rush the orc from his blind spots, but the orc manages to hit them both. Surprisingly, the skeletons manage to grab both of his arms and hold them tight. At the same time, the MC and Jisoo rush towards him with their swords. The orc swings at Jisoo, but she evades the attack, slipping beneath his arm and striking his knee with her blade. The orc falls to one knee, just as the MC slices through his right arm. Finally, the one-armed skeleton launches itself into the air and delivers the final blow. The MC sees a window that informs him that he has earned 110 gold for slaying the orc patrol leader. Surprised, he realizes they just took down the orc's boss. Jisoo tells him that the orc wasn't as tough as the previous boss they'd faced. He walks towards the corpse and tries to summon it, but the system informs him that his level isn't high enough to raise medium-tier monsters. He summons some normal skeletons and asks Jisoo what card she picked. She recalls choosing the 3-star Tiger Hunter card because she liked its color. Since his mana is recovered, the MC decides to try his new skills. He uses his ability to craft weapons from bones, producing a sword, blunt weapon, spear, and arrow of the lowest grade. Each weapon can be traded for gold. As he holds the axe, he realizes that the weapons are much lighter than he thought. He throws the axe to one of his skeletons and gives each of them a new weapon. This activates a few more weapon synergy buffs for the skeletons. He lends one of his swords to Hanho and instructs him to give it back to the skeleton later. The group starts making their way down the stairs. On their way, Hanho spots something unusual. In front of them is a sealed purple entrance with a message that they must defeat the boss in 8 minutes or face a double power boost to all monsters. The mech is frustrated as he realizes that this is the second time they've encountered such a situation. At the same time, an alert appears informing them that orc squads are beginning a hunt, drawn to the scent of hunters and large groups. Jisoo realizes that the size of the group determines the number of enemies, so staying with a large group might not be the best idea in this scenario. Meanwhile, an orc shows up to hunt the student council team. Jisoo and Hanho can hear their screams from outside the building. He feels relieved that they didn't join them. The three of them realize that being in a large group isn't always beneficial. Another notification pops up which indicates the arrival of the first orc wave. The group has to face 5 orcs in total. Hanho starts to panic as he sees them approaching and asks the MC for his plan. After thinking for a second, he smirks and tells him that he has an idea. He plans to set a trap using the cars and skeletons around them. As the orcs start moving down the road, one of them spots Hanho standing on a car, taunting them by calling them pigs. Furious, the orcs charge at him. Just before they get too close, a car door swings open and throws them off balance. That's when the MC and Jisoo spring into action. She pulls out her sword, and he uses his skeleton army, who were hiding, to attack. The skeletons hit the orcs from all sides, not giving them any time to react. After killing the orcs, a system notification pops up, announcing their victory. Sungwoo earns 100 gold for defeating the first wave and levels up to 4. He notices that he can now command a total of 7 minions, even though his mana capacity is still low. Meanwhile, Hanho is excited about his new high-speed slash skill. The MC turns to Jisoo and asks her what she got. She explains that she picked strength, raising her power by 2 points and giving her a warm, fiery sensation. The MC tells Hanho to give back his sword and summons 2 more skeletons, getting ready for whatever comes next. He hands the sword over to a skeleton that reaches out for it. As they make their way out of the area, they realize that the entire city is in chaos. While walking, Sungwoo suddenly raises his fist and signals everyone to stop. In front of them, a bunch of orcs are attacking a bus, trying to kill everyone inside. The 3 of them peek out from behind a tree and spot 7 orcs in total. One of the guys inside the bus tries to hit the orcs with a spear, but it's not enough. The MC knows that they might all die at this rate. Jisoo watches as 2 orcs swing their axes for another strike and says that they should help them. She suggests that they attack the orcs from one side of the bus, while the spear guy attacks them from the other side. However, the MC is doubtful if the spear guy will be brave enough to go against the orcs. He tells her that relying on strangers might not be wise in their situation. Just then, he points at a truck and says that they will show the orcs the convenience of civilization. Inside the bus, a blonde guy with a sword and shield shouts at another man holding a spear, criticizing him for not hitting the orcs. Kyung-soo Lee screams at him to fight the orcs himself with his own shield and sword. The passengers are trembling and crying since they all think they are going to die. To their surprise, the orcs stop hitting the bus and turn to see a car speeding towards them. The vehicle plows through, tossing 2 orcs into the air. Seeing this, the guys inside the bus are left speechless, unable to comprehend what's happening. The skeletons jump off the trucks and start attacking the orcs. One of the guys inside the bus is even more scared of these skeletons than he was with the orcs. After everything calms down, the guys inside the bus wonder if the skeletons are gone. Suddenly a skeleton appears at the window. The man drops his spear in terror and falls to the floor, screaming for the skeleton to disappear. Hanho knocks on the bus door, urging the frightened man to open it. The man sees them but is too terrified of the skeleton to comply, despite their assurances that they're human. After killing all the orcs, they leave the area. The scene changes to Hanho striking a vending machine with his hammer. Sungwoo turns to him and asks what he's up to. He smiles and raises his hand, winking as he admits he has no cash but wants a soda, so he's trying to break the machine. The recently rescued blonde guy approaches the vending machine, attempting to buy a Coke for Hanho, only to find it's broken. The MC scratches his head and asks the group if they should continue their discussion. He points to a machine and asks if it spits out items. Kungu nods, explaining that they tried it, but they had little gold so they could only use it once. He then glances at an old TV with a sticker reading, "If you need this, go ahead and take it," suggesting that following the instructions could yield an item. Suddenly the TV screen lights up, welcoming everyone to the E-Class store. Sungwoo presses the screen to browse the offerings. The store offers a chance to try their luck, with 3 reward tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. E-Class stores sell items up to the gold rank. As he browses the shop, Hanho and Jisoo ask him if the shop would actually work. He tells them that they have to try it if they want to know. Hanho has about 360 gold while Jisoo has 584. Our boy, on the other hand, has 1,552 gold, which means that he can try the silver roulette as well. However, he also has the unlimited rank roulette ticket, which allows him to choose an item of any rank. Hanho watches him in shock as he chooses the gold roulette option. His luck is great since he gets first place in the spin. For this, he receives a blue ball called the Tear of the Sea Spirit. It is a legendary class item that increases his mana by 300 and mana recovery by 200%. This was exactly the item he needed since he was facing mana problems. After the gold roulette, he decides to spend his gold on the silver roulette. This time he gets second place and receives a shield. Jisoo also gets second place and gets a skill called Leader of the Expedition Force. However, my man Hanho ends up with third place and receives some potions. He feels disappointed, but Sungwoo tells him that his potions might be useful later on. Jisoo informs them that the situation at the sports field is still ongoing, so they should probably help them. Hanho looks at the MC and asks him if they are going to use the same plan again. The MC smiles as he stares at the truck and reveals that he has something bigger in mind this time. Away from them, the student council group cries for help as it is being attacked by the orcs. Daesung tells everyone to group up and prepare to escape as he holds them off using his sword. One of the guys informs him of people who are trapped in the stands. He tells the man to ignore them since they don't have time to be worrying about others. He then orders Jin-seok and Hyungmin to lead the way since the two of them have shields. The group suddenly notices a bus coming at the orcs from behind. The bus destroys them mercilessly as the man sitting inside laughs like a lunatic. After clearing through the orcs, Hanho leans out of the bus and tells everyone to get inside. The players outside realize that they should have followed them from the start instead of staying behind. Jisoo also jumps out of the bus and comes face to face with an orc. She wants her revenge for the last time. As the orc tries hitting her, she blocks it using her sword. This time, her sword doesn't get pushed back. She kills the orc with her burning sword, and excitedly looks back only to see Sungwoo and his skeletons killing all the other orcs. She notices his incredible strategy of attacking the orcs while keeping his distance. This makes her feel a bit stupid since she only invested points into her physical strength to overpower orcs. As he continues tearing through the orcs, she wonders what he did before all of this. After killing the orcs, he stares at Daesung and asks him what he is doing here since he didn't want to be near his skeletons before. Daesung nervously laughs and asks him if he is going to hold a grudge against him in their current situation. The MC looks at him furiously and tells him that he saw him abandoning people and running away. He explains that he was just retreating and trying to reorganize his team. However, everyone on the bus knows that he is lying. As they are having this conversation, they see a notification about the orc chief being enraged. The MC immediately gets on the bus and tells Daesung that he will only be allowed to get in if he follows his orders. He orders him to hand over his armor first. He complains and asks him how he is supposed to protect his body without his armor. Sungwoo smiles and tells him that he has nothing to worry about since he will be under his protection. After they leave, he gets a system notification telling him that his level has increased to 5, allowing him to control medium-sized monsters. Another system alert informs him that the maximum number of monsters under his control has increased. He feels glad that he now commands 9 monsters. Suddenly, he notices movement behind him and turns to see one of the skeletons wearing all the armor he took from Daesung. He wonders if it's too heavy for him to move. Remembering their past battles, he realizes this skeleton is more reliable than the others. He sighs and tells the skeleton to undress. The skeleton looks at him in despair while he puts on a chainmail over his white t-shirt. Hanho walks in and points at the crowd behind them. He tells him that they might need another bus if they want to keep rescuing more people. The MC tells him that they won't focus on rescuing others anymore. He walks toward the crowd with Jisoo and Hanho by his side, gripping the handrail as the bus sways. He tells the people they need to fight the orcs. A system window appears, declaring that the orc boss has initiated a global destruction operation, meaning the monsters will hunt the survivors until no one remains. Sungwoo looks at the crowd with hopeful eyes, reminding them that according to the game's rules, they cannot evade the orcs forever. They must defeat the boss to escape. A guy in a tracksuit with bandaged fingers raises his hand and tells them that he saw a lot of orcs in the gym. He estimates that there were a total of 100 orcs. This revelation horrifies the crowd, as the system alerts them to a penalty for imperfect teamwork. 3 new system alerts appear. The first states that at least 10 players have a level below 5, resulting in a reduction of movement speed and attack speed. The second notification reports that at least 10 players haven't killed a single monster, which decreases their attack power and gold accumulation. The third message indicates that due to the reluctance of the majority, the chance of a state of confusion has increased. Sungwoo sighs heavily, realizing that while they could defeat most of the orc army in battle, things have become clear to him. The crowd looks at him in surprise when he declares that he will fight the orcs himself. He believes that having a weapon is useless if one doesn't know how to wield it. Jisoo and Hanho try to stop him, but he tells them the same thing. The people in the crowd stare at him, puzzled, thinking that he might have gone mad. The members of the student council smirk as they discuss how this might be a great opportunity to eliminate him. Jin-seok looks out the window, calling him a fool and predicting that he will soon die. Jisoo thinks that it isn't a good idea, so she tries to convince him not to go alone. He reminded her that when they were on the first floor, she said there was no point in sticking together. His skeletons alone are much stronger than most of the people on that bus, so it's not really useful to bring anyone along. Hearing this, Jisoo thinks to herself how his strategies are usually foolproof, but this time the stakes are much higher. As Sungwoo walks into the ground with his skeletons, everyone watches him from the university windows. His friends are inside the bus some distance away from him. They are here to rescue him if anything goes wrong. Sungwoo freezes in the middle of the field as dark figures of enemies emerge. The orcs descend onto the field with a roar, approaching him. Without warning, they start charging towards him. The MC analyzes the monsters and tries to pick out the orc chief. He doesn't really see any system messages, so he concludes that this must be a mid-level boss. The red orc raises his axe toward him and growls. He steps up to the stands, instructing his minions to move forward. The shield creaks as he lowers it to the ground. Positioned at the top of the stairs, he decides to hold his ground. As the orcs roar toward the stairs, the skeletons raise their daggers, preparing to attack. The MC immediately activates his wild berserker skill, increasing the strength and attack of the goblins. Instead of fighting at melee range, the skeletons start throwing their daggers towards the orcs. The daggers kill a few of them, but the boss manages to block them. The MC panics, realizing that his throwing attack has been blocked, and commands his skeletons to charge. He knows that this plan is suicidal. As all the skeletons get destroyed by the orc boss, Righty stares at it with flames coming out of his eyes. Sungwoo places his hand on the skeleton's skull and tells it to wait. The orc monsters smirk after they destroy all the skeletons. However, something suddenly smacks one of them from behind. Behind the orc stands an undead orc warrior who is now controlled by Sungwoo. A notification pops up, indicating that the teamwork has activated the first stage of the synergy effect. The MC gains access to the weapon synergy, which requires at least 5 axes. This effect boosts attack power and speed for the first 10 seconds of battle. The orcs struggle to fight back against the undead orcs since they neither bleed nor get tired. Sungwoo stands proudly on top of the stairs with Righty, and together, they watch as the army of undead orcs overwhelms the ordinary orcs below. Some of the students look through the window and stare in disbelief as they see the MC clearing through all the orcs on his own. Behind the frightened orcs, Jisoo, Hanho, and the bus driver also watch this intense battle. Jisoo's eyes widen in surprise as she recalls her last conversation with Sungwoo. She realizes that he has anticipated everything. As the MC glances at the system alert displaying his mana level, he feels a surge of happiness as it rises. He wonders if this is the power of a legendary item. Skulls float above the battlefield as another notification informs Sungwoo that the orcs have been weakened by the overwhelming scent of death, reducing their characteristics by 30%. Frightened, the orcs begin to retreat. However, their leader roars back, triggering a morale boost effect that halves the effects of the debuff. With a cry, the orcs charge back into battle against the MC. On the other side, Sungwoo's undead army is ready to fight the approaching orcs. Righty climbs onto the fence above the MC and rushes to back the rest of the undead army. As it runs towards them, it takes out its sword and starts slashing some orcs. Combined with the undead orcs, the skeleton charges at the enemy on Sungwoo's command. After finishing the orcs, the MC sits down on the steps, letting out a heavy sigh. A system notification appears before him, announcing that he has earned a lottery ticket for defeating 100 monsters. This achievement allows him to rank up to infinite status, making him the 21st player in the story to receive this honor. He realizes there are 20 players ahead of him who have already claimed this ticket. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a bus. Someone is trying to drive the bus away and escape. However, they hit the pink wall and it prevents them from leaving. Sungwoo gets annoyed as he sees the student president group being swarmed by the orcs. They were the ones trying to leave with the bus. They cry for help as the orcs try to kidnap them. Frustrated, he faces palms. He is upset that others disobeyed his orders and complicated the situation. As Sungwoo prepares to rescue the group, the other students are urged to join him as well. Even though he prefers to fight alone, he allows them to join him as long as they don't get in the way of his skeletons. He enters the building with 2 of his undead orcs. He can see the bodies of defeated goblins hanging from the ceiling. The inside of the building looks terrifying. The group halts as a glow emerges from the smoke ahead, revealing a monster with glowing eyes. Sungwoo holds the orb in his hands and questions if he is looking at the boss. He orders everyone to get ready since they are about to face the orc boss. The hostages are battered and bloodied, some even with knocked out teeth. The MC is somewhat relieved that no hostage is killed yet, but he is also confused since he didn't think that the orcs were intelligent enough to take hostages. The members of the student council look at him and beg for help. He glares at them fiercely and tells them that their current situation was the result of their own foolishness, and they also dragged other people into it. He is against someone who can't even understand him, so he decides to go all in and not show any weakness, since it can be dangerous for him. His plan is to confuse the orcs with a sudden attack and save the group. Out of nowhere, one of the orcs swings its axe and brutally separates the head of the student council president from his body. Everyone is shocked to witness this. However, the surprises don't end there. From the roof of the building, the actual orc boss shows up. He unleashes a strange spell that causes everyone to feel weak. The system sends multiple alerts to Jisoo indicating that she has fallen into a state of confusion due to the breath of the abyss, and her mana continues to drain. The orc boss finally makes his entrance. He is a junior-level black magician similar to a shaman. Hanho's hands tremble as he squeezes a bottle, attempting to open it. He drinks the bottle to restore his mana and even offers one to Sungwoo. However, he rejects it and tells him to give it to Jisoo instead. He grins, inhaling the streams of dark mana finding the dark energy refreshing. Meanwhile, a system alert indicates that the breath of the abyss has significantly boosted his mana reserves, now exceeding 4,000. He understands why he feels so confident. The system informs him that due to the accumulation of abyssal breath, the effects of the first awakening are temporarily activated, significantly enhancing his characteristics and increasing the number of monsters he can summon. As he walks forward, his figure is illuminated solely by the glow of his mana, giving him a terrifying appearance. Imagine using black magic on a necromancer. He continues walking towards the boss with a smile on his face and asks him what he did. The boss is reasonably confused since he didn't expect any of this to happen. Jisoo rushes after Sungwoo and says that they should all attack together, just like on the roof. Sungwoo lets out a creepy smile as his entire body seems to glow with overflowing mana. He declares that from now on, nothing will be the same. The undead soar into the air, and Hanho watches them as all the dead bodies on the roof start coming to life. His eyes stay wide open with shock as he stares at the numerous system notifications about different synergy buffs that they have acquired. Meanwhile, Sungwoo looks like an absolute monster who wants the boss to taste the true power of death. The orc shaman starts smashing all the undead warriors into pieces. However, a system notification appears revealing that there is a guaranteed chance to revive all these undead skeletons. No matter how many skeletons the shaman kills, they keep coming back. As he kills one skeleton, Sungwoo revives it instantly. The orc shaman starts growing tired. He stares at the MC who now looks like an absolute monster. My man accidentally turned into the boss. He asks the shaman if he finally understands who he is facing at the moment. He stares into his soul with his glowing eyes and tells him that it is the true nature of death. The shaman shrieks in fear as he doesn't know how to defeat the MC. He tries to retreat, but the undead army surrounds him from all sides. Sungwoo sees this and tells him that he is foolish to think that he can escape death. The poor shaman screams as all the skeletons leap at him from all directions. He tries to fight back, but the numbers are highly against him. At last, Righty delivers the final blow and puts him out of his misery. Sungwoo gets 1055 gold for killing the junior black magician. After killing the orc chief, Righty absorbs his mana and increases its rank. Sungwoo realizes that his minions have to defeat the boss in order to gain experience. He then opens up the list of his minions. He has a total of 33 skeletons, one of his which is a level 3 veteran. As he looks at the list, Hanho calls him and tells him that there is something coming out of the boss monster's mouth. As the MC takes a look, he realizes that it's an item. The item description says that it grants devil attributes to the user, and once equipped, it will require many sacrifices to remove. He doesn't really understand what the devil attributes mean, and assumes that it will likely be the same as his Necromancer class. He equips the item which grants him the devil attribute. It allows him to steal the enemy's mana with each attack. Suddenly all of his skeletons start crumbling back to bones as the effect of the orc shaman's spell wears off. The group goes back to the students who cheer them for defeating the boss. They call the MC their hero, but he doesn't really feel good about any of this, since he has no need for other people. He knows that in order to increase his chances of survival, he needs to avoid getting too many people with him. Since the boss has been defeated, the seal finally breaks and the exit doors open. The students wonder if they can finally leave the area. They all start talking to each other, thinking about their next move. Some of them think that they should just continue following Sungwoo since it is their best option for survival. Hanho looks at his phone with a worried expression and tells the MC that it is happening all over the world. He wonders if his parents are alright. Hearing this, the MC thinks about his own parents. Suddenly a bus stops in front of them and Kyungsoo tells everyone to hop on. He says that he was a driver during his military service and he knows where the military base is. He is going to take the bus to the base. Sungwoo smiles and lies to him that he can't go since his house is nearby. Kyungsoo asks the rest of the students to hop on and reveals that they have brought 2 buses to accommodate everyone. Everyone except the MC's groups gets on the buses. The guy says goodbye to him and drives off. After the students leave, Hanho wonders where they will go next. He asks Jisoo where she lives. She tells him that she used to live in the school dorms since her own family lives on an island. She then asks the MC if she can stick with him even though she won't be of much help to him. He assures her that she will be helpful and lets her stay. Hanho asks him the same question, but the MC jokingly tells him that he needs to cut off one of his hands first to become a one-armed warrior like Righty. Out of nowhere, Jisoo pushes them both to the ground to protect them from something. As the 2 fall down, a giant dragon flies over them. The group looks at the terrifying creature not knowing what it is. Meanwhile, the bus comes to a stop and Kyungsoo notices several dragons following them. A guy screams at him to continue driving, but he tells him that it is more dangerous for them to continue moving right now. The dragons only seem to be chasing the buses which are moving. The system notification informs them that the boss Wyvern Alpha Male has appeared. The next moment, the dragon lands on top of the bus and rips it into pieces after flying it into the air. Sungwoo looks at this and realizes that he is nearly not strong enough for this world. However, he can become stronger. With his back turned towards Jisoo, he tells her that instead of avoiding the monsters, they are going to actively hunt them from now on. This leaves her a bit confused, and she asks him what he means. He explains that they can't just rely on adapting to the situation. If they continue doing that, they will only go from being easy food to food that is a bit harder to catch. In order to survive, they need to dominate the monsters. He clenches his fist, and the group starts walking towards a group of orcs. As the orcs and players come face to face, a system notification pops up telling them that the tutorial is complete. If that was the tutorial, I'm not sticking around for the actual game. As the hunt begins, Sungwoo uses his skeleton army to surround a bunch of minions. The goblins try to escape, but he has all the exit points blocked off. The skeletons continue slashing them as they run for their lives. Each kill gives extra gold to the MC. After getting rid of all of them, he gains a level. Hanho gets out from hiding and nervously laughs, saying that he took care of them all by himself. The MC sighs and tells him that they are all just small fry. He doesn't think that killing goblins is going to do them any good. He takes a look at the level cards and chooses to increase his strength. After picking the strength card, his body actually feels a bit different. His skeleton army continues to clear goblins out of sight, and he gains more gold. He walks out to see Jisoo standing there with her blade. She smiles at him and tells him that there were 9 goblins in total, and she killed them all by herself. The MC looks at Hanho and asks him to pick up the daggers left behind by the goblins. He stores all the daggers in an icebox. As they prepare to move forward, he tells the group that they are going to ignore goblins from now on. Jisoo asks him if he wants to hunt stronger monsters. He explains that compared to goblins who are only worth 10 gold, a single orc gives about 80 gold. However, he wishes to find a group of monsters that can give them even better rewards. The group continues walking through the empty roads with no one in sight. Suddenly Hanho notices some military trucks in the distance. There are a lot of dead soldiers piled up in front of the trucks. As they get closer, they notice the soldiers carrying shovels instead of actual weapons. The next moment, a soldier shows up from one of the trucks with a shovel and asks them if they are human. He is scared of the skeletons standing behind the group. Sungwoo waves at him with a smile and assures him that they are human and mean no harm. The soldier calls out to his sergeant and informs him of the people outside. The MC walks to meet the sergeant from outside the window. He apologizes for having to meet them like this, but he can't walk out since his leg is injured. Sungwoo realizes that he has been stabbed by a goblin. Sergeant Kim feels a bit disappointed in himself as he tells him that he got stabbed by a minion who was no bigger than a child. Somehow, they managed to beat the monsters. The MC looks at the sergeant in confusion and asks him why they are not carrying any guns. The sergeant explains that their guns just won't fire. It wasn't a mechanical malfunction, but all of their weapons stopped working after the monsters showed up. They had to resort to fighting with shovels and swords. Looking at the sergeant's condition, Hanho faintly tells Sungwoo that he has some healing potions. Kim moves closer to the window as he sees the bottle and asks them if he can have it. Sungwoo looks away and tells him that they can't simply hand out resources that may be critical to their own survival. Hearing this, the sergeant pokes his head out of the truck and tells him that he can offer him some information. He says that he will tell them everything he saw and heard till now. The MC thinks about it and says that he wants to hear it first before deciding if the information is even worth it. Kim reveals to him that there are wolves roaming around that are as large as bulls. They couldn't even take a single wolf down, and their forces were overwhelmed. Moreover, there is also a QR code. He saw 2 of them so far. One of them is in the station, and the other is in the subway transfer center. The sergeant takes out his phone and tells them to scan the codes as it will install an app on their phones. This is the only way they can communicate with other survivors, since all other means of communication are not functioning. Sungwoo hands over the potion to him as he thinks about the community of survivors. The sergeant then asks them where they are going and says that they are going to rejoin their unit. Sungwoo asks them if he will be safe with his unit. Kim tells him that when the monsters first appeared, their superiors took away their weapons and told them to fight the monsters with shovels, but he is sure that they must have changed their tune by now. The MC tells him that they are heading somewhere else. As Kim prepares to leave, he warns him of the creatures in the sky. The sergeant starts sweating as he hears that there are giant dragons flying around the sky. After parting ways, the MC continues moving with his friends and the skeleton army. They come across their first QR code as they reach the station. Before installing the app, Hanho worryingly asks the MC if the code might install a virus on their phone. My man worrying about a virus in the apocalypse. The app has a message board and a news feed that allows the players to share information with each other. The admin of the game also uses it to post updates. Sungwoo looks at a post from the admin and wonders who could be behind all of this. He also looks at the message board, which is empty for now. Jisoo tells him that it costs about 1,000 gold to make a post. Suddenly, they see a new post from player 4884, informing other players that their group is making a safe zone in the H apartment complex of Hwaseong City. The post also has 2 comments, one of which is from another player asking how to contact the group. Looking at the address, Hanho tells them that it is near his own place. Sungwoo asks him if they should go there. He also wonders how the person making the post managed to spend 1,000 gold so easily. They barely managed to reach level 6 after going through so much trouble, and the other group was already at level 8. He stares at the post and thinks to himself that something about it seems wrong. However, he still needs to meet some high-level survivors, so he continues walking towards the address mentioned in the post. Suddenly he hears a beep on his phone. He checks to see a comment deleted on the post. The player asks why the comment was deleted, and the author of the original post tells them that someone was just talking crap, so they deleted their comments. This comes off as a bit strange to the MC as he continues staring at his phone. Meanwhile, we see another buff guy holding a phone. He lets out a creepy smile as he realizes that another victim has fallen into his trap. The sun shines brightly overhead as a man frantically tries to defend his daughter against a group of minions. He only has a baseball bat which he uses to try to scare the monsters away. Soon he realizes that he can't hold them off, so he screams for help. However, none of the other players come to his aid, and they continue to watch him from the safety of the surrounding houses. As the minions get closer to the man, one of them gets stabbed by a dagger. Suddenly an undead orc shows up and starts hitting them with its axe. The man watches in confusion as Sungwoo's undead army comes to his aid at the last second. He holds his hand out for the man and tells him that he is safe now. The man tells him in a trembling voice that his house is nearby, but they ran out of food. The MC opens up his bag and gives him a few cans of food. He knows that it won't be enough, but that's all he has for now. The minions try to escape as the skeleton army overwhelms them. As the group chases them to some stairs, they come across a dungeon sign. Hanho asks the MC if they should go down and finish the minions. Before they can walk any further, the man stops them and warns them from going into the basement. He reveals that there is something even more terrifying than those green minions down in the basement. Sungwoo looks at the man with a smile and thanks him for the warning. After going down the stairs, they receive a notification telling them that they have entered the Elder Slime's shrine. As the group heads further into the basement, they come across a dead minion with slime covering its head. An undead orc swiftly uses its axe to destroy the slime. It gives them 140 gold for each kill. Hanho holds his melting dagger as he complains that the slime can even dissolve metal. The MC tells him that it can't dissolve bones, which makes his skeletons their natural predator. Hanho then hears a noise and turns around to see a giant slime monster. The monster destroys one of the skeleton minions with a single attack. Sungwoo realizes that the slime can also crush and chew the opponent if it can't dissolve them. Moreover, all the attacks of his skeletons are useless due to the size and density of the slime. He quickly thinks of a plan and starts creating bone weapons. Instead of creating more skeletons, the MC starts creating weapons from the bones and throwing them at the slime from a distance. Jisoo tosses a skeleton towards him and he turns it into another basic weapon. As he is busy creating weapons, the slime goes in for a hit and attacks him from the front. The MC uses one of his orc warriors as a shield and blocks the attack. The slime swallows the minions and destroys them. Upon seeing this, the MC smiles and says that the boss has just made a mistake, since the skeleton it swallowed contained a bag filled with bones. He then uses his weapon creation skill to convert all of those bones into weapons, causing the slime to be torn apart from the inside. The skeletons swiftly get into action and start smashing the slime into even smaller pieces so it can't regenerate. The one-armed skeleton delivers the final blow as usual, and they receive 2255 gold for killing the slime boss. Sungwoo orders the skeletons to collect the slime in an empty glass bottle since they might need the acid later on. While collecting the mucus, one of the skeletons comes across the core of the slime monster. It can be used for dissolving or fusing objects together. The MC picks it up using a cloth and wonders if it's a compound ingredient. Hanho calls him out and asks him to read the comments on that online post. The post has a lot of deleted comments. Other players have also reached out to the original poster asking about the deleted comments, but they just ask them to ignore them. Someone mentions the comment of the first person who was trying to get in contact with the group and asks if they have made it, but player 4884 tells them that they have not arrived yet. They claim that something must have happened to them on their way. Hanho finds it suspicious that they are deleting all the comments. Sungwoo thinks to himself that the group first selflessly spent 1,000 gold on the post, and they continue spending more gold with the comments. He knows that there is something weird going on. We cut to an underground parking area where a bunch of guys are hanging around. One of them wonders why the players are even hunting monsters, since killing other players is a lot more profitable. A single kill can give them 500 gold for a normal person, and more than 1,000 gold for a player depending on their level. The other guy laughs and tells him that it is easier to kill players. Moreover, they also enjoy it. Two of the other guys sit in the car. One of them asks the other about their boss, but the guy looks to be out of his mind. He grabs his head as if it's about to explode and screams out the name of Professor Red. The other guy is a bit scared and asks him if he is talking about the serial killer. The tweaking guy starts having a flashback in which he is getting attacked by a monster. The monster turns out to be a vampire. He stares at the man with his sharp teeth and tells him that he has a need for people like him. At the same time, the MC takes out his sword and asks Hanho if he can ever kill another person. After getting bitten by the vampire, the man became a low-rank vampire. He wonders how things ended up this way. He just came to the convenience store with his other gang members to loot some stuff. However, the monster bit him and turned him into a vampire. After becoming a vampire, he started killing all of his gang members. The vampire watched with a smile as he killed them all one by one. The boss continued drinking blood from the dead guys on the floor. He no longer felt like a human. The vampire looked at him and told him to continue feeding and growing till they both met again. The boss finally comes out of his flashback as the guy sitting with him shouts at him. Another guy walks to the car window and asks him if there is a problem. He looks at the man and tells him that everything is fine. He then asks him what he wants to tell him. The guy shows him his phone and tells him that their prey has just arrived. Their post has got another comment from player 157 who says that he is with 2 other people. His group wants to meet them and calls them to the park. After hearing this, the boss immediately orders the guy to head for the park. With an evil smile, he thinks to himself how the open space of the apartment complex makes it easy for them to lure idiots like the person they just talked to. None of the apartment residents dare to say anything about it since they are all scared. The boss is planning on killing all of them once they run out of prey. The man driving presses the brakes as he notices the group standing in front of them on the road. They all are facing away from the car and wearing hoods, so the 2 of them can't really see their faces. The boss can't control himself as he sees the group. He screams at the guy to just run them over with the car. The guy obeys the order and slams into the group at full speed. However, upon hitting them, all they see are bones flying in the air. It turns out that there weren't any people in those hoods but skeletons. Seung-woo uses the bones from those skeletons to create spikes and hit the car. The driver loses control and the car crashes. The boss doesn't understand what is going on. Someone suddenly breaks the car window and drags him out. After throwing him to the ground, the MC grabs his phone and asks him if he is the person who made the post. With a sword pointed at his head, the boss doesn't know what to say. The MC was a bit suspicious when he saw those deleted comments. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that these guys must be getting something out of it. They decided to set a bait, but he wasn't expecting them to just run them over with the car. The boss guy looks at Seung-woo and furiously asks him if he even knows who they are. Without saying anything, our boy kicks the man in his face as one of his lackeys watches. He then asks him with a cold expression about the number of people he has upstairs. He threatens to rip off his head if he doesn't answer. Hearing this, the guy starts laughing. He goes in for an attack and asks the MC if he has even killed a person before. Out of nowhere, Righty shows up and slashes his arm with his sword. The man screams in pain as he bleeds all over the place. Seung-woo looks at him with disgust and tells him that even with the current state of the world, he isn't heartless enough to kill a person without hesitation. However, his skeletons are different. As one of the orc skeletons raises its axe to finish the guy, he starts laughing. The MC wonders if the guy has gone insane because of the pain. He turns towards the other guy and asks him if they should start by cutting off his legs or arms. The guy isn't about this life, so he quickly tells them that there are 8 people upstairs. Before he can speak any further, the boss guy kills him using his sharp claws. Hanho and Jisoo stare at him in disbelief as they witness him killing one of his own allies. His ripped-off arm has now been transformed into a pointed blade. He rips out the guy's head and starts drinking his blood. This allows him to heal back and also increase his stats. The man used to be in a 3-star ninja class, but after the boss bit his neck, his class changed to a low-rank vampire. In this class, you can't really level up, but you can absorb the stats of players that you kill. The man stands up and roars in anger, activating his berserk mode. This causes all his stats to increase by 20%. The MC realizes that there is a class even more gruesome than his own. The group gets into a defensive position with the skeletons guarding the front. Seung-woo knows that the vampire could take them out with a single blow if they make one wrong move. He orders his army to attack, but the guy turns out to be much faster than he thought, so he has to order the skeletons to get defensive again. The vampire tears through the skeletons and goes straight for the MC. He knows he has to take him out first since he is the one controlling all the undead. Seung-woo barely manages to put his shield up before the guy attacks him with his sharp pointy arm. The vampire immediately gets slashed by Jisoo from behind, which makes him laugh. He changes his target and starts attacking her. As he is trying to hit her, he gets hit by several daggers from the back. He looks back to see Hanho standing there with a smile and 2 daggers in his hands. He starts shooting daggers at the vampire like a machine gun. This makes him even more annoyed and he changes his target. In the blink of an eye, the vampire launches himself towards Hanho, giving him no time to react. However, his attack gets parried at the last moment by Righty. The vampire manages to dodge the blade, but Seung-woo charges at him from behind with his axe. Again, the vampire manages to read the attack and destroys the axe. The MC immediately puts his shield up to protect himself, but the vampire is too strong. He continues dodging their attacks and says that they are too slow. As he is busy targeting Seung-woo, Jisoo shows up from behind and tries hitting him with her blazing sword attack. He sees it coming and gets out of the way. He laughs, telling her that he saw the attack coming from a mile away. Immediately after, Righty jumps on top of him with his sword and slashes right through his left arm. The vampire screams as his entire arm is cut off. Sungwoo realizes that this is his chance, and orders all of the skeletons to attack him. At the same time, the goons under the vampire's command enter the scene. This makes him as he tells them that they arrived at the perfect time. However, his men get scared watching him in his current form. While he is looking away, Jisoo hits him with her sword. Righty and the other skeletons also join in, hitting the vampire at the same time. He tries to fight back, but the MC stabs him in the neck with his sword. He asks if he can also regenerate his head and rips it off. He gets 1,000 gold from killing him since he is considered a level 1 player. The MC is horrified to know that you can gain gold from killing players. He looks at the rest of the goons and asks them if that was the reason why they were killing other players. The group starts shaking in fear as the skeletons surround them. The MC walks over to them and tells them to drop their weapons. They all surrender and immediately drop all of their weapons. After questioning them, one of the guys tells him about their big boss. He reveals that they don't know who it is. It's just that their boss followed his orders, but they weren't aware that he could turn into a monster. Sungwoo wonders if the big boss is the one who created those monsters, and if he did, what is his class? This makes him question if there are classes with even more than 5 stars. He asks the guys about the amount of people they have killed so far. After hearing that they have killed over 21 people, he signals his skeletons to finish them off. They beg for him to spare them since they were only following orders, but he shows no mercy. He knows that if they don't kill these guys now, they might end up killing other people later on. Jisoo is a bit taken aback by what she just saw, but she agrees with him. The post now has a new comment from a guy warning Sungwoo's group from meeting the other group since they are a bunch of murderers. The sergeant reads this comment and gets furious as he realizes that there are now people roaming around killing others in addition to the monsters. He then sees another comment saying that user 157, which is the MC's account, killed all of those murderers after setting a trap with his skeletons. While reading this, the sergeant breaks into a smile. She realizes that this is the same group that he met earlier. One of the soldiers informs him that there is a call, but he ignores him saying that their saviors are doing great things. The scene then shifts to a guy in armor, who looks at the comments and expresses his gratitude for Sungwoo's group, since they are still looking out for others, despite their circumstances. The man then walks out into the bright light and asks his group if they should also start moving. As the MC's group walks down the roads, Hanho informs him of a new post. This post is from a user called the Prosecutor of Yeongdong-po. It tells other players that they can comment on this post if they can't afford to make their own posts using 1,000 gold. Jisoo and Sungwoo discuss how people are utilizing the post to comment about their missing family members and talk about synergy effects and monsters. It seems like the post is helping a lot of players who don't have enough gold to make posts. The group finally reaches Hanho's house. He looks at his home with a worried expression and prays that his family is still safe. The MC asks him to calm down and proceed with caution since they don't know the situation around here. They see dead orcs while walking up the stairs, which makes Hanho even more anxious. He starts praying for his parents' safety before he opens the door to his apartment. There is a huge slash mark on the door which scares him. He screams for his mom to open the door. Suddenly the door opens and his parents stand on the other side with worried expressions. After talking to them, he finds out that both of them didn't pick a class card. His dad tells him that the cards didn't quite pique his interest. As they all ate, Sungwoo asked the parents how they managed to stop the orcs. All other apartments had their doors broken down by the orcs, and theirs was the only one that stood. The dad tells them that he used pesticides to keep the orcs out. This shocks everyone, including the MC. The mom proudly tells them that all the orcs ran away when her husband sprayed them with pesticides. Hanho almost spills his drink while listening to this. After dinner, his mother thanks Sungwoo and Jisoo for bringing him back home. She then offers them some green tea since they don't have anything else at home. Hanho tells her that he also helped them out by throwing daggers, but his mom ignores him. As they all are resting inside the house, some kids on bikes look at the lights and let out an evil smirk. Jisoo is the first one to come out of the shower. The mom thinks that she has a frail body and starts to feel bad for her. Meanwhile, Hanho thinks to himself that she is 30 times stronger than him. The MC feels relieved as he finally goes to take a shower. He is glad that both of his friends' parents are fine. His dad was able to utilize the orcs' strong sense of smell against them. Otherwise, both of them would have ended up like the rest of the players. Even with the world going to hell, there was still something positive. After showering, the group begins cleaning their weapons. Hanho asks the MC about his thoughts since they can't stay at this place forever. He tells him that they should first decide where they want to go, and then move out. Sungwoo thinks to himself that the orcs that first arrived were probably scouts. If there is a group of them nearby, it might actually turn into a large-scale battle. Their problem is to find out where to go since they don't have a clear objective in mind. As he is thinking, Hanho puts his phone up and screams at him to take a look. He tells him that the guy who posted to allow other players to comment has just made another post. In this post, the player claims that they have set up a safety zone inside Yeongdong-po Station with the help of his 3-star class friend. However, in order to maintain the zone, they need gold or rations. Jisoo looks at the post and asks if they can trust the person. Hanho thinks that the guy genuinely has other people's best interests at heart. On the other hand, Sungwoo is still unsure about this guy. He tells them that he now knows why he made that other post yesterday. Even though they might not be lying about the safety zone, they still spent 1,000 gold to open a new message board for survivors, so it seems unlikely that they are doing all this out of the goodness of their hearts. He tells them to look at the comments, which are filled with praises for the player. Sungwoo thinks that he did this just to gain a favorable reputation among the players. It seems like they are going to form a huge group soon. If that happens, they won't need to do anything, and all the resources they need will simply walk to them. Hanho can't believe that the guy did all of this for his own benefit. The MC tells him that he might be overthinking, but the station is too far for them to travel, so they can't really find out. Hanho finds a comment from Chief Gu claiming to have another safe zone at the Hwashong Fortress. He mentions in the comment that he requires rent. The MC doesn't really like the rent part, but he is curious about the safe zone. He asks his friend about the distance of the fortress from their current location. Hanho tells him that it takes about 20 minutes by bus. Hearing that it is not too far, the MC decides to make it their next destination. As they all get ready to leave, the MC apologizes to the parents for suddenly asking them to come with them. The dad smiles and tells him that it's fine. He has safely brought back his son, so he is happy to follow his lead. Hanho's mother tells him that apart from monsters, there are also bandits running around in the neighborhood. The MC is a bit confused hearing this, so he asks them what they mean. The dad explains that they are just a bunch of high school kids who go around on motorcycles and steal stuff from people. Sungwoo sighs as he realizes that he now has to deal with such petty criminals too. Suddenly they hear the sound of a bike approaching. As they all look back, they see a group of teenagers trying to look tough. They stop in front of them and demand that they hand over all the goods that they have. The kids even threaten them with their numbers and baseball bats. The MC looks at them with a smile and asks them if they truly have the greater numbers. Behind him, several glowing eyes start to appear. The kids suddenly turn around and leave before he can say anything else. This leaves the group confused since they don't know what scared the kids. The MC looks back with a worried expression and sees a pack of giant wolves standing there, staring directly at them. The wolves are not attacking them instantly, so he suggests that they start backing away slowly. He doesn't want to engage in close combat with monsters that have 4 legs. Even if he doesn't take their sharp claws and fangs into account, their balance is just too good. If someone from his group fell to the ground, they wouldn't be able to make it out alive. The group slowly walks back into the apartment building. Hanho asks the MC if they are safe inside. However, with the wolves still staring at them, he knows that they can just break into the place and drag them out. As he is thinking of his next plan, one of the wolves charges towards them and slams into the front wall. Sungwoo suddenly throws the acid bottle towards the wolf, which causes it to burn. While the wolf is still in pain, the MC orders his skeletons to start throwing their spears at it. The only advantage they have over the wolves is that they can throw stuff. As another wolf tries to get inside, the MC orders one of his orc skeletons to rush at him. The wolf easily destroys the skeleton by biting its head, but suddenly the green acid starts coming out of its mouth. The MC laughs as he reveals that the skeleton is carrying that slime mucus. To seal the deal, Righty jumps from the first floor of the building and stabs the wolf right in the head. The MC gains 240 gold for killing the wolf. The other wolf is terrified as it sees the skeletons approaching it with their spears. It doesn't take long for them to kill all the remaining wolves. Sungwoo gains some experience and reaches level 7. Jisoo looks down and tells him that they just feel more and more like a burden to him. The MC tells her that it's not true since the situation just wasn't favorable for them. He looks at her and thinks to himself that even though her class is Tiger Hunter, he should see her as a specialized class since she is only focused on increasing her physical strength. On the other hand, Hanho doesn't seem to be getting any stronger. He tries to take the wolf under his control, but it doesn't work since his level is still too low. He suggests that they keep moving since there may be more monsters nearby. Somewhere else, a military helicopter is being chased by flying dragons. The captain screams at the pilot to go faster, but the pilot tells him that they are flying at their maximum speed. He hurls insults at Sergeant Kim for not describing these dragons in more detail in his report. The pilot reminds him that he was the one who disregarded his reports since he was only a sergeant. Suddenly a notification pops up that the field boss Wyvern has appeared. The dragon grabs the helicopter by its claws and destroys it like it's nothing. It then lands on top of a huge building and lets out a loud roar. Sungwoo and the group witness this, and they are terrified. Hanho thought that the military helicopter might be able to do something against the monsters, but he was wrong. His dad notices that the dragons are planning to sleep on top of the building. They are too close to the safe zone, but they can't move while that thing is still around. Sungwoo tells them that they will eventually leave and suggests that they take some rest. At night, the dragons fall asleep on the buildings while the group rests on the ground. Suddenly, the MC notices a flash followed by a system notification similar to the one they saw at the start of this apocalypse. It is the second phase of card selection. Han-ho screams at his parents and tells them not to make the same mistake as him by picking a low-star card. His dad assures him that he won't make any mistakes since he has been playing cards for 20 years. As Sungwoo looks around to analyze the cards, he notices that only 15 seconds remain. Since he has already picked a card, this card will act as a secondary class card in addition to his current class. One of the cards suddenly disappears in front of his eyes. He realizes that other people are also picking up the cards. Han-ho carefully looks at the card trying to find one with the most amount of stars. The MC knows that he can't just pick his secondary class based on stars since he needs to find something that he can use in combination with his current class. He finally comes across a card that fulfills his needs perfectly and instantly chooses it. He chose a 3-star link card for the Dark Mage class. A system notification tells him that this card will be combined with his current class card to grant him new skills. He looks at his still and is pretty happy with his choice, since they all fit perfectly with his Necromancer class. Meanwhile, Han-ho is crying since he accidentally picked up a 1-star priest card. The new skill he got allowed him to be shielded from enemy attacks for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. As he is crying, he hears his dad asking him if he chose the right card. He looks up to see his card with the 3-star Pioneer class card that allows him to create safe zones. Sungwoo gets excited as he sees this, since they don't have to go to the fortress anymore. As Han-ho's dad continues flexing on him, he asks his mom what class she picked. She tells him that she picked the 1-star chef class card. Hearing this, he says that she should have picked a class that was useful in battle. While all this is going on in the background, Sungwoo looks at Jisoo and asks her about her card. She tells him that she picked the 3-star Hitman card. It gives her a supreme sense of passive skill that heightens her senses whenever she is in danger. She realizes that the MC has grown quite strong. He can efficiently employ tactics in battle and make level-headed decisions even in stressful situations. Jisoo thinks that she can never be like him no matter how hard she tries. However, she also needs to be stronger, so she decides to find her own way if she can't be like him. She knows that she must grow stronger in both her mind and her body. The MC calls out the dad and asks him to explain his skill in more detail. The Pioneer class allows him to create a Pioneer's camp. It costs 10 mana every 10 minutes, and allows players to take shelter from monster attacks. The shelter has a limited area, and can also be destroyed by powerful attacks. Once the player loses all their mana, the safe zone will start costing 100 gold every 10 minutes. Sungwoo realizes that it will be difficult for them to maintain a safe zone in their current position. Moreover, gathering a large group for the zone didn't seem like a good idea either. He suggests that they only use that skill during emergencies. They also need to find a good place for the zone. Han-ho asks him if they won't be going to the fortress anymore. The MC takes a look outside and tells him that it won't be necessary anymore. He believes that all the existing groups will try to abuse their power, so it is better for them not to meet them. As he looks out the window, he notices the dragon moving. The dragons finally fly off and they can leave the building. The MC asks Han-ho to look for the location of the stores in the forum. Sungwoo currently has over 24k gold. He knows that he has to spend this gold in order to get stronger since they never know when they might run into those high-level monsters again. Han-ho still can't find the location of the stores after going through the entire forum. Suddenly the group hears the sound of motorcycle engines. The kids are out again now that the dragons have left. Han-ho tells the MC that it's probably those kids they ran into yesterday. He smiles and says that they should ask the kids about the stores since they are always going around stealing gold from people. They must also have a place to spend it. The kids talk about the store as they walk. They were unlucky last time, but they are hopeful to get good items in their next try. 90% of gamblers quit before hitting it big. The kids finally make it back to their hideout, but it looks empty. They quietly unlock a room to see all their friends hiding. The kid asks them about Yujin, who seems to be missing. The kid starts crying and tells him that the man came again and took Yujin since she didn't collect enough money. Yujin suddenly enters the room and tells him to shut up. The guy asks her if she is okay, but his expressions completely change as he looks at her face. She looks like a vampire. He walks past her into the room of their boss. The boss calls him by the name Tai Xiong and asks him why he killed Wusuk. He says that the man was loyal to their cause and also their leader. The kid tells him he attacked them first, so they had no choice. The boss asks him if he will kill Yujin too. He stands up and tells him that if vampires refrain from drinking blood, they start losing their sanity. Tai Xiong hesitantly asks him if he even knew how many people Wusuk killed. This seems to enrage the man, and he asks him if he was talking back to him. He reminds him that their boss has generously allowed them to work for him. They won't last long if they defy their orders. Tai Xiong starts walking away and tells the man that he will figure it all out. However, the man isn't done with him. He stops him and tells him that if he doesn't gather 10,000 gold in 2 days, he will be the next one to die. While this is going on, he starts hearing voices outside the room. Sungwoo and the group have entered their hideout. The MC complains about their customer service. The boss thinks that he wants to buy something, so he asks him what he wants. He points his sword towards him and orders him to hand over everything he has. The vampire guy starts laughing and tells them that they have no idea what they have walked into. When Sungwoo notices his fangs, he asks the guy if he is the boss of the gang in the apartment. The boss gets angry as he realizes that they are the ones who killed all his gang members. He furiously charges at them, but the orc skeleton grabs him by his arms. The MC puts his sword on the vampire's neck and asks him if he can regenerate his head. The two orc skeletons grab the vampire as Sungwoo pushes his sword halfway through his neck. He threatens to kill him if he moves even a bit. He then asks him if he is the vampire lord. Hearing this, the vampire starts laughing. He immediately breaks free and destroys the sword. The vampire tries going for the MC but gets hit by several daggers. It's almost like the MC can read his next move. Before the vampire can move, Jisoo rushes in and slashes one of his arms off. He cries in pain as blood gushes from his arm. He can't even regenerate his arm properly since due to the fire effect of her attack. Jisoo goes in for another attack with fire blazing from her sword. However, this time he manages to move to the side. At the same time, she ducks and slashes him again. This makes him furious and he starts attacking her. It seems like she can keep up with the speed of the vampire. While they fight, he grabs her sword and tries to attack her, but she senses it due to her new skill and easily dodges it. The vampire gets attacked from the back by the orc skeletons. Thanks to the MC's new skill, they are under the effect of Death's aura, which makes them much stronger. This aura also makes the enemies weak. Sungwoo thinks to himself that all of his undead soldiers would have collapsed when facing the vampire previously, but now they are able to hold because of his new skill. The orcs quickly bring the vampire to its knees. With nowhere to run, he cries asking them what they want from him. He looks at the MC and realizes that he is the one controlling the skeletons. He looks weak, so the vampire thinks about taking him out with a single blow. His plan is to get closer to him by pretending to have a conversation and take him out. However, before he can even move, he gets impaled by some bone spears. Sungwoo tells him that he should be able to talk even with those spears running through his chest. He looks at the vampire with a terrifying gaze and asks him if he wants more. Meanwhile, Taesong looks at this in disbelief as he wonders how they managed to kill such a powerful monster. The vampire starts laughing and tells them not to think so highly of themselves just because they managed to beat him. He starts transforming into a terrifying creature and tells them that they will all die once their plan succeeds. Sungwoo has enough of him, so he orders Jisoo to finish him. She immediately slashes his head off and he dies. Taesong looks at this and starts begging for his own life, telling them that he and his friends had nothing to do with this. Sungwoo smiles at him and tells him that he simply wants them to hand over everything that they have stolen. The thieves give away all of their gold, but it's not that much. Jisoo stares at the dead body of the vampire and asks if the boss is the same person that the other vampire was talking about. The MC tells her that whoever it is, he seems to be growing in power. He even has money collectors, so it looks like he is being strategic about all of this. Jisoo can't believe that someone has adapted to the situation even quicker than Sungwoo. It felt like those guys were much more suited for this kind of world than the previous one. The MC knows that more vampires will show up soon since the boss and his subordinates have the ability to turn players into vampires. He wonders if he can just ignore them, but it's not that simple. He needs the help of his entire team to defeat one of them currently. If they grouped up and attacked them, they would have no chance to fight back. He knew that they would have to face the vampires again after what happened today. The MC then looks at the teenagers and asks them about the store. Taesong enthusiastically offers to lead them to the store. The next moment they all freeze as they see a system notification pop up. It talks about players who have not chosen a card despite being given a second chance. This isn't like a usual notification since it is red, and the MC can feel that something bad is about to happen. One of the teenagers starts to scream as he hasn't chosen a card yet. He says that it seemed a bit fishy to him, and he doesn't trust the system. He points to another guy and tells them that he hasn't picked a card either. Another red system notification informs them that those who haven't picked a card yet will be transformed into monsters. Both of the players scream as they start transforming. Sungwoo looks at them transforming, and he instantly knows that they won't be able to fight them if their transformation is complete. He orders everyone to attack them while they are still transforming. Meanwhile, Hanho's parents grow anxious while waiting outside. The mom wonders if it's okay for them to hurt all these thieves. The dad stomps his foot and tells her that the teenagers made a lot of people suffer and even killed some of them, so they deserved everything that was happening to them. Inside the building, the orc skeletons were trying their best to destroy the monsters before they could fully transform. The MC knew that their only option was to kill them during their transformation. Suddenly, one of the wolves attacked the skeletons and broke it in half. The MC couldn't believe that the monster had such overwhelming strength. Righty and the orcs continued hitting the werewolves, and they finally managed to kill them. It gave them 3,000 gold for each kill, and even leveled him up to 8. He stares at the dead bodies in horror as he wonders what kind of terrifying monsters they could be, since they gave out a huge amount of gold. He selects a random stats card which increases his speed by 3. He seems pretty satisfied with the outcome of the card. Jisoo tells him that it is beneficial for him to increase his stats since his opponents will try to focus him upon realizing that he is the one controlling all the skeletons. Meanwhile, Hanho is still losing his mind as he wonders if they are going to continue facing such terrifying monsters. Hearing this, the MC tells him that he has a plan of his own. He will try to turn the monsters into his minions. He still hasn't tried it on humans since it might give him a bad name among other players. However, things are different now. There are a lot of other players who still haven't chosen a card. All of them will be transformed into monsters soon, and if he wants to fight them, he needs to stop caring about his reputation. As he turns the skeletons into his minions, he thinks to himself that they might even be able to go toe-to-toe against the vampires. Taishong watches in disbelief as his friend turns into a skeleton soldier for the MC. Sungwoo looks at him with a cold expression and asks him for the location of the store. Taesung explains to him that the store is located in a used car complex, and the people in charge of that place do all kinds of bad things. His group only goes around stealing, but the people there work directly under the vampires and hunt people for them. Hearing this, Sungwoo orders him to take him to those people. They walk into the car complex while surrounded by orcs and werewolf skeletons. The MC knows that something is off since he can't really see any guards in this place. Suddenly they hear a loud noise and he orders everyone to hide. They all watch as a bear monster fights a vampire. The vampire seems to be losing as the bear hits him with his iron chains. Sungwoo notices the chain and wonders if the vampires are holding the monster captive. He soon realizes that it was probably a human that they had kidnapped. They turned into monsters since they couldn't choose a card. When the fight seems to be over, the vampire gets up and rushes at the bear again. The bear is injured, but he slams the vampire back. The MC realizes that this is actually good. If he plays his cards right, he can put the bear monster under his control. As the two of them roar and go back to fighting, the MC orders his werewolf skeletons to attack them. One of them manages to stab the vampire, but the bear fights back. He tries grabbing the werewolf, but the other one comes in and slashes it using its sharp claws. The MC receives 3,500 gold for killing the bear. He has reached his maximum capacity, so he needs to destroy one of his skeletons to put the bear under his control. He destroys one of the orcs and replaces it with a powerful bear. The bear is huge and seems to be the maximum size for a mid-level minion. Suddenly Hanho notices their school bus parked among the other cars. The group realizes that the vampires have captured the students. Sungwoo realizes that if all the students on the bus were caught, the enemies he would have to face would be staggering. They can't just rush inside either since it can backfire. He looks at Taeshong and asks him about the store. As he tries giving him the direction, someone slaps his hands. He turns around to see his friend Yujin, but she has been transformed into a vampire. The vampire laughs as he hears the name of the girl. He tells him that he hasn't hurt his friends since he considers all of them his own children. He came to see who had been killing all the vampires. Sungwoo realizes that the girl has been possessed, and wonders if the vampire came to him after he felt the other vampires dying. He tells the vampire that it's a bit too chatty for a vampire lord. The vampire starts laughing and tells him that he has a habit of explaining things to idiots. For that, some people even call him the professor. Since they probably don't care what he has to say, the vampire tells them that he will get straight to the point. He said that all of them were dead meat. Suddenly he applies a lesser curse on the MC, which requires holy magic to be neutralized. The vampire lord laughs as he prepares to kill the Mac and his friends. However, before he can do anything, he gets kicked in the face by Sungwoo. Hanho sees this, and asks him if he is even human anymore. The MC stares at a red mark on his hand, and wonders if it has something to do with the curse. Fortunately for him, the mark isn't really doing anything to him. Hanho shows up in his priest outfit, and reaches his hand out to him like an angel. The MC looks at him, and thinks that the country's standards have really fallen since someone like his friend can become a priest. Hanho holds his hand and tries to remove the curse, but his holy magic isn't strong enough. The curse reveals the MC's location to the vampire lord every 12 hours. The next moment he receives another notification about a quest. It is a special quest, and he has to kill the vampire lord in order to complete it. His rewards include 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. This quest makes things a bit simpler for the MC as he decides to kill the vampire lord before he kills him. He then walks over to Taishong and asks him about the vampire's lair. The group enters the D-rank item store. This time they have to choose between 4 different balls starting from bronze and ending at platinum. The most expensive ball costs 100,000 gold. The MC decides to go first. He has an unlimited rank ticket, which can allow him to gain access to the platinum ball. However, he decides to spare it for later as he thinks that it will be more beneficial. He is still fully capable of surviving on his own, so it's not like he desperately needs an item. He chooses the gold option and comes across another screen showing him different options for the balls. He thinks back to the last time and realizes that he should pick the first place ball regardless of its price, since it has the highest chance of giving the best item. He lets out an evil smirk and goes all in. Lucky for him, he receives the first place prize. His reward is a coupon that grants him a master-ranked exclusive class skill. His new skill costs 0 mana and allows him to create a safe space for his minions. The minions can just rest and recover in that space until he summons them again. If he summons multiple minions together, it will trigger the Curse of Death, which will grow stronger with the number of minions. Jisoo and Hanho look at him furiously, as he has all the good stuff. She pushes him away and goes in to try her luck. Meanwhile, Seungwoo tries his new spell and sends his minions to the safe space. It is almost like a giant inventory for him. He can store his minions in the inventory and summon them back whenever he likes. As he excitedly looks back to ask his friends about their new items, he sees both of them in absolute dread. It turns out that Jisoo received a B-rank medkit and some hiking equipment while Hanho got a tough bullhide cuirass. Looking at their condition, he nervously asks them if they should continue moving. At the same time, the vampires are holding all the students captive in their lair. With the dead bodies of all his friends lying around him, Kyungsoo wonders if he should have followed the MC back then. He realizes that he was wrong to take everyone to the military base. When they finally reached the base after carefully evading all the dragons, they found it to be completely destroyed and abandoned. Everyone started asking him what they should do next. A huge panic erupted among the students as they all tried to think of their next move. They all looked at Kyungsoo for his opinion. He got overwhelmed and thought to himself, why was he the one taking responsibility? He simply drove them to the base. One of the students showed him his phone and informed him about the safe zone in the fortress. As everyone stared at him for an answer, he realized that they all survived because of him. He decided to have more trust in himself and led everyone to the fortress. Of course, it was a bad decision. Instead of a safe zone, they were all met with vampires who killed the students without mercy. The surviving students were turned into slaves by the vampires. One of them kicks Kyungsoo and tells him to continue moving. He laughs as he tells him that they can simply eat him if he is feeling too tired. As the vampires talk about eating them up, he stares at them hopelessly. He knows that he will get killed just like the rest of his friends. As the vampires line up all the students, they notice a skeleton standing in front of them. It looks no larger than a minion and is pointing its sword towards them. The vampires laugh as they think that it is just another type of monster. One of them leaps and tries to tear it apart, but he gets impaled by multiple spears. Suddenly, Seungwoo's entire army shows up. Kyungsoo lights up as he realizes that the MC is here to help. When he walks in front of him, he realizes that he looks a lot stronger than he did last time. He wonders why there is a huge gap between them, when both of them are just college students. The vampires try getting up and prepare for another attack, but one of them instantly gets mutilated by the skeleton bear. The MC confidently stands among his army as he orders them to kill all of the vampires except one since he wants to interrogate them. Kyungsoo stares at the group in disbelief as he realizes that they are a lot stronger than he thought. It wasn't just the MC, Jisoo also looked much better now. The last remaining vampire begs for mercy as the orc skeletons hold him in place. Seungwoo asks him about the number of players and vampires inside the building along with their levels. The vampire tells him that there is only the area manager who is at level 5. As for the players, there are 12 in total, and the highest level among them is 4. The MC thanks that vampire for his honesty, but he has no intention of letting him live. The vampire frantically tells him that he also knows about the security of the building and the situation inside, but he instantly gets stabbed by Kyungsoo. He looks up and tells them that he knows what is going on inside the factory building. He starts crying and tells them that they can't let any of the vampires live. Even though his friends were cowardly, they didn't deserve to die like that. Seungwoo pats him on the shoulder and tells him that he has done well surviving so far. The vampires they see around them don't just turn into killers overnight. They hide among ordinary people, and all they need is the opportunity to get out. He says that the world they previously knew might have ended, but they can't just let people like that roam around freely. As they sort out the kidnapped players, one of the guys asks the area manager, how long is he planning on doing this? The area manager smiles as he tells him that these people are just a source of food and experience for him. They are much easier to catch than monsters, and they are also more useful. He says that their CEO has an incredible insight and vision. The guy gets excited upon hearing this, and tells the area manager that he also wants to become a part of their vision. The vampire tells him that he can also become a regular member if he continues to work hard. He also started as a lowly warehouse worker, and eventually became a permanent employee. While he was talking, he heard someone mocking him. He turns back to see the MC standing there all by himself. Seungwoo laughs as he tells him that they were just calling their abandonment of humanity innovative. The manager asks him who he is, and starts walking towards him along with his crew. The students in the cages recognize the MC and are relieved to see him. The vampire screams as he hears them talking and reminds them that they are just food. Seungwoo gives him a cold look and asks him if his CEO didn't tell him who he was. The vampire realizes that he was the one who killed Manager Park. The MC laughs as he hears the word manager and asks him if it is some kind of white-collar make-believe. Seeing him walking into the factory alone, the manager knows that he is reckless, but he still doesn't think that he can take all of them on by himself. Sungwoo smiles and tells him that he can take them all on using his skills. Suddenly black smoke starts spreading through the entire floor. The workers panic as they see a notification telling them that the Great Spirit has been activated. One after the other, skeleton minions appear out of the smoke. With these minions spawning, the Curse of Death effect also triggers and decreases the stats of all the employees. The vampire finally realizes what it feels like to meet someone terrifying. They start to crumble as the skeleton minions go after them. The manager tries to calm them down but to no avail. As the vampires kill one minion, it is instantly revived. The manager starts to grow furious and kicks one of the orc minions to pieces. He tries going after the MC since he knows that he is the one controlling all the minions. However, before he can make his move, he gets hit in the head by an acid bottle. Hanho stands at the first floor window and has a clear shot of the vampire. As the vampire falls down, Jisoo rescues all the hostages. At the same time, Kyungsu crashes his bus into the factory wall and calls all the hostages to get inside. The vampire tries to go after them, but he doesn't realize that Righty is coming for him while riding a wolf. As the werewolf skeleton throws him to the ground, Righty jumps into the air and moves in for the final blow. Thanks to Sungwoo's insane buffs and debuffs, the vampire stands no chance. The MC tells the vampire that the abandoned factory they chose for their operations is one of the easiest targets for a raid. The vampire starts to get worried as he realizes that in addition to being strong, the MC is also smart. As he is bleeding from one of his arms, he hears the voice of their CEO offering him some of his strength to get rid of the MC. Sungwoo stares at the vampire in confusion as he starts to grow bigger and even more like a feral monster. He gets a notification that a high-level vampire has gone berserk. Looking at his completely changed appearance, he asks him if this is his true form. The vampire lunges at them with anger and starts attacking the skeletons. The MC orders them all to fight back, but the vampire manages to hold them off by himself. He moves quickly while destroying the skeletons. He notices Jisoo for a split second as she jumps over him and slashes him on his back with her sword. As he turns back, she grabs Righty and throws it at the vampire. Righty slashes through the vampire as he moves in the air. At the same time, another orc tries to hit him, but the vampire destroys it into pieces. As the vampire destroys his minions, the MC immediately revives them. Hanho is impressed that Jisoo is able to hold him off on her own. The MC looks a bit worried and says that it's not good for them. He knows that the vampire doesn't really have much time left before he collapses since he has lost a lot of blood and is also in a berserk state. However, he can also run out of mana before that happens. If his orcs stop defending the front line, he will be in trouble. Still, his biggest worry is that the vampire is only a subordinate of the actual boss. Sungwoo wonders just how powerful the actual vampire lord is. As the MC is reviving his minions, he notices the corpse of a werewolf monster. He smiles and apologizes to the vampire for taking control of one of his captured monsters. With an additional werewolf in the team, all the minions gain a new synergy buff. The vampire gets confused as he realizes that the skeletons have suddenly become a lot more powerful. He orders his werewolves to rip the vampire into pieces. They obey his command and start eating him up alive. Sungwoo stares him in the eyes and asks him to inform his boss that his little business in Hwaseong is now bankrupt. He receives 10,000 gold for killing the vampire, but the system labels him as a player. The MC thinks to himself that he might be able to convert the vampire corpse into his minion. He previously killed the vampires by cutting off their heads so that they couldn't regenerate. However, this one still had his head intact, which meant that he could convert him into his minion. He revives the corpse as a vampire skeleton, and tells him that he will be working for him now, instead of that vampire lord. The MC suddenly gets a notification informing him that he can access the memory of the corpses under his control. He wonders what it is, and looks at the memory of the vampire. He wasn't able to see the memories of any of his minions, so it makes him think if this is one of his new skills. He sees all the vampires having a meeting with the vampire lord as he drinks a huge glass of blood. He asks them about the purpose of the game. When none of them answers, he tells them that their main aim is to evolve. It didn't matter if the game was created by a god or a being from outer space. What actually mattered was that they finally had an opportunity. They could get rid of their fragile self and give birth to a new species. The vampire lord expresses his aim to create a new world order. Sungwoo looks at him in anger as he realizes that he is the vampire lord. The vampire lord tells everyone that he has received a new quest and they are all obligated to help him. Everyone immediately agrees upon hearing this. The MC wonders if they got brainwashed after getting bitten since they showed an instinctive loyalty to the vampire lord. He then tells everyone about a party he will be hosting in Hwaseong. He orders them to invite as many people to the neighborhood as they can and have a little fun. He instructs manager Kim to take care of food and farming supplies. The MC realizes that they are actually setting up human farms and slaughter parties. Their main plan is to lure people in by giving them a false sense of hope in the form of safety zones. Moments later, the MC receives an exclusive quest. He remembers getting a similar quest when he witnessed the death of his professor. This quest revolves around the massacre party being organized by the vampire lord. Sungwoo can either choose to prevent the massacre or take advantage of it by using the corpses. The action he chooses will determine his destiny. Hanho tries to wake the MC, but it seems like he is still stuck in the vampire's memory fragment. He starts crying as he thinks that something has happened to Sungwoo after taking control of the vampire. When the MC finally comes to his senses, he dramatically puts his hand on Hanho's head and asks him who he was accused of messing up. This makes Hanho a bit scared. Sungwoo lets him go and reminds him that he promised to do anything he said. He smiles and says that he wants him to do a quest with him. Meanwhile, the vampire lord is frustrated that the MC killed his vampire manager, even after receiving some of the vampire lord's strength. Madame Yang nervously asks if Sungwoo might disrupt his plans, but the vampire lord dismisses this idea, saying that his weak skeletons are no threat. After the upcoming Great Feast, he plans to track down and eliminate him with a curse. Outside the factory, everyone is busy collecting daggers and other weapons from the vampires. Hanho asks the MC if it's okay for them to be doing this. Sungwoo asks him what he means. Jisoo reminds him what he told them earlier and says that a huge massacre is about to happen in Hwashong Fortress. She asks him if they should hurry and focus on stopping the vampires. At the same time, Hanho urgently informs the MC that something big is happening online. It seems like vampires are trying to attract players by promising safety and free entry to their camp. A post from someone named Manager Gu aims to lure survivors. Hanho considers posting a warning, but the MC stops him. They don't know if their warning will help stop people who are looking to latch on even the slightest bit of hope. Moreover, if the vampires are forced to change their plans, he will lose all of his advantage since he already knows what they are planning to do. They have no way to stop them at the moment, so they should instead use that time to finish their preparations. He then asks Jisoo if she found anything useful. She tells him that she has found useful potions in vampire manager Kim's warehouse. Hanho finds a wireless charging battery that they use to recharge their phones. Jisoo also finds a white potion called Treatment, which cures infections. Sungwoo immediately uses it on Taishong's friend, partially restoring her to normal. Taesong and his friends thank him deeply. The MC knows that the girl has been having a tough time until now. Even though the potion didn't heal her completely, it was still pretty effective. He turns to Taishong and warns him to watch over his friend in case the vampire lord possesses her again. He says that he will have to kill her if that happens. With a determined expression, the guy tells him that he won't let it happen. The MC makes a confused face as he wonders if he is saying that they will try to stop him if he comes after their friend. He knows that they are criminals, but they aren't bad people, so he sets them free. However, he tells them that he might them later on. Sungwoo then asks Hanho's dad, Mr. Lee, to use his skill, which create a safe zone around the factory. Recovery is greatly enhanced inside the zone, and Mr. Lee has full control over this space. Everyone feels better as their injuries heal. Since Hanho's mom has the chef class, she can cook food that grants buffs to everyone. Jisoo looks at all the players and says that the people are finally adapting to the situation. Sungwoo asks her if she also has an exclusive quest. She acts confused and tells him that she didn't. It turns out that he is the only one with an exclusive quest. He tells Jisoo Yoon she doesn't have to join him. She tells him that she wants to go. He asks her if she is doing this because of her sense of justice, but she says no. She tells him that she can't just keep running from the monsters forever. She will get killed sooner or later if she continues on this path. Therefore, she wants to fight in order to survive. As they talk, a notification appears, revealing that all survivors are now in Chapter 1 of the game. The admin congratulates those who have made it this far, acknowledging the many lives lost, and explaining that those unable to adapt have turned into werbeasts. The real challenges are just beginning, as survivors must now fight both monsters and other humans. Only the bold will survive. The message includes 4 key warnings. The event will last 7 days, and no one can leave the Suwon and Hwashong Fortress areas during this time. Players will earn double the gold. Each second-round player who defeats a werebeast has a chance to receive a random combo card. Lastly, a boss monster will appear in each region, with powerful items as rewards for defeating them. These items cannot be found in shops. Sungwoo looks at the screen and realizes that they can't go to other regions anymore. Jisoo stands there with a determined expression and tells him that they must stay here and fight instead of running away. Hanho feels frustrated since Sungwoo is forcing him to join his dangerous quest. The MC tells him that Jisoo has been with them from the start, even though she is fully capable of surviving on her own. On the other hand, he's too weak to survive even a day alone. Changing the subject, Hanho mentions that people are responding to his recent post on the community forum. Most of the comments are varied, but one stands out from the prosecutor of Yeongdeung-po, a person who created a safe base with a level 3 pioneer skill and formed a guild called Independence. This guild's top goal is the survival of the group, and they plan to establish a safety zone for survivors. The MC doesn't think that the guy expected him to join the guild after watching his post. He simply wants to show others that they are not acting in bad faith. Hanho can't believe that the guy can think that far. Sungwoo tells him that some of the more ambitious people are starting to come forward. His friend then asks him where they are going. He tells him that they are going to level up and asks him about his level. Hanho admits he's only level 5, which the MC finds weak. Just then, Kyungsoo stops the car and announces that they've arrived at their destination. As they step out, Hanho asks the MC if this is the place where he wants to take them. He tells him that he is right and declares this area as their new hunting ground. It seems to be full of monsters hiding behind cars and debris. Suddenly, a giant fiery rock flies at the group. They barely manage to dodge it by hiding behind cars. These little monsters can use magic, but they are still no match for Sungwoo's skeleton army. As Jisoo and his skeletons finish the monsters, the MC explains that they are called kobolds. The main goal here is to help Hanho level up and find potential new minions for the MC. His best bet is to find people who have been turned into monsters, since it will increase his power significantly. Unfortunately, these kobolds aren't strong enough to be useful as minions. He already has his werewolves with him who can easily take down multiple low-level vampires. Jisoo calls out to the MC and tells him to look at the grocery store. The entire parking lot is filled with bodies, reminding her of their old college campus. The MC realizes that this may have been the place where one of the tutorials took place. She asks him if he thinks that there are survivors inside the store. The MC tells her that crowded places can attract a lot of monsters, which means that the chances of any survivors are pretty low. Hearing this, Kyungsoo guesses that rural areas or small villages, like Jeju Island, could be safer due to their low population. This makes Jisoo a bit relieved since her own family lives on that island. She notices Sungwoo's gaze and tells him that there is no need to worry. She didn't expect to see her family anyway. Moreover, she knows that they are probably doing fine since they are a bunch of big shots. The MC realizes that she has a difficult relationship with her family, so he decides not to ask her any further questions about it. As they enter a mart, the entrance gets sealed with magic. This transforms the place into a large-scale dungeon called the Sorcerer's Fortress. The only way out is by defeating the dungeon boss. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appears beneath them, teleporting everyone to different spots. Hanho drops down from the ceiling into a group of kobolds who laugh about catching a weak human alone. At first, he thinks that he can handle them, but realizing he's alone, he gets scared. Bro's life expectancy goes from half a day to 30 seconds. The kobolds jump at him, but he accidentally kills one of them. As they furiously attack him, he starts to think that this is the end for him. However, he soon realizes that he isn't taking any damage from their attack. He remembers that his priest class skill protects him for 10 seconds after a kill. The kobolds look at him in confusion as they notice that their attacks aren't working. Hanho stands up with a terrified expression and asks them if they just called him a weakling. Meanwhile, Kyungsoo and Jisoo are together, trying to find the others. They spot blood around a corner, only to discover Hanho standing over a pile of defeated kobolds. Jisoo can't believe what she sees, but he proudly tells her that he's finally unlocked his hidden potential. With the three now reunited, they agree they don't need to worry about Sungwoo since he can handle all the monsters by himself. Just like they expected, the MC and his minions are slaughtering kobolds. He easily finishes them off, but he is a bit worried about his friend. As he goes around looking for the exit, finds a severely injured survivor. He looks to be in a pretty rough state, and it doesn't seem like the potions can help him much. The guy barely manages to lift his finger and points to a box. Sungwoo picks it up for him and asks if there is a potion inside. As he opens the box, he finds a mysterious egg. The item description says that a creature will emerge from the egg with will change his fate. With his final breath, the survivor tells the MC that the dungeon boss holds the token needed to claim this egg. This egg originally belonged to the survivor, but the boss somehow stole its token. The MC is disheartened as he realizes that the survivor is a powerful 5-star dragon knight. He guesses that he probably got lost in the dungeon while looking for the store and all his tokens got taken by the boss monster. It looked like his class could only reach its full potential later on, but the guy didn't make it that far. Even though the item description calls it a mysterious egg, the MC knows that it is a dragon egg. He thinks to himself that the guy probably told him about the egg since he wanted him to finish this game. As he is standing there, more kobolds attack, but his minions easily defeat them. Now, Sungwoo is set on finding the token and taking revenge for the boy who died in front of him. As his minions keep killing the kobolds, he finds it strange that they continue charging at him without fear. It looks like they are simply going at him mindlessly. Suddenly he hears an explosion and spots a kobold sorcerer. Despite its scary look, one of his minions quickly takes it out along with the other kobolds. The MC levels up and decides to go with the skill option since he wants to increase the maximum number of his minions. However, he gains a new skill called Corpse Explosion, which costs 10 mana to blow up a corpse. He immediately gets a chance to test his new skill as more monsters try attacking him. He orders his minions to stay back and uses the skill on one of the corpses, causing a large explosion. The kobolds outside feel a bit scared as they hear the sound of the explosion. Out of nowhere, Righty jumps out of the door and clears them out. The MC praises him, which makes him happy. They then find the dungeon boss surrounded by roots. The boss is a high-level kobold sorcerer protected by a force field that can only be broken by destroying 3 cores scattered throughout the dungeon. The description states that it cannot be harmed by normal attacks. Seeing the force field, the MC realizes why the MC has been sitting here while all of his other guards were fighting. Suddenly the boss casts a deadly spell that will kill anyone below level 10 in an hour. The MC knows what that means. Everyone in his group is below level 10. The kobolds charging them earlier were just buying time for the spell. He tries using his minions to attack the boss, but they're ineffective against the shield. Thinking strategically, he orders his minions to pile the kobold corpses around the boss, then detonates them all in a huge explosion. But when he returns, the boss is unharmed. Enraged, the boss sacrifices some of its health to speed up the spell, leaving only 52 minutes. Seungwoo starts to get worried since he now has even less time to find the cores. Frustrated, Seungwoo decides to go for the cores since he knows that is the only way to end that curse. Using memory fragments from revived kobolds, he learns where the cores are. Righty quickly destroys the first core out of the 3. He now only has 19 minutes to find the other 2. He continues moving while reviving the monsters and going through their memories. He quickly finds out the location of the next core and starts moving to the first floor. Moving to the next floor, they see dead kobolds. Seungwoo wonders if Jisoo killed them. He then gets a notification about the second core being destroyed and thinks to himself that she must have also seen the notification about the instant death spell. He sees someone fighting monsters in front of him and thinks that it's her. He tells her to look for Hanho and Kyungsoo. To his surprise, the person killing the kobolds turns out to be Hanho himself. He confidently looks at the MC while holding a dead monster and tells him that he is late. Seungwoo sees this and wonders if he is dreaming. At the same time, Jisoo arrives and tells him that she managed to destroy one of the cores. However, the MC is more interested in knowing what happened to Hanho to cause such a drastic change. He acts like a hero and tells them that they don't have any time to waste, so they should just go and find the next core. They now have only 13 minutes left. As they reach the last core, the kobolds defend it desperately. The MC knows that they can't waste their time fighting the monsters, so he asks the group to focus on finding the core. It isn't long before Just finds the core. The time limit has now reached 10 minutes. Seungwoo helps Righty, who leaps over the kobolds and shatters the core. With the force field down, they only have 9 minutes to defeat the boss. The MC is furious at the boss and decides to teach it a lesson when they find it. Hanho goes back to his normal self and says that it should be easier for the MC to kill the boss since he can blow up corpses now. The MC tells him that he already used that spell in front of the boss, so he might be expecting it. Hanho gives him the idea of blowing up the whole building, and it makes him think. He orders everyone to regroup and head for the boss room since they don't have much time left. They reach the boss in time, and a fireball from one of Seungwoo's kobold sorcerers disrupts the instant death spell. The MC looks at the boss in anger and asks if it has anything else up its sleeve. Enraged, the boss transforms into a fallen tree spirit. It lets out a roar and starts attacking the group. It smashes through his minions effortlessly. The boss attempts to strike the group, but they dodge at the last moment. Jisoo uses her fire sword to burn a branch, though it regenerates quickly. The MC tells her to get out of the way, and orders his werewolf minion to throw dead kobolds at the boss. He detonates the bodies as they reach closer to the boss, injuring its face. Looking at the smoke, the MC thinks that it was enough to kill the boss, but it appears that the boss has regenerated. Suddenly, a fireball from a kobold sorcerer hits the boss from behind. The group bombards the boss with fire attacks, but even that is not enough since it keeps regenerating. Seungwoo tells them to keep attacking the boss. Suddenly a notification pops up, telling them that the boss has lost all of its mana and will now be giving away its health. The MC smiles as he reveals that he has been using the Devil's Bloodstone all this time to drain its mana. However, even with its mana depleted, the boss seems to be attacking them. The MC orders everyone to retreat. The boss tries to catch them but falls since it has gotten weak. Before leaving the room, the MC looks back and reveals that he was keeping most of his skeletons on the first floor. As everyone gets to safety, he detonates the pile of dead kobold bodies his minions stacked below the boss. With no mana left to regenerate, the boss dies. For defeating the fallen tree spirit, the MC earns 12,140 gold and levels up to 10. The system also rewards him with a roulette ticket since he's the 69th person to reach level 10. His max number of minions rises by 5, and he now has a new skill, Death Response. It allows him to summon 10 zombies for 10 minutes without affecting his minion count. He realizes that he can now control up to 25 undead. In addition to this, he also has the token of the Dragon Knight. As he raises his sword, he is confident that he can now beat the Vampire Lord. The Dragon Knight's token is actually the Masterless Sword that increases his strength by 6. Though he can't open the dragon egg yet because he isn't a dragon tamer, he learns he can hatch it by keeping it for 5,000 days. He can also reduce that time by killing powerful monsters using that sword. The MC realizes that he will have to wait 13 years to use the dragon egg. Jisoo tells him that it must be the penalty for not having the right class for the sword. Sungwoo tells them that he can prove himself to the sword by killing monsters, which means the more monsters he hunts, the less time it will take for the egg to hatch. However, the sword also gives him strength, so he is quite happy to keep it. Hanho tells him that his phone is ringing. He receives a message from Taeseong, who was sent to Haegung Square to spy on the vampires. He reports that many people are there, but no vampires have appeared yet. The MC is relieved that he is still doing okay. While back at the factory, he ordered him to blend in with the rest of the survivors and keep an eye on the vampires. He also advised him to send him a private message if anything happens. Taesong happily accepted the job since he had been spending time with vampires all along. It seems like he still hasn't seen any vampires in the supposed safe zone. Just then, one of his orc skeletons informs him that they found 2 dead werewolves. The MC wonders if the tree spirit killed them. He revives them and adds them to his army. He now has 5 werewolves and his minion count is at 15. Now that he is fully equipped, the MC decides to head toward Hwaseong to eliminate the vampires. Meanwhile, survivors grow anxious since those who invited them are nowhere to be seen. From a nearby building, vampires watch as they wait for the right time to start killing the survivor. The vampire master enters the room and tells them that it's time for them to get ready. One of the vampires asks him if they are going to feast on the survivors, but the vampire master smirks and tells him that they are going to kill the guys who attacked the factory. The other vampires are confused since they thought they were going to party first. The vampire master tells them that the plan has changed since the guy is nearby. He wants him dead before he can disrupt their plans. The vampire master tells the others that the order is directly from the vampire lord, so they shouldn't hold back. Taesong spots the vampires heading out and immediately informs the MC through his phone. The vampires reach the elementary school as they go out looking for the MC. He is still under the vampire's curse, so they can track his location. They talk about how stupid he is to let his guard down. As they move further, they come across the body of a dire wolf. Looking at the claw marks, they find out that it was probably killed by one of his werewolf minions. They then notice a blood trail and start to follow it. The vampire master wonders how their area manager lost to a loser like this. They think that the MC is some kind of idiot who doesn't know that blood can attract monsters. One of the vampires sees that the blood trail leads to the auditorium. Upon finding the location of the MC, the vampire lord orders all of the other vampires to kill him as soon as possible. They know that he can control minions, but the vampire still thinks that he can beat him. He is expecting him to have 5 werewolf skeletons in his army. He is the vampire master and serves directly under the vampire lord. He thinks that he can easily handle 2 of them himself. Given their numbers, he is confident in their odds of winning. He leads the vampires inside and spots the MC with his minions. The vampires notice that he only has a few skeletons with him. This makes them even more confident, and they start to chase after him. As the MC runs, he leads all of them to a dead end. He stops and tells them that it will be their final resting place. The vampires start to get worried as they realize that something is wrong. He mentions that they were counting his skeletons and tells them that they don't know all of his skills. Hearing this, one of the vampires tries to mock him and asks if he has hidden a few more of his skeletons in the area. Sungwoo grins and tells him that he doesn't just command a pile of bones, he commands an army of them. With this, he summons the rest of his minions from the void and uses death response to bring in zombies. The vampires almost lose their minds when they see the zombies. Meanwhile, Sungwoo sits back and relaxes as his minions do the trick. Righty commands the skeletons to give them a small power boost, and the zombies start tearing through the vampires. The vampires almost feel suffocated due to the amount of debuffs. Sungwoo teaches them what happens when you try to fight an army of undead. One female vampire charges at the MC but is struck by kobold sorcerer's fireballs, and Righty finishes her off. The MC earns 2,000 gold for this kill. With the rest of the vampires dead, only the vampire master remains. However, he is strong. He starts tearing through the skeletons and zombies. 2 zombies manage to bite him, but he easily shakes one off. As the vampire master leaps toward MC, trying to kill him, he sits patiently and smiles at the vampire, telling him that he should look more carefully before attacking him. Hearing this, the vampire master starts to panic and asks him what he means. 2 hours earlier, as they were all standing outside the school building, the MC gave specific orders to one of his minions. He tried exploding his orc skeleton, but it didn't work. He realizes that the orc was a skeleton and not a corpse, so the skill didn't work on it. He then used his death's response skill to summon a bunch of zombies and wondered if they would explode since they were just a bunch of corpses. The MC finds out that when his zombies are moving, they are considered summoned minions, but when they stop, they are just some corpses. He detonates the remaining zombie, dealing massive damage to the vampire master. He mocks him as he falls to the ground in pain. As one of his werewolves bite his leg off, the vampire master asks Sungwoo if he really thinks he can beat their boss. The MC finishes off the vampire master with his nameless sword, earning 20,000 gold. He also reduces the egg's hatching time to 4,149 days. He revives all the vampire corpses, and since he now commands more than 5 vampire skeletons, he gains a synergy bonus. a 5% bleed effect on all their attacks, and a berserk mode before they die, which boosts their stats by 10%. Confident in his army, the MC feels ready for the next challenge. Meanwhile, he receives a message from Jisoo informing him that the vampires are on the move. The guards started acting suspiciously, asking everyone to hand over their weapons to enter the safe zone. The MC guesses that the vampire lord must have sensed the deaths of his royal guards, so he is in a hurry to catch him. Now all of his vampire guards worked for him. In the survivor camp, an old player spots werewolves impaled on a rooftop. The crowd wonders who managed to hang up there since that person must be pretty strong to beat them. It's almost Jisoo and Hanho's turn for the weapon check. She looks at one of the guards who tells the players that they are taking away their weapons for the safety of other players. He claims that they have managed to kill 4 werewolves, so they have no use for their weapons. Jisoo feels disgusted by the humans working with vampires. All they want is to make it easier for the vampires to kill those people. Just then, Taishong sneaks up and tells her that he hid her twin swords as planned, thanks to their friend Yongshik, who is a 2-star swordsman. Hanho asks him if he also prepared the stuff he asked for, and Taishong confirms it. After passing the check, they join the other players. Soon, the vampire lord appears with his minions, all in masks, clearly enraged about the MC. Hanho immediately figures out that it is the vampire lord, and guesses that they are wearing their masks to hide their fangs. The group has hidden the swords somewhere safe, and now all they have to do is to wait for the MC to arrive. As the vampire lord starts his speech, the vampires in masks surround the entire crowd. Addressing the crowd, the vampire lord proclaims that humanity's downfall is inevitable due to its weakness. The vampire lord pulls down his mask as he tells everyone that they are destined to be sacrificed in order to facilitate the next stage of evolution. Fear grips the survivors as vampires begin attacking. They find an opening and try to get out, but it's surrounded by electric fences. All of them have fallen into the vampire's trap and are now trapped. The vampire lord smiles as he sees everyone desperately trying to escape. In the chaos, Jisoo tries to lead the survivors to safety. The vampire lord notices the swords in her hands and wonders how she has a weapon. At the same time, Kyungsoo crashes the school bus into the fence. This destroys the electric barrier, giving the players a chance to escape. Jisoo and Hanho jump out, leading survivors to safety. Furious, the vampire lord turns to the MC who just got off the bus. He looks at the vampire lord with a smirk and mockingly calls him the Mosquito King. He looks at the vampires and asks them why they aren't having fun. The vampire lord starts laughing and says that he is right on time. He looks at him with his sharp fangs and says that they are going to have a lot of fun. He then turns to Madame Yang and tells her that their party hasn't been to a good start. She says that they are missing their main course and orders the other vampires to surround the fleeing survivors. The vampire lord asks him if he is going to rescue the survivors, but he reassures the lord that his teammates can handle the vampire girl. The vampire lord laughs as he hears the word teammates and tells him that if the circumstances were different, he might have even hired him to work for him. Sungwoo tells him that he doesn't need that since he has friends of his own. Suddenly, a werewolf skeleton jumps out of the bus and goes for the vampire king. He feels disappointed and asks him if he really thought it could kill him. As the vampire lord tries to fight the werewolf, he realizes that it's a trap, loaded with goblin corpses. The MC detonates it, causing a massive explosion. All the vampires start to get worried as they see their boss on the ground. They tell themselves that he won't be defeated that easily. They see the MC going inside the bus and chase after him, but all they find inside is a bunch of monster bodies. Sungwoo escapes through a hole just as he detonates the bus, taking out a large number of vampires. Meanwhile, Madame Yang is hunting the survivors with human collaborators. The humans following her hear the explosion and wonder if something has happened to the vampire lord. She assures them that he is too powerful and can't be killed by the MC. She tells them to focus on hunting the survivors instead. However, as she looks back, she sees both of them dead on the ground. She senses a deadly presence behind her and narrowly dodges an attack from Jisoo. She looks at the vampire girl with fire in her eyes as she prepares to take her on by herself. Hanho and Taesong manage to lead the survivors to a safe place. Everything seems to be going well for them thanks to Sungwoo's plan. Hanho has his daggers with him just in case, but they hope that they don't need to use them. Unfortunately for them, a vampire appears from behind. The vampire lord had stationed him there to guard the perimeter. The vampire mocks them for getting caught and asks them if they will help him to level up. Taesong rushes in to fight, thinking this vampire looks weaker than the others. Hanho tries to stop him but to no avail. The vampire dodges Taesong's attacks and nearly bites his neck, but Hanho interrupts just in time, throwing his daggers. The vampire leaps into the air to avoid Taesong's punch, but Hanho throws more daggers, hitting the vampire in the face and knocking him to the ground. Hanho can't believe that he has just defeated a vampire. However, he soon realizes that he hasn't received any gold yet, so it's probably not over. Furious but still alive, the vampire stands up and curses them for scarring his beautiful face. Meanwhile, the MC has cleared out the lower-level vampires with the explosion. He knows the real threat is still out there. The vampire lord suddenly umps onto the bus. This time he even has wings. Bro bought a premium skin. The MC realizes that it won't be that easy to kill him. He summons his undead minions from the void as the Vampire Lord charges toward him. When the Vampire Lord lands in the center of his orc skeletons, he smashes through them with ease. Realizing they won't hold him off for long, Sungwoo calls forth zombies from the ground. The Vampire Lord is a bit surprised to see the zombies, but he doesn't really care since he knows that they pose no threat to him. As the Vampire Lord kills one of them, the MC quickly tries to detonate the corpse. This time the vampire is prepared as he uses his blood flyed to create a mist of blood, shooting it at incredibly high pressure. Even though the skill is not that strong, it is enough to stop him from detonating the corpses. Switching tactics, the MC sends his werewolves forward, activating the Cerberus synergy, which boosts their strength against a single enemy. However, the Vampire Lord easily slices through 3 werewolves in one strike. The MC realizes that he can't beat the vampire in close combat, and immediately orders his minions to attack him with spears. As the Vampire Lord effortlessly dodges the spears, he says that it is boring for him. He claims that this is the limit of the humans who remain unevolved. Sungwoo asks him if he calls monsters like himself evolved. The Vampire Lord proudly tells him that it is a vast improvement over humans. He believes that the strong is meant to rule the weak. That's just how things have worked out in all of human history. Modern society wants to treat him like an outcast, since he is a serial killer. However, he finally got his chance when the apocalypse started. The Vampire Lord thinks that he is one of the chosen ones like other humans. He believes that someone chose him to lead the world to its next stage of evolution. Sungwoo grabs his head as he realizes that the vampire's plan is just some crap show. He asks him if he still believes in all that, telling him that no one has taken it seriously in the last 100 years. The Vampire Lord keeps yapping about being the new form of evolution, till he hears Madame Yang calling him for help. She can't believe she is losing to a human since she thinks that she is superior to her. During their entire fight, she hasn't managed to land a single hit on Jisoo. She tells him that the reason she hasn't hit her once yet is because she hasn't done any training all this time. She has impressive strength, but all her attacks look the same and have no coordination. This happened because she spent all her time around the Vampire Lord and taking easy experience. Jisoo lands a powerful double slash on Madame Yang, taking her down and finishing her off. She thanks her for bringing back her self-confidence. Meanwhile, things aren't going well for Hanho and Taesung. The vampire offers them a chance to join him, saying that in this unfair world, they'd have better odds of survival than vampires under the Vampire Lord's protection. He tells him that they were once ordinary students like them. They had no other option to survive in this world crawling with monsters, so they decided to team up with someone strong and live off of them. He asks them again if they want to join him. Hanho tells him that he is right, which makes Taesung think that he is going to team up with the vampire. However, he says that the side he chose is way stronger than his. Suddenly, a rider on a motorbike appears behind the vampire, catching his attention for just a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Hanho throws a dagger. The vampire dodges, and the dagger hits the rider in his chest. Fortunately, he is unharmed because he has a minion sitting in front of him. Turns out, it was all part of Hanho's plan, and his real target was the goblin. He turns into his Gigachad form and stands confidently in front of the vampire. The vampire starts to tremble as he sees him in this form. He tries to hit him with full force, but it doesn't affect him. The vampire feels like he is hitting a metallic wall. Hanho towers over him and hits him with rapid stabs using his high-speed slash skill. Taesung and Kyungsu also join the fight, attacking the vampire together. The vampire tries to strike Taesung, but Hanho blocks the attack with his body. He tells the vampire that he has been boosting his agility all this time to evade his enemies, so he has no chance to run away. He acts as a punching bag for the vampire while the other two try to finish him off. The vampire senses that their individual attacks aren't strong enough, but when combined, they can actually knock him out. Moreover, they also have a fast-moving tank to protect him. While hitting the vampire with his dagger, Hanho realizes that he is losing his power. The vampire also figures out that his skill must have a time limit. Right then, a goblin gets thrown at Hanho, which he kills with his knife, reactivating his skill. One of the guys is assigned to throw goblins at him from a safe distance. Hanho taunts the vampire, telling him that he can keep powering up as many times as he wants since they have plenty of goblins on standby. He reminds him how he said that living with the strongest was the best way to survive. He says that he was completely wrong. True survival happens through friendships with people you can trust. Bro is about to defeat a vampire with the power of friendship. He hits a weird pose and says that they survive with love and peace. The vampire trembles in fear and claims that he is losing since they are ganging up on him. He is not wrong though. Meanwhile, the Vampire Lord grows furious at his elite vampire's failure as he watches them die one by one. Sungwoo tells the Vampire Lord it's his turn next and that he already knows all his weaknesses. First, the Vampire Lord can't use weapons. Initially, he thought that they had no use for weapons since they had sharp claws, but after controlling some vampires as his minions, he came to know that it was a penalty for their class. Considering the type of weapons, it is a huge disadvantage for them. Second, he has low defense but high regeneration. His movements are also big and inefficient. Third, he has no mana, which means that he has to rely on blood for his abilities. The MC reveals that he's been using Devil's Bloodstone, which was draining his health with each hit. His final weakness was that he talked too much. The MC tells him that if he were in his place, he wouldn't talk to his enemies and go straight for the Necromancer. Enraged, the Vampire Lord activates a blood field and charges at him, but Righty steps in and deflects his attack using a parry skill. Righty then throws a bottle of slime liquid at the Vampire Lord's face. The acid starts to melt his skin and blur his vision. Low on blood and too weak to regenerate, he's now vulnerable. The MC orders his minions to finish the Vampire Lord. Although he's still a threat, he's visibly weakened. Smelling blood, he heads towards some werewolves hung as trophies on a nearby building. He reaches the rooftop, only to be ambushed by a werewolf minion, who stabs him from above. Sungwoo mocks him, revealing he'd been sourcing his werewolf minions from that very building. Severely wounded, the Vampire Lord crashes to the ground. The MC decides to end it dramatically, so his minions toss the Vampire Lord into a room filled with monster corpses. He then detonates the building, finally killing the Vampire Lord. He earns 10,000 gold for killing a special player, along with 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket for completing the No Country for Wicked Men quest. His destiny is altered, granting him an exclusive skill. When his group arrives, they celebrate their victory together. He looks back at them and smiles as he thinks that the world may be coming to an end, but he is going to stick with them. The next morning, everyone is singing his praises. Some of them had been rescued by Sungwoo's group before. Hanho tells him that a lot of people have started to recognize them. The celebration is interrupted by the arrival of a regiment of soldiers led by Sergeant Kim. He tells them that he saw the epic battle from a distance, and was curious about how it was. Suing greets him with a smile and says that he is glad to see him doing well. He asks him why he is here. The sergeant tells him that they were monitoring a group of people who claimed they were creating safe zones for survivors. However, they never imagined the situation to turn this chaotic. The MC looks at them and feels relieved that they didn't try to do anything about the vampires, since they don't look all that strong to him. Kim reveals to him that someone wants to meet him. The MC is confused and asks him who it is. Kim smiles and tells him that the Korean army is still alive and well. Meanwhile, an army officer stares out the window with 4 stars on his hat. At night, the MC stands in an office and looks at his profile. He is currently at level 10 and has about $300,000 gold. He received half of this gold from his recent battle. He realizes that running and hunting monsters is nowhere near as efficient as doing quests. His skill has also upgraded and he can now make bone armor in addition to making bone weapons. As he creates the armor, it immediately starts to wrap on his skin. It fits him perfectly and leaves little room for attacks. Moreover, he can move pretty well with the armor. He decides to equip all of his minions with the armor to make them more durable. The quest also gave him an item. It's a heroic rank crossbow that allows him to fire arrows without needing to reload it. This is a perfect weapon for him, since he mostly stays in the back lines. With these new upgrades, he feels a lot stronger and thinks that he can beat anyone. He suddenly starts feeling a fire burning behind him. He looks back to see his old home burning to the ground and his parents calling him out for help. They ask him for his help since he is strong now. Sungwoo tries to summon his minion, but he realizes that he is just a kid. He watches helplessly as his parents suffer in the fire. This makes him scared, and he runs away. All of this was part of his past. He thinks to himself that he is still that same weak kid. The nightmare wakes him up from his sleep. Hanho watches him waking up and tells him that he has been sleeping all day. He points to the door and tells him that Sergeant Kim is back with those soldiers from the last day. When they asked him to accompany them back to base, he sent them away telling them that if someone wanted to meet him, they could come to him. He didn't want to meet them back then since he was so tired. He gets up and tells Hanho to make the people wait outside for a bit. In his mind, he is still thinking about that dream. He wants to become stronger so he doesn't have to leave anyone behind anymore. As Hanho tries to keep the soldiers outside, the lieutenant pushes him away and goes in. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Major Taeyong Park and asks the MC if he is the Necromancer. Sergeant Kim is also with the lieutenant. The major sits down and says that he doesn't want to waste any time, so he will get to business right away. He explains that they were monitoring a suspicious group in Hwaseong and asks him if he was the one who took them out. He wants to know what he did exactly, and if he would like to join them on their future missions. The MC tells him that he can tell him how he defeated the guy, but he doesn't understand how he will help them in their missions. Lieutenant Taeyong points at him and says that he wants him to join the army. This makes the MC annoyed as this is the last thing he wants to do. He asks him why he should join the army. The guy continues yapping about how the army and the government can help restore order with his help. They basically want him to do everything since they are useless in this apocalypse. He mentions a guy named the prosecutor of Yeongdeungpo and says that he is going to create some renegade group. That guy helped save citizens and created the first guild in Korea. He was also the one to establish safety zones. The MC thinks he is quite the man since he also beat a boss monster in his area. Lieutenant Taeyong has a different opinion about that guy since he rejects the government and doesn't want to side with the army. The MC coldly tells him that he disagrees with his statement. He says that they have no right to declare anyone of being a renegade group. The army and the government failed to protect the people in this time of crisis. Everyone was forced to adapt to the situation and survive. He tells the army guy that he would rather be a mercenary than join the army. The lieutenant grabs him by the collar as he gets furious, but the MC smacks his hand and gets up to leave. He tells him that he will regret not joining them since he won't be able to survive alone. Sungwoo looks back at him with Righty by his side and says that he likes to be alone. Bro literally has an army with him. The players feel a lot safer with the soldiers around. Hanho doesn't like this since he thinks that they are the ones who saved them and not the army. Jisoo tells him that it can't be helped since people need someone to rely on. Hanho also feels better with them being around since they can probably fight better than an ordinary guy. She looks at the soldiers and notices that they look a bit anxious. This makes her curious since they are trained to remain calm in such a situation. Hanho goes to some soldiers and asks them if they work with Sergeant Kim. He tells them that he met him a while ago and came across a soldier called Kwan. He asks the soldiers if he can meet him. One of the soldiers tells him that he doesn't really know where people in other units may be stationed. The other soldier says that it's classified information so they can't tell him anything. Jisoo hears this and finds it odd since he is only asking about a private. They both think that something is wrong with the soldiers. Meanwhile, Sungwoo steps out of the office after rejecting the offer of the army lieutenant. He was hoping to be on good terms with the army, but the lieutenant made him lose his mind. As he walks away, he gets approached by Sergeant Kim, who apologizes to him since he was the one who asked him to meet the lieutenant. The MC understands that he was just following orders so doesn't hold anything against him. He asks him if the lieutenant sent him to make him change his mind. As Kim nervously laughs, Sungwoo sighs and says that the army must really need him. The sergeant tells him that they do need him, but the way the battalion commander talked to him was not right. He then gets closer to him and says that he wants to show him something top secret. As the two of them move through the underground parking lot, the MC wonders what the secret could be. The sergeant raises his hand and signals him to stop since there are several soldiers ahead. He tells him that they can get executed if they are found out. However, the soldiers are all demoralized, so he thinks they can sneak past them. This makes the MC even more curious about the secret since the sergeant is willing to put his life on the line. The two of them move down some stairs and enter a room. Here the sergeant shows him a glowing crystal stored in a box. He explains that it is called the Prophecy Stone. There are several of them scattered throughout the world, and whoever touches them can see a vision of the future. If someone finds the stone, it puts them at a huge advantage compared to other players. Sungwoo finally touches the stone and starts to experience a vision. He is floating in the air almost as if he is in a dream. Suddenly a skeleton wyvern flies past him. As he looks below, all he can see are corpses. It seems like the entire city has been turned into undead minions. As he looks through the skeletons, he notices himself and Jisoo standing among them. Hanho, like always, is below, among the less important minions. The MC realizes that the one responsible for all of this is the Lich King, who stands on top of the minion army. As he is watching the Lich King, he suddenly turns towards him and burns him into ashes. The MC is sent back to his own body, and a system notification informs him that the events will occur on January 1st. He starts to tremble and grabs his arm. The sergeant tells him that he saw an army of skeletons in his vision, and it made him think of him. Sungwoo receives an exclusive quest where he has to seize the Grim Reaper's scythe. He needs to be level 15 in order to find out the location of the scythe, and if he can't do it before January, he will be overpowered by the Lich King, thus making the vision true. He faces palms as he realizes that he has another quest because of the sergeant. He only has 2 months left to reach level 15 and to find the scythe. He did look badass in the vision he saw, but he doesn't want to live that future. He asks the sergeant about the boss monster of their area. He has been avoiding them since it was a bit risky to find them, but now he has no time to be cautious. Moreover, they are the quickest way to level up. Sergeant Kim tells him that he does know of a boss monster, and it is the greatest source of frustration for the lieutenant. His biggest aim was to clear the area of any monsters and to re-establish stability. However, that is impossible without players like him. Hearing this, the MC agrees to help him defeat the boss monster, but he says that he isn't doing it for free. He wants to be paid for his service. The soldiers go back to the commander and tell him that the MC is demanding over 100,000 gold to join them. This makes him enraged, and he asks how he dared to make such a demand. One of the soldiers tells him that they don't really have anyone as powerful as him. He has seen him fighting vampires by himself, and it looked shocking. The commander thinks for a second and asks him if he thinks that Sergeant Kang could beat him. The soldier tells him that Sergeant Kang might be strong, but the MC has an entire army with him. The commander really doesn't want to agree to his demands, but the soldier explains that no matter what they try, they can't beat him since he is even more powerful than a battalion. As the lieutenant starts thinking again, Sergeant Kim arrives and tells him that hiring the MC would be more tea than worth it. He assures him that he is true to his words. The army troops bring in about 60,000 gold per day, so they have to pay the MC almost 2 days' worth of gold. The commander knows that it is too much, but he has no other choice since they have to secure the strategic points. One of those points is the 0-1 fighter wing. A terrifying monster has taken control of the airstrip, which prevents the army from using their planes. They tried sending in dozens of men, but none of them stood a chance against the monster. If they can get rid of the monster, they will be able to travel by air. Keeping all of this in mind, the commander finally agrees to the demands of the MC. However, he promises to make him pay someday. As one of the soldiers hands him the agreed amount of gold, he asks him to proceed with the mission as soon as possible. Sung-woo can't leave the area for 5 days because of the event. He asks the soldier if it's okay for him to beat the monster within those 5 days. The soldier tells him that they need to repair the airport and also access damages, so he has to do it in 3 days. He also introduces him to Sergeant First Class Kang, who is a survivor of the team who was sent to take out the monster. The sergeant looks at the MC and says that he will be his assistant, even though his rank is higher than him. He asks him his level, expecting it to be lower than his own. However, Sung-woo confidently tells him that he is level 10. This shocks the sergeant and he asks him if he has been using some sort of cheats. He says that he has been hunting orcs non-stop, but his level is still not that high. The MC coldly tells him that he just needs to hunt stronger monsters. The sergeant is clearly getting mad. He tells him that the boss inside the airport is on a whole different level. The MC thanks him for the advice and tells him to try to level up in the next 3 days. Meanwhile, the survivors are looking for him since they trust his protection. Kyung-soo looks at them and realizes that there are even more people to protect now. He wonders what they are going to do with all these people. He has instructed Hanho's dad to only deploy the safe zone when there is a danger, since it costs gold to maintain. The mother asks him what they should do now. He tells her they will create their own town with the remaining survivors. Everyone that survived must have some kind of abilities that they can put to use. The people well suited for everyday tasks can be builders. People who are good at fighting can act as hunters. Their main goal is to increase their gold and military strength. Hanho's parents start clapping for him as they hear his plan. He tells them that it wasn't his idea and he was simply instructed by the MC. He feels like he doesn't deserve their praise since he failed the people who put their trust in him. Seeing him like this, Hanho's dad gave him some words of wisdom and told him that he tried his best to lead those people, and this is something that requires courage to do. Meanwhile, the MC and his group stand among flames and a pile of monster corpses. Hanho looks around and says that it looks like a slaughter. The MC tells him that he is not wrong since they have gotten quite strong. The monsters who try to attack them get killed on the spot. Those who try to call for help have to face his minions. Those who try to attack in a large group get blown by his explosions, and if there are still any of them left, he finishes them off with his crossbow. As the group walks inside the building, they come across a marker with a hammer sign on it. The MC wonders what it means and decides to go inside the room. Inside, he finds various crafting tools and gets a notification informing him that he can combine 3 of his items. The combination will cost him 100,000 gold. The MC is in disbelief as he realizes that he can combine his legendary items. He wonders how powerful the resulting item will be. The MC has the Tear of the Sea Spirit, which he got from the store, and the Devil's Bloodstone, which he received after killing the Orc Chief. He also has the Slime Core from the Slime Boss. He thinks to himself that he should collect items that can be combined together. Hanho reminds him that the resulting item will be something random. He hopes that it will turn into an item that he can use. Sung-woo tells him that he is lucky, so it probably won't happen. The system notifies him that the combination process will cost $100,000 gold, and there is a 2% chance that he can lose his items. He proceeds with the process anyway. The items finish combining, and the MC receives a new item. This item is called the Chaos Crystal. It grants the player the Chaos attribute, which increases their mana and mana regeneration, while also giving them the ability to steal health and mana with their attacks. Sung-woo wonders if the Chaos attribute is different from the Devil's attribute which he previously had. He was expecting to get an item above legendary rank, but this was also an upgrade. Previously, he had to drain all of the mana from the enemy before he could absorb their health, but now he can steal them both at the same time. Both of his friends congratulate him on his new item. As Jisoo steps forward towards the crafting machine, she also gets a notification that she can craft 2 of her items. It will cost her 15,000 gold. After combining, she receives a blade that has an on-off ignition function. The blade also causes burns when she hits an enemy. She looks quite satisfied with her new item. Hanho looks at the 2 of them and slams the crafting table in anger, asking about his combined item. However, he doesn't get a notification. Sung-woo feels bad for him and tells him that he will buy him something from the store. When they reach the old car complex, they find out that the store is entirely destroyed. Hanho starts crying and asks them who did it. The MC looks at the broken screen and tells them that it wasn't the job of a monster. There is some writing engraved on the wall warning them of a new species that is going to replace them. The writing looks like claw marks, but it's too perfect to be written by a monster. The MC guesses that it's probably the work of someone intelligent who possesses the ability to understand human language. The group decides to head back for now. As they go out, they come across Sergeant Kim once again. They ask him what he is doing here. He tells him that he and the other soldiers got a ground quest, so they were out here hunting. He explains that it's basically like a daily quest, where they have to hunt a certain number of monsters at the end of the day. If they successfully complete the quest, their commander gets the rewards. The MC asks him if the soldiers receive any reward. Sergeant Kim reveals that their attack power and strength increase by 10% if they complete the quest. However, no matter how many goblins they kill, they keep appearing out of nowhere. It almost seems like they are respawning. The sergeant hopes that it's not the case, since then all of their sacrifices would have been for nothing. Jisoo asks him if any of his soldiers tried running away, since they must be dying to see their families. He reveals that a lot of soldiers ran away at first, but the number went down when they realized that they couldn't survive alone. Moreover, desertion was not treated well in the army. Currently, the army is just sending them on these quests each day, without any strategy or plan. It seems like they are trying to buy time. All of their gold is stripped away, so they can't even use the online forum. The MC realizes that the army hasn't adapted to the situation adequately. This is why the guilds of people like the prosecutor of Yeongdongpo had a better chance of growing. The MC decides to continue moving and offers the sergeant to treat the injured soldiers in their town. Meanwhile, the players in the town are getting attacked by a bunch of huge bear monsters. The defense team tries to hold it off, but the monsters are just too strong. They slash through the defense line easily. The players leave their posts and start running for their lives. Kyungsoo tries to call them back, but no one listens. Before he knows it, one of the bear monsters is standing directly on top of him. He starts to wonder why it is all happening while the MC is away. He suddenly gets a wave of motivation and charges at the bear with his spear. He slashes one of them in the eyes, causing the bear to go blind. This gives him even more confidence, and he begins to think that he can buy more time. However, he immediately gets clawed by another bear that sneaks up on him. As the bear almost kills him, he calls out to the MC for help. Out of nowhere, Righty jumps in and slashes both arms of the bear. As the bear cries in pain, Jisoo stabs it in the face with her flaming sword. Hanho also joins the fight and finishes off the remaining bear. Finally, the MC steps in with his minions. He is happy that some strong monsters showed up, since he was looking for some new minions. The soldiers are amazed as they watch his power with their very own eyes. He receives a synergy bonus, Wild Tyrant, for having more than 4 bears in his team. This bonus lowers enemy defenses by 10% and boosts his allies' defenses by 10%. Sergeant Kim looks at his group and realizes that it's not just him, but the entire group that is strong. All of them use their powers efficiently to fight. He clenches his axe in his hand as he thinks to himself that it's not fair. He believes that his fellow soldiers and their replacements could have also fought like them if they hadn't been forced into a battle without any kind of plan. He doesn't think that they deserve to die and wonders if he did the right thing by obeying the orders of his seniors. The MC then tells Sergeant Kim to inform the commander that he's ready to fight the boss and retake the airstrip. The next morning, survivors of the last bear attack receive healing. Hanho and Jisoo praise Kyungsoo for holding off the werebears alone. Sungwoo also tells him that he did well, since anyone would have had trouble holding them on by themselves. Sergeant Kong arrives and mocks the condition of the town. The MC doesn't like that this is his reaction to a bunch of people dying. He explains that they had been attacked by werebears the night before, to which Sergeant Kang smugly replies that he knows werebears are tough opponents, as he defeated one himself. Sergeant Kim had already informed Sungwoo that Sergeant Kang has a high-ranking class, a 3-star striker, who fights with martial arts instead of weapons. However, he wasn't sure about the combo card he picked during the second phase. Sergeant Kim asks Kang if he is ready for the boss fight since the MC has finished all his preparations. Kang gets mad as he thinks that he is acting like the MC's messenger. He smacks him on the foot and says that Sungwoo can tell him everything by himself. He then asks him if he is killing monsters like he is supposed to do. When Kim responds positively, he asks him why he is complaining about his comrades dying on the job every day. As he walks away, he says that he isn't bringing in as much gold as he used to, and also mentions that the commander is tracking their location in real time. The MC also hears this and realizes that the way the army extorts gold from the soldiers is pretty much like slaves. Sergeant Kim has enough of Kang. He lashes at him, accusing Kang of causing the deaths of many of his comrades just because he wanted to level up. Kang strangles him and asks him if he has forgotten his place. He says that all the privates need to keep their mouths shut and continue bringing in gold, since he is the one who fights tough monsters. He says that the troops died because of his own incompetence. Kang mocks him for choosing the blacksmith class, and says that he is too scared and wants to hide behind others. In reality, Kim chose to be a battlesmith because he wanted to do whatever he could to keep his troops alive. Sungwoo is clearly fed up with all of this. He grabs him by the arm and tells him that he doesn't have time for this drama. Kang shrugs him off and says that he really wants to teach the guy a lesson, but they need to move on. He apologizes to him since he has to see all of it. Kim explains that Sergeant Kang feels threatened by the MC, and that's why he was taking it all out on him. Sergeant Kim then leaves with his team to prepare for the upcoming boss battle. Sungwoo feels bad for him, but he can't really help him. The MC and the soldiers reach the airstrip, which is in terrible shape. Kang says that he messed around with the boss the previous day and it was pretty strong. The MC looks at him with an annoyed expression since he hasn't shared anything useful with him till now. He knows that he doesn't want the raid to fail, but he is still too envious to tell him everything. However, Sergeant Kim has already told him about the boss, so he isn't worried. Finally, the boss monster shows up. It's a massive troll that looks even bigger than the aircraft. The MC is shocked to see the monster since it is a lot bigger than he thought. He has to change his plan to overpower the boss using his werebears since it won't work. The boss notices them and starts walking towards them. Sergeant Kang mockingly tells him that it's still not too late for him to give up his 100,000 gold and run away. The MC raises his hand and tells him he is fine. It's not like he only had one plan. Sungwoo uses Death Response, sending his zombies to latch onto the troll's legs, but the troll quickly smashes them with a single ground-shaking attack. He then detonates a zombie to blast the troll, but the troll monster heals rapidly. The MC realizes that it has incredible defense since it should have been weakened by the curse, but it seems like it's not affecting the boss at all. This boss doesn't really have any unique abilities like the slime monster or the vampires, but it has incredible physical strength. Kang starts to talk crap again and says that they can't even run now since they will lose a bunch of soldiers. The MC isn't planning on leaving without defeating the boss, so he stands his ground and decides to fight back. Even though Hanho is scared out of his mind, he stands with Jisoo and his friend to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, the company commander informs Lieutenant Kang that the prosecutor of Yangdong-po is gaining influence by uniting survivor groups. The commander wants to update the public about the status of the army through a forum post, but the lieutenant stops him, saying that the army can't trust an unverified communications network. He tells him that information is their bloodline, and as soon as they reveal themselves to the public, they can risk giving away their position to the enemy. They still don't know who created this game. Hearing this, the commander isn't sure if that's the best strategy. They might not know everything about the system, but it's still too impactful in this world to be ignored. It is the only thing allowing them to communicate with their troops. The lieutenant asks him if all the troops have been informed. He is planning to kill Sungwoo after the troll boss is defeated since he doesn't want to leave any threats that don't cooperate with them. He already sent Sergeant First Class Kang to oversee the plan and then steal all of Sungwoo's valuables. The lieutenant is still worried about the MC's friends, especially Jisoo, and asks if they pose any threat to them. The commander tells him that she is just a girl, so she won't be that strong, and the other friend is practically useless. He dares call him useless after what happened in the last chapter. The lieutenant orders him to go to the airstrip and make sure the plan works smoothly. He doesn't want to kill them right away since he wants them to give away all of their gold first. The commander realizes that it feels more like a robbery than a mission, since the lieutenant is more worried about stealing gold than killing a potential threat. Back on the battlefield, Hanho tanks all of the troll's attacks with his invincibility skill, barely feeling the impact. As the troll tires, Jisoo stabs him from behind, leaving her sword embedded with an invincible rope attached. Hanho then circles the troll with the rope, surprising Kang, who thought that the MC's friends were just leeching off him. After seeing them in action, he wonders if Sungwoo got famous by taking credit for their achievements. Hanho's invincibility is about to expire, but Sergeant Kim has a fresh supply of goblins ready to recharge him. Hanho throws a knife to take out some goblins, which reactivates his force field. Sergeant Kang is in disbelief to see that he is killing goblins while fighting the boss, but he soon realizes that his skill requires him to kill monsters in order to stay in effect. He looks at Jisoo and thinks that she isn't trained for human combat. He believes that he can still take her out since fighting humans, and monsters is a completely different thing. However, he didn't expect himself to end up in a situation like this. He wonders if he should just kill the MC right now. As Sungwoo stares down the monster, he has a flashback of their plan. Hanho and Jisoo suggested tying down the monster's feet using a rope. He thought it was too dangerous, and said that it was better for his minions to do this job. Jisoo told him that if his minions were killed, their entire plan would fail. Moreover, the two of them were quicker than the minions, so they had a better chance of tying him up. The MC still was skeptical about the plan's safety, and told them that he needed time to think. Jisoo told him that he wasn't their babysitter, so he didn't have to think about them so much. They were partners, and he needed to trust them. Back in the boss fight, the MC watches as the two of them successfully tie down the boss monster, causing it to collapse. He tells them that he is impressed by their growth. Now, it's his turn. He uses his Great Spirit skill to summon all of his minions from his inventory. Sergeant Kang is terrified upon seeing this and wonders if this is the true power of a necromancer. One of his minions hands him the Dragon Knight's masterless sword, and he charges the boss. With the boss tied down, they all start attacking him non-stop. The boss manages to eat one of the orc skeletons as it tries to hit him, but the MC immediately detonates the skeleton's bag full of corpses, causing a massive explosion in the boss's mouth. He then steps up and strikes the boss's head with the masterless sword, finishing it off. For killing the boss, he earns 220,000 gold and levels up to 11, boosting all his stats by 2 points and receiving a special item chest. By killing the boss with the masterless sword, he reduces the egg's hatching time by 98 days, leaving 4,950 days until it hatches. As his level-up skill, he selects the Great Bone Weapons card, allowing him to create more weapon types from bones. Sergeant Kang can't believe that the boss is dead. The MC looks at him and tells him that he has fulfilled his contract. He says that he will be keeping the corpse of the boss since his only mission is to kill it. Kang wonders if he will be able to kill him if he attacks him now. He has 20 soldiers behind him, so he is feeling confident. He plans to get closer to him and break his neck in one go. Sungwoo smiles since he already knows what the sergeant is thinking. He tells him that it's too late for that. Realizing that he has been exposed, Kang tries to hit him up front. His attack causes a huge explosion, but the MC manages to block it using his shield. Kang is in disbelief to see that his surprise attack failed. He orders the soldiers to take care of the minions while he fights the MC. He thinks that the MC will be too weak to fight without his skeletons. As he attacks him again, Sungwoo defends it with his shield and it breaks. He tries to hit him back with the sword, but Kang kicks his arm, throwing the sword away. He laughs as he thinks that the MC is out of weapons. Suddenly he gets slashed in the face with a dagger. He quickly retreats, but the attack leaves a cut on his face. He asks the MC how he managed to obtain the dagger when he clearly didn't have anything a second ago. Sungwoo tells him that his armor is also made of bones and he can convert it into weapons. The sergeant screams at him, claiming that he is still far superior to him when it comes to close combat. He suddenly finds himself surrounded by skeletons. The MC reminds him that he can also create weapons using skeleton bones. He uses his skill and creates bone spears to trap him. The sergeant calls for help, but his soldiers reveal they're already siding with the MC. Sergeant Kim speaks up, saying that they have finally decided to survive. All the soldiers are tired of being slaughtered like sheep under his leadership. Kang screams as he tells them that it is a mutiny. They are not even fighting to protect the citizens. All they are doing is to earn gold for the army. The rest of the soldiers also join in with Sergeant Kim and say that he is right. Suddenly the company commander arrives and asks what's going on. Sergeant Kim tells him that the other platoon has revealed their real mission to them. They refuse to work for an army like this. Hearing this, the company commander tries to scare him back into line. He tells him that he can't survive alone in the current state of the world. Jisoo says that the commander is just digging himself into a hole at this point. The commander continues screaming at the soldiers and tells them that they will be penalized if they leave the army. Kim looks at Sungwoo's group and thinks to himself that they only ended up becoming slaves because they feared being penalized. However, with the MC and his friends on their side, they had nothing to fear. Sergeant Kang can't hold his rage anymore and takes out a syringe. The commander tries to stop him, but he injects the drug that transforms him into a ferocious tiger-like beast. Now crazed and stronger, he kills the company commander. Kang then looks at the MC and tries going after him, but he has to go through Jisoo first. She attacks his head, which gives him a chance to counter, but she quickly ducks thanks to her supreme sense skill. Using her flaming sword, she manages to stab his paw. Kang is strong enough in his current form to grab her with one arm and throw her away. She starts to spit out blood due to the injuries. The were-tiger suddenly sees a notification for a new synergy effect. It turns out that the MC has summoned more than 3 of his canine skeletons. He is furious to see his friend getting injured and discards the idea of keeping him alive. He orders all of his skeletons to tear him apart. Meanwhile, the lieutenant gets excited as he sees Sergeant Kim returning back from the mission. He learns from Sergeant Kim that they defeated the boss, but that the company commander and Sergeant Kang are dead. Hearing this, he nervously asks him what they did to the MC. At the same time, Sungwoo walks into the room with the were-tiger as his new minion and says that he wants to talk to him about the mission. As Kim goes back to the soldiers, they are confused since he was supposed to be on the mission. They all get terrified as they see the minions following him and say that it is treason. Kim smiles as he tells everyone that they are free now. Meanwhile, the MC throws the lieutenant in front of the commander. The commander tells him that he is disappointed since he failed to prevent the treason when he had the chance. The MC realizes why the soldiers follow him since he leads them to their death, and if anyone disobeys, they simply label it as treason. The commander disagrees with him and says that it is a legitimate mission. The only reason they survived is because they took swift action and also found a new way to boost their low morale. The MC asks him if he is referring to the game's synergy effect, which he previously declared as his enemy. He orders his troops to fight for him and makes them suffer if they disobey. The commander slams the cup on his table and claims that it helped their troops to survive. He reveals that when the apocalypse first began, they sacrificed a lot of their men to drive the monsters away. As a result, they received a special synergy effect. The commander explains that this synergy forces the soldiers to follow him. Each day, the soldiers must complete a group quest for a slight boost. but anyone who disobeys or tries to leave becomes a target for nearby monsters. All other units in their area were wiped out, but they managed to survive since they kept sending troops into battle. The MC tells him that he is just in a battle against non-intelligent and unorganized monsters. He compares the world to a survival game where humans are just pieces on a board controlled by a higher power. Then Sungwoo directly asks why he ordered his troops to kill him. The commander admits that is a threat, and he can't allow groups like his to grow and challenge the government. The MC realizes the commander doesn't even care about offending him and seems confident he can handle him with a crossbow. He tells the commander to release his soldiers from their forced allegiance and hand over all his gold. At first, the commander gets angry, insisting everything belongs to the military. But when the MC clarifies that he's not here to negotiate and will take what he wants by force, the commander backs down. He hands over 45,000 gold. The MC is a bit disappointed since he expected to be getting a lot more gold from him. Before leaving, he asks the commander about the werebeast vial. The commander hesitates but eventually reveals he bought the vial from wandering peddlers. The MC recalls seeing a slogan at a destroyed shop that matches the commander's story. This makes him believe that they were the ones who destroyed the store. He prepares to leave and reminds the commander that he will be keeping in touch with Sergeant Kim to make sure he keeps his word. As he and his minions begin to leave the room, the commander stops them and tries a surprise attack with a crossbow. The MC deflects it with his bone shield and tells him that he was already expecting something like this. The lieutenant orders the other soldiers to take him down, but the MC finishes them off using a bone spear. As he goes for the commander, he warns him about a powerful bomb called Abyss Concentrate, which he got from the peddlers. He tells him that they will both die if he presses the button. The MC casually tells him to press the button since he wonders what the Abyss effect will feel like. The commander panics as he realizes that his last resort is not working. Suddenly, a skeleton breaks the window and grabs the remote, crushing the commander's hand. The MC then orders the were-tiger to finish him off. After beheading the commander, he realizes that he is only at level 3. All he cared about was collecting gold, and surprisingly, he didn't have enough gold at the end. As the MC is thinking, he comes across a locker. As he opens it, he finds some leftover supplies, including the werebeast vials, which can temporarily transform a person into a monster. Meanwhile, outside, Hanho is trying to heal Jisoo using his new skill. He asks her why she isn't using healing potions, since those would be more efficient, but she tells him that they have a lot of injured soldiers who need treatment. Moreover, he also needs to practice his skills to level it up. He looks back at the minions and feels a bit disappointed since they don't respect him. Just then, Righty pats him on the back, which reignites his trust in humanity. The MC walks outside and asks her if she is feeling okay. She assures him that she's fine and apologizes for rushing into battle. She thought that she could match the were-tiger's power as she was a tiger hunter. Sungwoo tells her that she lost because she didn't choose her character class skill. However, it is a good thing since she is not limited to fighting only one kind of beast. He is glad Hanho's priest class is developing since it will be essential against the upcoming Lich King and his undead army. He can use his healing and the force field for close combat and his daggers when he's fighting from a distance. This makes him realize that he might even surpass him someday if he continues to get stronger. Hanho stares at his robe with the most innocent expression possible and says that it looks a lot cooler than his own. Sungwoo reveals he got this new item, the Shadow King's robe, from a chest after defeating the troll boss. This legendary robe reduces damage and lets the wearer hide in shadows until they attack, or someone uses a detection skill. Hanho feels a bit left out, never having received a legendary item himself. Just then, Sergeant Kim shows up and informs the MC that some soldiers have decided to leave to find their families. However, they decided to go to the town with them. Most of his brave and responsible soldiers died in the battle early on, and he doesn't really have enough expectations from the remaining soldiers. The MC tells everyone to head back and resume their preparations. With only 3 days left in Season 1, he knows that he has to continue hunting. The town has started to look a lot more organized with players stationed for doing specific tasks. The MC continues to level up, but his speed isn't that fast. He realizes that it might take him forever to reach level 15 if he continues at the same pace. He can easily overpower orcs now, but with his current stats, he has no way of facing the Lich King. He knows he needs to reach level 15 soon to unlock the Grim Reaper's scythe. As the chapter ends, players are notified that the main story's first chapter is over. The double gold event has ended, and the restriction on traveling between areas is now lifted. A main story guide appears, congratulating players for surviving up to Chapter 2. It explains that they'll soon discover the game's purpose and urges them to get stronger to face this new world. 3 more messages pop up, informing players that this event will last 20 days, that powerful raid bosses will spawn worldwide with valuable rewards, and that these bosses can attack safe zones. Lastly, it announces that angels and demons will be introduced later, and players can start searching for clues about these creatures scattered throughout the world. The MC realizes 2 key points in this update: the raid bosses, which can be a great source of experience for him, and the arrival of angels or demons. He lacks info on these creatures though. Hanho suddenly asks him to check the app on his smartphone. He says that Korea's server rankings are now published. Sungwoo is ranked 3rd in the Korean server, while a mysterious player named Gangseok Han is in the first spot at level 15. He can't believe how someone can achieve level 15 so quickly since he has been hunting constantly and was only able to reach level 12 recently. It's just the first ranked player that is odd. The same is true for the players at rank 4 and 5. They both appear to be from the same group, and they are still in the top rankings. Hanho screams and tells him about an online forum post from the prominent player, prosecutor of Yeongdongpo, who leads Korea's largest survival community of 500 players. The prosecutor publicly requests a meeting with the MC, inviting him to join their guild, as he's heard good things about him. He thinks they can work together to survive this crisis and uncover the game's secrets. As the MC thinks about his past, he wonders if he has an ulterior motive. However, he agrees to meet him regardless. Meanwhile, the prosecutor and his guild appear to be thriving. One of the members suggests that they should expand their territory now that travel restrictions are lifted, but another guild member warns that there are unknown threats like raid bosses and supernatural beings outside, so they should probably gather more information first. The guild leader announces that no matter the situation, it is their duty to slay monsters and protect the people since he aims to bring back the world to its previous state. The blindfolded starts getting emotional as he realizes how great of a man their leader is. The girl informs them that she tried to track down the players who were the top ranked in the forum, but she couldn't find any trace of the first guy. However, she did send a message to the Necromancer on behalf of their guild. The blindfolded guy screams as he hears the word Necromancer. Is this Hanho's twin brother? He says that the Necromancer is known for not doing any mission unless he gets paid. The girl continues staring at her phone screen and tells him that he doesn't always demand payment for everything, and when he does, it's mostly reasonable. She tells him everything that he did for the people, and says that he has a pretty good reputation online. The guild leader tells them that it is the very reason he wants to meet the Necromancer. His group only consists of 3 people, but he managed to get to level 12, which is incredible. He wants to meet him in order to make sure that he doesn't pose a threat to their future. As he is talking, the girl tells him that the Necromancer has posted a reply. He has agreed to meet with him. The leader immediately orders his team to start preparations for the meeting. Hanho asks the MC why he wants to meet the prosecutor since he was against it in the past. Sungwoo tells him that he will have to meet him eventually since he might be able to provide him with some information on how to level up. It will take forever for him to level up at his current hunting pace. As they prepare to meet, another group of players, biker gang members led by Taishong, arrives with urgent news. He tells them that they were attacked by some strange people who took his friend Young-shik. They were some bandits looking for something called the Golden Deer. Suspecting these bandits might attack their town, the MC asks Taishong to lead him to them. The bandits are beating the guy pretty badly as they ask him for information. He doesn't want to tell them the location of the town. He thinks to himself that he only needs to wait until his friend arrives. As one of the bandits tries to finish him off, the biker gang shows up with the MC. The bandits look excited as they see them and demand information on the Golden Deer. The MC tells them that he knows nothing about the Golden Deer and asks why they are looking for it. The bandit gets a bit carried away after seeing Jisoo since he expects her to be a weak girl. She looks at Sungwoo with murderous intentions and asks if she can kill him. As the MC gives her the signal, she dodges the man's attack with ease. She plays with him for a bit and immediately slashes his hand clean off. His men watch as he screams in pain. They start hitting her with some kind of magic fireball. She slashes through their boss and charges at them with incredible speed. Hanho also joins in with his final form and asks them how they dare aim a crossbow at a lady. The bandit tries to take Young-shik hostage, but the MC sneaks up on him and kills him. He receives 8,000 gold for killing the bandit while the rest of his friends run away. Seeing the robe in action, Hanho feels a bit jealous once again. Sungwoo assures him that he will let him borrow it later. Taesung tends to his injured friend and asks him what's so special about the Golden Deer. He reveals that it can give the player some specific item. Jisoo suddenly notices a golden deer in the distance. They get a hidden quest to capture the deer, which will allow them access to a hidden stage. The MC uses his zombies to try and catch the deer, but it's too fast for them. He then sends his werewolves to go after him. He chases after the deer as it heads for an alleyway. The deer stops as it encounters a werewolf. The werewolf looks back and tries to intimidate them, but seeing 3 undead werewolves in front of it, the monster decides to run away. With nowhere else to run, the golden deer is easily captured. The group earns a ticket to a hidden stage. However, the MC is worried about something else. The werewolf ran away after seeing them, which was a rational decision considering their numbers. However, the other werewolves they faced all acted like mindless animals. He wonders how it's even possible, but it's time for their meeting, so he decides to shrug it off. Everyone in the group excitedly waits for the prosecutor. Suddenly, Taishong notices some helicopters in the sky. The MC realizes that the leader wants to make a grand entrance to show off his status as the head of Korea's top guild. The prosecutor gets out of the helicopter and greets the MC with a smile. He He reveals that his real name is Jung-Hoon Choi. As both of them shake hands, the blindfolded guy takes a picture of them saying that this moment will go down in history. The MC starts to figure out the dynamic of the entire guild, since everyone seems to blindly follow their leader. He wonders if there is something else at play. The players in the town are also drawn by his appearance and his charisma. This makes Sungwoo even more suspicious, since the townspeople have never met the guy before, and are still acting like they love him. He has seen something similar in the eyes of the vampires who were willing to sacrifice themselves for their lord. He wonders if he is just overthinking. As he invites Jung-Hoon inside, he tells the MC that his town looks peaceful. The MC replies by saying that it's not that great compared to his town. The prosecutor reveals to him that they have more than 30,000 people in that town, and he isn't even considering the entire area. They will soon exceed 40,000 people. Hearing this, the MC asks if having more people is beneficial for him since he gets more workers. Jung-Hoon doesn't like this, and says that he only wants to save as many lives as possible. Moreover, most of the people in the town are not really helpful, since they are either too old or too young. No more than a quarter of the people can actually pull their own weight. Sungwoo realizes that the guy is probably the head of a family of 30,000 people. The prosecutor reveals that he always had his eye on him, but he didn't really want to recruit him to his guild. However, his mind changed after looking at the rankings. He found out that his improvement was not the result of mere luck. He starts opening up a bit and says that having a lot of people trust him makes him a bit anxious. The MC tells him that it doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would tell to a total stranger. The prosecutor explains that he lost his parents when the apocalypse first started. Even though he managed to survive by getting stronger, he still had some resentment towards the game. He reveals his plan to get back against the game someday for what it did, and to do that he needs people like him. The MC asks him if he wants him to join his guild, but the guy pulls out a box and says that he also wants something else. He shows him a prophecy stone. When Sungwoo touches it, he sees a vision of the world tree on the Yui Island, destroying everything around it. The roots spread throughout the island, killing everyone in sight. After going back, he reads a description saying that this future will occur if he fails to stop the fallen ones. The prosecutor explains to him that the world tree is going to destroy their entire world. They both need to work together if they want to prevent this from happening. It has already planted its roots in the Yui Island, and there happens to be a raid boss in the area. The MC realizes that he is assembling a raid party, and that's why he needs him. He doesn't really have a choice since the fate of the world is at stake. Sungwoo wonders if he should mention the Lich King's future to Jung-Hoon, but he decides against it, as he realizes that it probably won't happen if he manages to get the Reaper's scythe. He agrees to work with him but tells him that he won't be joining his guild. He also mentions that they equally share all rewards gathered from the raid. As they both shake on the conditions, Hanho bursts into the room and tells them that there is an emergency. He reveals that a group of raiders is heading towards their town. The prosecutor steps forward as he hears this, and says that his guild got the opportunity to show their strength before they started working together. Jung-Hoon assembles the Crusaders team, and they all stand to face the bandits approaching them. The leader stops in front of them while smoking a cigar. The prosecutor calls out to the MC and tells him that it would be helpful for both of them if they knew each other's classes. Since he already knows Sungwoo's class, he reveals to him that he is the Crusader commander. He receives powerful synergy by forming an order of knights. So basically, he gets stronger with more people on his side. The bandit leader asks one of his guys if the person they are looking for is the guy in the armor. The guy tells him that they are after the man in the cape and the girl standing with him. The leader smirks and explains to them that they are looking for the people who killed his men who raided the town. He came back to take revenge for them, but he still didn't expect to find a town with so many people. He gets excited as he wonders how much gold he can receive by killing all the players. The prosecutor knows that the bandits have already killed a lot of people, so he finds no reason to show mercy. He immediately orders his knights to charge into battle. It seems like the bandits have come well prepared as they try to hit the knights using ranged attacks. They plan to wipe them out before they can even reach the melee range. However, as all the spells and projectiles come flying at the knights, the prosecutor raises his sword and gives them a force field buff. It protects them from all the spells. The bandit leader is a bit annoyed by his spell, but he chooses to fight on. His men ride their bikes towards the knights, but their weapons prove useless against their tough armor. The knights clear through the bandits like it's nothing. Suddenly they all hear a truck coming towards them. The man driving the truck calls out to all the bandits and warns them to move out of the way. The prosecutor is ready to defend his men. He picks up his sword and charges his special move. The blindfolded guy screams at the rest of the soldiers to retreat since he knows about the destructive power of the attack. Jung-Hoon finally uses his cross spear spell, which shoots out immense energy in the shape of a cross. Everyone in the path of the spell is obliterated. The trucks are completely destroyed by a single spell. The bandits are starting to panic since none of their tricks are working. In all of this, one of the knights gets hit by 2 axes and gets blasted instantly. It is the bandit leader. He signals the axes to come back and explains that they are the vortex blades. No armor is strong enough to block them. The MC watches this and gets a bit worried since the weapon looks extremely powerful. He knows that these aren't ordinary blades. As all the knights are crumbling, the prosecutor steps forward with a smile and challenges the bandit leader for a fight. The leader feels insulted and tells him that his vortex axes are legendary rank items. Instead of dodging them, the prosecutor stands firmly in front of the attack. A huge explosion shocks the entire scene as the blades hit him. However, when the smoke clears, we see the blades completely shattered on the ground. The prosecutor mocks the leader and asks him if this is what he calls a legendary item. He uses his sword to smash the blades in half, which leaves the leader crumbling. The prosecutor receives a defense boost based on the number of knights in his party, which puts his defense among the best in the world. The MC realizes that he is basically like a walking fortress. The prosecutor raises his sword again and applies a healing buff on all the knights. A yellow light surrounds all of them, and they start to regain their strength. This is also one of his spells. He can heal his allies for the amount of damage he blocked. As long as he is standing, the knights are invincible. With the knights back in battle, he orders them to charge at the enemy. Meanwhile, Kyongsu and the rest of the survivors are hiding in the building. Hanho's dad becomes a bit curious and suggests that they see what is going on outside. Kyongsu is hesitant, but he eventually agrees, and the two of them go outside to witness the battle. A huge smoke has engulfed the battlefield. All the knights are on the ground, and it seems like the tide of battle has completely shifted. The bandit leader knew he couldn't win against the knights, so he unleashed a poison cloud that he received from the wandering salesman. It was called the Abyss Concentrate. The prosecutor held his breath as he stood in the poison. His shield was useless against it since he couldn't block poison. He wanted to make a show in front of the MC, but he realizes that he actually has to try his best if he wants to win. As he is thinking, he hears Sungwoo's footsteps behind him. He turns back to see the MC with a huge smile on his face. He inhales the poison and says that he is a good match for the bandits. Seeing him walking effortlessly in the poison, the bandit leader gets annoyed and throws a bottle towards him. However, this has the opposite effect on him since he seems to be enjoying the poison. Bro forgot he was going against a necromancer. Sungwoo takes on his awakened form and tells him that they are a good match for each other. The MC laughs as he inhales the Abyss Concentrate. It doesn't seem to be as effective as the Orc Chief's spell, but it is still enough to make him feel awakened. He decides to show off what he is capable of in front of the Liberation Guild. The bandits watch him in shock and wonder how he is still standing in the poison. One of them thinks that the poison is defective, so he takes off his mask, but it instantly kills him. Meanwhile, Sungwoo only seems to be getting stronger with each breath. He activates his death response skill and summons a bunch of zombies. The bandits quickly realize that they are up against a necromancer. The MC wants to show them his real power, so he summons all the skeletons too. The bandits run for their lives as they see the werebeasts turned into skeletons. However, the MC isn't going to let them get away this easy. He uses his corpses to blow them up. Kyongsu watches this from a distance. The MC and his talent amaze him. Hanho's mom also gets out and asks them what they are doing. The bandit leader hears them and immediately calls out all the other bandits to take them hostage, since he can't see any other way out. Kyongsu tries to protect them, but suddenly Jisoo shows up. She stands in front of them and acts like a shield. The bandits see a girl in front of them and charge at her excitedly since they think that she will be an easy target. Unfortunately for her, they can't be any more wrong. Jisoo slashes them with her flaming blade, and the bandit leader finally realizes that she is an absolute monster. He starts to panic and suddenly feels a blade in his stomach. The MC stabs him with his blade and takes the second ticket to the hidden stage. He now has both of the tickets and can activate the stage. The prosecutor asks him what it is, but before he can even figure it out, he automatically gets sent to the hidden stage. The prosecutor tries walking into the portal, but he receives a message that he can't enter. He wonders where the golden portal leads. Meanwhile, the camera guy is still taking pictures and capturing the MC. The prosecutor gets annoyed by him and tells him that he can't take any more pictures. He tells him that there are a lot of wicked people outside, so they need to be careful about what information they release to the public. The camera guy agrees with his words and assures him that he will be more careful about what he documents. Meanwhile, Jisoo is worried about the MC. The prosecutor asks her if she knows where he is. She says that she has an idea but refuses to tell him despite being affected by his likability aura. He realizes that she is suspicious of him, but she still doesn't reject him straight away, so he tries again. He explains that he might be in danger, so he just wants to know his location to help him. As Hanho begins talking, Jisoo shuts his face immediately. The prosecutor asks her if she is just going to stand around like a puppet and leave her friend in danger. She looks back at him and reveals that the MC is in the hidden stage. They are both teammates, so she trusts him to handle it on his own. The prosecutor starts to compliment her fighting skills and offers her a membership in his guild. He tells her that she will also receive a huge boost to her abilities if she joins. However, Jisoo rejects his offer and tells him that she already has a team that she can trust. As she drags Hanho away, the blindfolded guy looks at her with a fuming expression, since she talked rudely to his leader. By now, the prosecutor has also realized that it's not easy to persuade these people. Meanwhile, the MC finds himself in a golden city. A notification tells him that he will receive a special reward for clearing the stage, and if he dies, his body will just be transported back to his original location. As he tries to figure out where he is, he notices a golden minion staring at him. A few moments later, some other minions also show up. These don't seem like normal goblins, since they are not scared of him. He immediately summons Righty and orders it to teach the minions a lesson. Outside the gate, the Liberation Guild is trying to heal their injured members. Normal recovery potions aren't working, so they're using antidotes. Hearing about the antidote, the prosecutor realizes that they are dealing with a curse rather than a poison. He asks the girl what she thinks about the item. She tells him that it sounds like black magic, but she still doesn't know how the bandits managed to get their hands on it. She guesses that they probably got it from a special store. The prosecutor guild is puzzled as to why this strong curse had no effect on Sungwoo. The blindfolded guy uses his 3-star scout class and informs them that the MC was actually empowered by the curse during the fight. The increase in his stats was not that much, but he received other awakening abilities. Moreover, his mana regeneration and vitality increased at an abnormal rate. This makes the prosecutor even more confused, since it leaves even more questions unanswered. Minhwa asks him if he made a deal with him to share all the rewards of the raid. He tells her that he had no choice, since it was the only way he could convince him to join their party. Hearing this, she requests him to allow her to write the contract. She thinks he is young, so she can take advantage of him by drafting a contract that is favorable to them. The prosecutor allows her to draft the contract but reminds her not to do anything that would make him leave the party. He then asks them what they think about the prophecy stones. Both of them describe it as a fearful experience. He notices that while others have been frightened by glimpses of the world's end through the prophecy stone, the MC seems unfazed. He then asks her to check if he has ever encountered the prophecy stone before. Inside the secret stage, Sungwoo's minions are causing havoc. He revives golden orcs and realizes that they're stronger than typical monsters, but they're still no match for him. With no one to protect, he's free to fight at full strength. He doesn't have to think about his next move, and he can do whatever he likes. All he needs to do is to kill all the monsters in front of him. He doesn't have to worry himself about his reputation or his teammates. He is truly a one-man army. As he ventures deeper, he briefly feels himself slipping mentally but refocuses when he hears his name. He looks around and sees all of his skeleton minions surrounding him. Even with them being around, he feels a bit lonely. He soon arrives at a crossroads and is presented with two choices. There is a larger treasure chest on the left and a smaller one on the right. He knows that the bigger chest will carry greater risk, but it will also bring him a greater reward. With this logic in mind, he steps towards the bigger treasure despite its risks. As he walks towards the chest, he doesn't encounter a single monster, which makes him feel a bit suspicious. He orders his minions to attack. Upon getting hit, the chest transforms into a mimic boss monster. The mimic's teeth are powerful, and its bite is highly damaging. The MC thinks it must be slow due to its lack of limbs. He is confident that he can win against the boss easily due to his weakness. However, the boss suddenly attacks and easily pushes his minions back. Sungwoo is caught in the impact and starts coughing up blood. The boss is now even more aggressive. It starts chasing him while Righty tries its best to hold it off. While running away from the boss, the MC realizes his mistake. He underestimated this boss monster by thinking that it wouldn't be able to move without limbs. He can't believe he was so overconfident and wonders if it happened due to the effects of the awakening. He finally realizes how arrogant he was to think that he didn't need any teammates. He needs them since he's always extra cautious when they're around. Just as the mimic monster is about to chomp down on him, his minions manage to hold it back. He quickly activates the death response spell inside the mimic's mouth, sending his zombies in to attack from within. He steps back while his minions pin the mimic's mouth shut. While looking at Righty, he apologizes for failing it in battle. The next moment, he activates his corpse explosion spell to blow up the boss, knocking everyone back with the blast. When the smoke clears, the boss is gone. He earns 1,434 points for defeating the boss and completing an A-rank mission. He realizes that the boss's tough outer shell protects it from outside attacks, which means that it is impossible to kill it without attacking it from within. It was also the reason he couldn't recover his health when Righty was attacking the boss. Sungwoo learns a valuable lesson from this fight and decides not to make the same mistake twice. Even though the entire world has turned into a game, he can still die. After healing up, he heads to the next room, which turns out to be a reward room with lockers he can open using his newly earned points. The items inside these lockers are rare and can boost a player's stats and experience. None of these items are available in normal stores. He thinks for a moment and chooses an oath parchment, which lets him form a pact with another player. Both parties must fulfill the conditions of the pact or face death. He also selects 3 C-rank items, an upgrade stone, a strength vial, and an experience card. As a reward for clearing the hidden stage, he levels up to 13, boosting all his stats, and receives 150,000 gold. He uses an agility card to gain 3 points, figuring it could have helped him dodge the boss's attacks. After getting everything he needs, he exits through the same golden portal. He meets up with the prosecutor, who tells him that he was surprised to see him disappearing all of a sudden. The MC apologizes for wasting his time, but the prosecutor tells him that it was all worth it. He shows him a crate with some potions as a gift. He also suggests they post a photo and their alliance contract online to give people hope, explaining that heroes like him inspire others. Sungwoo agrees, despite knowing that this might make him a target. However, he also needs to maintain a positive image, so he thinks it will be fine. After taking the picture, the prosecutor gets back on his helicopter and leaves. Han-ho looks at all the potions he left for them and can't help but be impressed. He thinks that the prosecutor is a good guy, but the MC still has his doubts. Jisoo suggests that they should start to train and get stronger since they have joined the raiding party. The next morning, they attract a group of goblins and orcs with a foul-smelling bait called rancid wolf meat, which was actually a failed recipe of Han-ho's mom. As the monsters charge in, the MC detonates the ones that die, creating a huge explosion. This allows them to hunt at an exceptionally faster rate. Meanwhile, Han-ho's dad sets up a sentry post with his new skill, creating a safe zone around the town. They don't really have to worry about monsters attacking the town now. As they are talking, Taesung arrives with his biker gang and says that he has some urgent news for the boss. The MC is a bit surprised to hear the word boss. He reveals that they found a store in Hayangnam, but it was already destroyed by someone. Sungwoo realizes that it is now becoming a serious problem since someone is deliberately destroying all the stores. These stores are important in this world since they can't really produce anything. With no stable source of supplies, they're left to hunt and forage daily, as farming seems impossible for now. Sungwoo orders him to inform Kyungsoo if he comes across any other stores in the area. They have to assign guards to every store they find, or their safety could be at risk. He then notices that some of his female friends are standing far away. Taesung explains it's because he kicked Yujin when she was possessed by a vampire lord, so now they think he's a brute who hits women. Han-ho whispers to him that he might be popular online, but his reputation on the ground is terrible. For the first time, Sungwoo is glad that the forum exists. Taesung leaves with his gang, and the MC prepares to grind for more levels. Suddenly, Jisoo senses something and alerts everyone in the group. She tells everyone to get ready, and 2 werewolves burst out from nearby buildings. The MC's minions try to hold them off, but while he's about to shoot one, another werewolf warns him not to shoot. He is shocked since he has never heard a werewolf talk. As they continue fighting the monsters, one of them grabs Han-ho's bag and starts devouring the rancid wolf meat they've been carrying. While the werewolves are distracted eating, Sungwoo's minions surround them. He aims his crossbow at them and demands a reason not to shoot this time. 2 of the werewolves look to their leader and ask what they should do. The leader wolf tells them to calm down and says that they still have a chance. Sungwoo wonders what the wolf is talking about since they are completely outnumbered and don't seem to have any chance of escaping. The leader wolf suddenly attacks the weakest orcs nearby, giving his companions a chance to escape. The MC manages to stop the leader with 2 arrows, but the other 2 get away. Seeing him putting his own life in danger, the MC is impressed by the leader's loyalty. His minions immediately pin him to the ground and Sungwoo asks him why the werewolves attacked them. The leader explains they lost control after smelling the meat in Han-ho's bag. The MC then asks them how they managed to come back to their senses. The leader reveals that they were on a quest that made them hunt and eat humans. Once they completed the quest, they returned to their senses. The MC didn't know that there was a quest forcing the wolves to attack humans. He simply thought that all monsters were acting on instincts. He asks the werewolf if there are more like him in the area. The leader doesn't answer the question, but Sungwoo already knows what he is hiding. He asks him if they are the ones who destroyed all the stores. The werewolf says that they're not responsible for destroying stores. They try to avoid humans when possible. He tells Sungwoo about another group that's hostile toward humans and is destroying stores to weaken players. This group, led by humans known as the Mad Scientists, is creating dangerous items to harm others. The MC realizes that they must be the wandering merchants he's heard of. He asks the werewolf if he is telling him all of this information so that his teammates can come back and save him. However, the leader says that he already instructed the wolves to run away and never look back in a situation like this. When Sungwoo finally puts his sword on the monster's neck, he is expecting him to beg for his life, but the werewolf does the opposite. He says that he has been waiting for this moment for quite some time. He admits that when the class selection event happened, he distrusted the system and didn't choose a class for himself or his family. However, his son loved games and chose a class card, only to become the first human the werewolf devoured. The leader says he wanted to die the moment he regained his senses. Sungwoo knows that he can't let him live no matter how bad he feels. In his final moments, the werewolf tells him how unfair the game is. He only made the choices he did because he was trying to survive, and all of them ended up being the wrong ones. Sungwoo finally ends his suffering, and Han-ho feels bad for him knowing that they are all rational beings just trying to protect each other. The MC tells him that they shouldn't let their guard down. Even the looters they killed earlier must have had their own families. He tells him to prepare because they're going after the 2 werewolves who escaped. Jisoo asks him what they would do once they find them since they seem like kids. He tells her that he isn't planning on doing anything to them, he just needs to learn more about the werebeast's territory. He knows that this isn't fair. By making the werebeasts conscious, the system is creating a conflict. Even though the players don't want these monsters around, knowing that they are human may cause them to show sympathy for them. However, he knows he can't risk showing mercy to creatures that might lose control at any moment. The system programmed these beasts to hunt and kill people, and it is evident by the quest that they all receive. Sungwoo's group travels a long way searching for the werewolves. Suddenly they all hear a voice nearby and hide. They see the two werewolves captured by a group of kobolds. One kobold jokes about making sausages from the werewolves, but their leader tells them not to eat them. He reminds them that they're gifts for their queen. The kobolds stab the werewolves with their spears and drag them off to their hideout. The MC and his friends are puzzled since kobolds are weak monsters, yet they manage to capture two mid-level werewolves. Sungwoo guesses that they might have spread some kind of paralyzing poison on their spear, but he still can't figure out how they managed to tie them up like that. They also spot a store in the dungeon, which means it hasn't been cleared yet. Sungwoo tells his team they need to secure this store to help their whole community survive. Just then, they get a notification that this dungeon is called the Venomous Spider Queen's Chambers, a deadly area where 124 players have already lost their lives. There's a 50% bonus reward for clearing it. Hanho gets nervous since they didn't bring any goblins with them, and this dungeon favors monsters. As they go deeper, they find people trapped in spiderwebs calling for help. Jisoo uses her flaming blade to cut down the webs, freeing the trapped players. One of the rescued players thanks them, but suddenly several spiders burst out of his mouth and kill him. Sungwoo tells everyone to step back and blows up the bodies. He tells everyone to stay alert and keep an eye on the ceiling since the spiders appear to be coming from all directions. The explosion attracts more spiders and kobolds towards them. They begin swarming the group. However, Hanho suddenly throws his knife and kills one of them. This activates his Super Saiyan form. Fired up, he activates his Berserk mode and starts crushing the spiders and kobolds with a huge smile on his face. This scares all the monsters who think that he is the demon and start running away. My boy gets a bit too carried away with his power and starts to replay Sungwoo's monologue all over again. He also thinks that he doesn't need his teammates anymore since he can fight everyone by himself. He is now a priest bandit. The kobolds try a new tactic, ordering the spiders to trap Hanho with webs from all directions. Sungwoo realizes that this is how they manage to tie the werewolves. They manage to tie him up briefly, but Hanho breaks free with a loud roar. The kobolds command the spiders to keep spraying him, and they finally immobilize him completely. Realizing that he can't get out, Hanho comes back to his senses and calls the MC for help. Sungwoo explodes the bodies around them again, catching the monsters in the blast. As he gives him a short lesson about controlling his emotions, more monsters appear. He activates his death response ability to summon zombies and sends them to the monsters. He clears the invading monsters with an explosion, allowing his team to take control of the subway station. However, the path to the next station is blocked. He remembers that this subway connects to a mall above, where he thinks the queen might be hiding. After clearing the mall, they reach the boss room, but a notification warns them that this dungeon, known as a killer dungeon, has claimed the lives of 124 players. They will still receive a small reward if they leave now. Hanho is scared since the dungeon is already offering them a reward without even entering the boss's room. Jisoo asks him if he wants to continue. Our boy isn't the one to back down, so he insists on pressing forward. Inside, a kobold shaman greets them, revealing that he's the dungeon boss. Sungwoo expected the boss monster to be a spider queen, so he is a bit surprised. Hanho is also shocked since this shaman can speak fluent human language. The shaman laughs and explains that it's because he's eaten 20 human brains. The MC realizes that the game lets monsters grow stronger by killing humans. The shaman taunts them, saying he'll soon have 23 human brains. Suddenly the ground shakes and the venomous spider queen appears, joining forces with the shaman. It appears that this dungeon has two monsters. The two monsters merge, with the shaman acting as the brain and the spider queen as the body. Sungwoo immediately activates his death's response spell and releases all of his zombies. He is planning on using the zombies for explosions and then finishing them off with his skeletons. However, the Spider Queen traps his zombies in her steel webs. She tosses them away instead of finishing them. The shaman laughs and tells him that he already knew he was going to blow them up. This makes the MC worried since the kobold seems to have acquired the intelligence of the humans he ate. He watches as the Spider Queen blocks Hanho's dagger throw. The kobold exclaims that he is acting as the brain while the queen is acting as the body. She will protect him at all costs. As the Spider Queen attacks with webs, Jisoo burns through them with her flaming sword. She smiles and tells him that the queen spider is as flammable as the others. The kobold shaman uses water magic to douse the fire and keeps Jisoo at a distance. At the same time, the MC orders his minions to form a barrier and instructs Hanho to guard Jisoo. He tells Hanho that he has a plan in mind. As the Spider Queen crushes his minions, he uses his Necromancer powers to resurrect all the corpses from above. As all the corpses are falling down, he tells them that their nest was practically made for him. Decorating your house with corpses is not a good idea when you are fighting a Necromancer. The awakened minions swarm the boss, but the Spider Queen slashes through them with her legs. One minion manages to strike her leg, making her angry enough to spray poison. However, the poison doesn't affect the undead since they're just bones. The shaman quickly realizes this, and tells the queen to stop using poison. It appears that she is losing control since she is not listening to the shaman anymore. Sungwoo knows that the shaman is smart enough to figure it out. The queen takes down the first wave of skeletons. The MC resurrects even more from the bodies lying around. He knows that he can't let the fight go on for much longer since he is losing his mana. Most monsters simply fight till they are exhausted, and then surrender. However, this boss is different since the kobold knows what he is doing. The kobold shaman becomes frustrated with the endless waves of resurrected minions, so he and the Spider Queen go straight for the MC. The Spider Queen lunges at him, but he blocks her with a bone shield. His current stats are much higher than an orc monster. He may not be able to keep up with a boss monster's strength, but he knows that he can hold off if he focuses all of his energy on his defense. The Spider Queen breaks his shield again and one of her strikes hits him. He is sent back, but he holds his ground. He expected the boss monster to do some damage to him, but as long as they can't kill him in one blow, he is okay. His minions can continue to heal his health and mana with their attacks. All he needs to do is to endure the pain and hold on. The queen suddenly stops attacking him. Sungwoo mocks them and asks if they are already tired from the fight. The kobold starts to brag about his intelligence and says that he won't continue a fight with no end. The queen gathers up all the nearby corpses, and the shaman burns them with his fireball skill. He is doing this so the MC won't be able to summon more skeletons using these corpses. Sungwoo realizes that the shaman is much smarter than he thought. His minions charge at the shaman, but he creates a force field using an air blast, keeping them away. Feeling confident that he is running out of minions, the shaman drops his guard, only for Jisoo Yoon to sneak up from behind and try to strike him. However, the Spider Queen is ready. She blocks her attack with her legs and protects the shaman. The kobold asks her if she is trying to surprise him. He takes a look at everyone in front of him and realizes that someone is missing. Suddenly, Hanho appears with the zombies and tells him that he and Jisoo are working on a secret weapon just for him. The shaman mocks Hanho for being stupid and says that the zombies can't even come to hear them. As the shaman orders the queen to attack, he realizes that she isn't in her senses. Hanho pulls out the rancid meat and reveals that he had spread it on the zombies. Its smell is irresistible to both the Spider Queen and the kobold shaman. Since the kobold is also a monster, he can't help but go after the scent of the meat. Sungwoo knows that no matter how intelligent the kobold is, he can't go against his natural monster instincts. The shaman tries to stop the queen, but it's too late. The MC bids farewell to them and detonates the zombies, triggering a massive explosion. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is facing off against another boss monster. He slashes it in half using his sword, killing the man-eating bat. His troops cheer for their victory, and he gains experience points from his crusaders. He is strong enough to hunt any monster he wants, and can gain experience points from his party members. He knows that he is not in the first place, but he still thinks he is stronger than him. However, he's still uneasy, wondering how Gangseok level up so fast. Even with the most powerful guild in Korea under his command, the prosecutor can't seem to catch up to this mysterious competitor. It somewhat scares him since the guy is so mysterious, and he doesn't know anything about him. He wonders if he can become a future threat to the order he has established. Suddenly, his scout reports that the Korean rankings have changed. The prosecutor can't believe his eyes as he witnesses that the MC has reached level 14 and claimed second place. Furious, he wonders how he managed to level up so quickly. After the explosion, the kobold shaman barely clings to life, but Hanho finishes him off with a knife to the head. For defeating the shaman boss, they earn 300,000 gold and a 50% bonus for clearing the killer dungeon. Hanho feels proud to finally contribute and says that he is not just a wannabe tanker anymore. It turns out that the Spider Queen is still alive. She screeches and goes after him. Righty stabs her in the eye, instantly killing her and giving them an additional 300,000 gold. The MC levels up to 14, and Righty's rank increases as well, boosting his strength and leadership. As a reward for leveling up, Sungwoo draws a new card and gains 2 more minions. With his current number of minions, he thinks that he is almost ready for the raid. He doesn't think that he will have any trouble finding the Grim Reaper's scythe, since he is close to level 14. His first awakening is also getting closer, which makes him a bit worried. Jisoo tells them that they should find the store now that they have cleared the dungeon. Later, they find a C-rank store in the dungeon that works like a slot machine, offering gold, platinum, and diamond options. Sungwoo realizes that the cost of platinum rank is lower in this store. After reading the rules, they realize that it's basically gambling. Hanho wants to meet the manager of the store. Meanwhile, Sungwoo starts to analyze their chances of winning. It basically works by receiving tokens. The more tokens they have, the more chances they have of getting a good item. Hanho raises his hand and insists that he wants to go first this time since he thinks it will somehow increase his luck. Sungwoo tells him that there are 3 machines so they can all try to play at the same time. After several tries and no luck, a message pops up saying they'll get a low-ranking item if they fail 5 times in a row, frustrating Hanho. Jisoo and Sungwoo keep spinning like they're addicted. The game is designed to give you a higher chance of winning the more you play. I mean, that's basically how you become addicted to gambling. They decide to go all in until Hanho finally hits the jackpot. He wins a legendary magic scroll, which allows one random skill with a 50% chance of failing. Jisoo eventually gives up as she runs out of money, but our boy isn't going to give up that easily. He also hits a jackpot and gets a top-tier item, the Shadow King's Ring. It boosts agility by 3, health by 2, and summons a shadow clone that deals 50% damage. He also unlocks a special quest to collect all the Shadow King's relics, which will reward him with the Shadow King's crown. The quest is basically to gather all the items in the set, so he isn't that interested in it. Since Jisoo didn't win anything, Sungwoo gives her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. Bro didn't her to destroy the machines in the store. They head back to town to inform the others about the stores as they need someone guarding them. Over the next few days, Sungwoo and his party work to make the town more self-sufficient. Ready for their next raid, Hanho updates him about a new feature on the app, a live broadcast. He opens one of the broadcasting streams that seems to be online. Jisoo guesses it's a test stream since they only see an office. The MC wonders if this was the system's idea or the Liberation Guild's idea. He doesn't want to overthink and call it bad, but he can definitely see the potential to influence public opinion. He realizes the prosecutor could use it to rally support for his guild. He knows that he is not a bad person, but ambition can sometimes force people to make bad choices. Sungwoo's recent level up to 14 has upset his plans, making him more determined to keep an eye on him. He knows that the prosecutor will try to keep most of the raid rewards to himself. However, he has a special oath parchment from a hidden stage, which might come in handy soon. Suddenly, a helicopter arrives, and the blindfolded guy shows up. He introduces himself as Min-Hyum Seong and says that he is the lieutenant of the Crusader team. He reveals that he is here to pick up the player in second place. As they fly, the MC asks him about the safety of this way of travel with wyverns nearby. The blindfolded guy reassures him that their guild members are tracking each wyvern's position in real time. The pilots tell him that it's not 100% safe, but they also can't miss out on the benefits of traveling through air. The MC realizes the advantages of having a large guild for coordination. Things like these are impossible for a small group of survivors like them. He wonders if there is an alternative to flying in the air. Suddenly, they receive a notification assigning a competition-type raid quest. They need to defeat the raid boss solo for a special reward. The final boss has the Gladiator's Blessing, reducing damage by 90% from strong attacks. However, the buff is inactive in one-on-one combat, and whoever defeats the boss alone will earn a special title. The blindfolded guy feels a bit surprised after reading the message because this wasn't part of their plan. However, he trusts his sister or the prosecutor will handle it. Seeing him in a panic makes Hanho think that they're both very similar. The MC is also surprised since raid bosses are normally taken down by groups, as they're tough to beat alone. He senses someone might be watching them and notes how, after all their raid preparations, someone has suddenly made things more difficult. Now, he has no choice but to compete with the prosecutor and the other guild members during the raid. The player guidebook reveals a message from the prosecutor, announcing that 12 groups and 1,000 players will join the Yui Island boss raid, which will be broadcast live. After the raid, the Liberation Guild plans to hunt monsters across Korea, and eventually, the world. While most players are thrilled by this, some believe that the MC should lead instead of the prosecutor since he has a higher rank. When Sungwoo and his team arrive, the players are excited to see him. As they land, the prosecutor personally welcomes them. The MC tells him that he is impressed by the surrounding area since it looks well organized. He spots a camera and suspects that the prosecutor might be using the raid for publicity. He can also see a large group of players and wonders if he is trying to showcase the difference in numbers between them. A player with purple hair steps up and mocks him for arriving with only 2 teammates. He tells him that this doesn't look like a balanced alliance, and reveals that he brought 31 elite members, as if having purple hair wasn't enough for him. The terms of the contract have not yet been discussed, so the MC wonders if the prosecutor and this purple-haired guy planned this to make him look bad. Sungwoo asks the player if he can introduce himself first. The prosecutor introduces the player as Gangyun Lee, leader of a group from Daehak-ro, and a fire-type sorcerer popular on the forums. Sungwoo tells him that the 3 of them always stick together. He doesn't see a point in counting heads since they are going for a boss raid and not a war. Gangyun is annoyed, but the prosecutor reminds him what class Sungwoo belongs to. He tells him that he is never alone, and that's why they asked him to join the raid party. As the blindfolded guy anxiously bites his nails, the prosecutor tells them that it's time for the meeting. They head inside for the meeting, which is about to start. Inside, leaders from various groups are gathered. Minhua Seong, the deputy lieutenant of the Crusaders, announces that the raid's difficulty has increased with this new quest, so rewards will also be higher. Though they don't know what items they'll get, she proposes converting the items to gold and splitting it equally among the 12 leaders. The MC looks around and realizes that everyone is in on it. Splitting it evenly isn't always fair, but none of the leaders said anything. He realizes that it's a setup. They've been working with the prosecutor from the start, all tied to the Liberation Guild. Even if they split the rewards among the 12 of them, it will all go to the Liberation Guild, and this means he will only get a small share. When Minhua asks for any objections, Seungwoo raises his hand and asks her why they are dividing the rewards equally when the quest demands them to fight the boss on one. He argues that whoever risks their life against the boss should get everything. Minhua points out he was the one who originally proposed the idea of equal rewards. Seungwoo immediately clarified that he wanted fairness, not equality. The other leaders don't think that his proposal is fair since they all have different strengths. They ask him if he just wants someone to defeat the boss for him. One of the leaders, An Seok-gu, stands up and challenges him to a duel. Known as Iron Fist and ranked 11th, An Seok is famous for fighting monsters bare-handed. Seungwoo brushes him off and tells him that he is only upset because he knows that he is speaking the truth. My man out here making enemies left and right. An Seok gets angry, but the prosecutor slams the desk and tells them that it's a great idea. He hides his frustration and tells them that it will only make the raid more interesting. That night, An Seok takes out his frustration on the lizard monsters. As he continues fighting, more and more monsters start showing up. However, instead of backing down, he decides to go all in. Suddenly, fireballs rain down, causing an explosion that wipes them out. The purple-haired guy appears and advises An Seok to be careful. He tells him that they will be in big trouble if he dies. The island has become a perfect habitat for the lizard monsters. An Seok, however, is confident that he can finish off all the monsters. Gang Yoon mentions they also need to stop the Fallen Ones, who plan to plant the World Tree Seed. An Seok asks him if he knows who they are, but he tells him that he has no idea if they are players or monsters. He says that this is why it is crucial for them to take control of the island first. The leader is pretty confident that the prosecutor can take care of things since he is the type of guy to keep his promises. A few moments later, they see a helicopter heading toward Uedo Park. An Seok thinks that they are going after the prosecutor, but the purple-haired guy tells him that the MC is headed in that same direction. They fear that he might even reach the boss before the prosecutor. Following Seong-woo is Myung-soo Yang, an archer who was a rising talent even before the world ended. He thinks that success isn't always the result of hard work. Sometimes you just have to make the right connections and partake in some politics. People tend to favor those who are obedient and can easily fall in line. He knows that he is not the most capable, but he is confident in his ability to cling to others for his survival. Minhua handed him 2 weapons and instructed him to trip the MC when he was going against the boss. However, things aren't really going as he expected them to. Watching the MC and his team in action, he realizes that his plan is falling apart. Jisoo's flaming sword and Hanho's unbreakable defense seem almost unbelievable to him. He looks at him and wonders if they managed to tame some new kind of monster. Moreover, the MC is carrying an army of armored zombies with him. The synergy he receives with the zombies is similar to the synergy of the Crusaders. As he is thinking, Seungwoo looks back at him and asks his group if they also want armor. They tell him that they don't need armor since they are archers and dress lightly, but he equips them anyway. To their surprise, they feel lighter and more protected. With this, the MC's synergy doubles with over 40 units. Myung-soo feels that he is helping the person he is supposed to beat. He hopes that this doesn't affect his performance review. Myung-soo goes back to his bootlicking mode and points out that the place up ahead is Uedo Station. Just past that is a park where the boss room is located. The MC feels uneasy as they get closer because the water level is rising. The archer warns him that many lizardmen are waiting to ambush them in the water, so it would be wise to team up with others. He smiles as he thinks to himself that even the Necromancer may not be able to handle these waters. Seungwoo ignores his advice, instructing Hanho and Jisoo to step back while his werebear minions toss the lizardmen into the water. The MC detonates their corpses, killing all the monsters hiding in the water. This earns him a lot of gold, and the nearby archers watch in amazement. Once the smoke clears, the MC tells them that the path ahead is clear. Soon, a helicopter arrives and a cameraman starts recording him. Hanho sees the helicopter and realizes it's supposed to film the Guildmaster's exploits. The camera guy can't contain his excitement as he films the MC and his skeletons. He thinks to himself that this is the footage that the prosecutor would want to be captured since it would boost the morale of other survivors. Bro is too innocent for this world. The viewers cheer for the MC as they witness him clearing through all the monsters. However, the cameraman's assistant tells him that he has received a call from the Crusader team. As he takes the phone, he hears the voice of Minhua, who angrily demands that he turn back or face consequences. The cameraman doesn't understand what is wrong, since she gave him permission to film the other teams. She screams at him that she only allowed it so that the players won't think they are being biased. Scared for his own life, the cameraman immediately turns around and heads to film the other teams. The MC and his friends suspect that other teams must also be making good progress, which is why the helicopter is moving away. The three of them eventually reach the boss's room. Even though it's a park, Jisoo notes that it looks more like a jungle. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake like an earthquake, and a powerful beam of light shoots up from the northern forest. They get a notification that the raid boss, Lizardman Warlord, has appeared, and it has a defense against concentrated attacks, reducing their effect by 90%. The Warlord is searching for a worthy challenger for a one-on-one fight. The group notices helicopters rushing toward the boss. The MC realizes that the prosecutor was waiting for them to locate the boss so he could swoop in for the rewards. The prosecutor is even more competitive than he expected. The Crusader team is going straight for the boss without clearing the nearby monsters. Even though it's not stated in the contract that they have to travel by land, he finds it hard to trust someone who is this competitive. Hanho asks what they'll do next, and the MC tells him that they'll have to fight through the monsters. As his minions start clearing the way, he notices a green light appearing on his clothes. He knows exactly what it is. It's the C-rank card from the hidden dungeon, which lights up when the player has obtained enough experience to level up with the card. The MC is thrilled as he can finally level up to 15 and unlock his first awakening. He decides to use the experience card, which causes him to disappear into a different realm. It feels similar to when he touched the prophecy stone. However, his actual body seems to be floating in space. There he sees a bright light and a system message saying he is the one who holds the reins of death and must find the Grim Reaper's scythe. The quest, Who is the Master of Death Part 2, appears. He will receive the first stage of awakening if he manages to seize the Grim Reaper's scythe. If he fails, he risks becoming the Lich King's minion. The choice he makes will affect his destiny. The figure in the light seems to want to communicate, but the MC can't understand its words. He wonders if the system is trying to speak to him directly. For some reason, the being feels both calming and strangely familiar. He has a feeling that it won't harm him. Suddenly, a message informs him that he'll witness death directly. However, as he tries to grasp the light, it vanishes, and he awakens back in the real world. Hanho tells him he was gone for about 10 seconds, which makes him realize that it was a real experience, and not just a vision. He knows that he'll witness a death soon, and he hopes it won't be one of his friends. The message leaves him with even more questions than before. Suddenly, they hear a loud explosion from the direction of the boss. The MC realizes that he doesn't have time to stand around and think about what he needs to do. He can't really complete the quest at the moment, so the best thing for him is to focus on the boss. He signals his team to head for the boss, telling Myongsu to retreat and regroup. They hurry toward the boss room, only to see that the Crusader team's helicopter has been hit and crashed. The blindfolded guy crawls out of the wreckage and wonders what happened. Their helicopter was attacked in the air, but they can't figure out what hit it. There is a huge spear impaled on the front. The prosecutor emerges from the flames and instructs all of his teammates to fall back into formation. He used his blind faith zone skill during the crash, saving everyone but the pilot. He tells everyone that they should take their revenge on the monsters. With more lizardmen approaching, the Crusaders prepare for battle as 17,555 people watch the livestream. The knights skillfully start killing all the monsters in their path. As they are fighting, he looks at the prosecutor, who appears to be charging his cross spear attack. He cuts down waves of lizardmen with his spell and warns his team to brace for the second wave of monsters. Suddenly they hear a loud noise in the trees. Minhua realizes that the Lizardman Warlord has appeared. The prosecutor orders the crossbowmen to fire, but most of the arrows bounce off without damaging the boss, since more than one person is attacking it. He immediately orders them to stop. He didn't expect them to do that much damage to the boss, but it seems like their attack barely even left a scratch. Moreover, it's useless to hit him with such attacks, since it can regenerate rapidly. The boss suddenly charges towards the knights. He swings his blade, slicing two of them in half. The other knight struggles and calls for help as the boss is about to strike. However, the prosecutor comes in clutch and distracts the boss. He steps forward, ordering the Crusaders to handle the lesser lizardmen while he challenges the boss to a duel. He stands in front of the boss and tells him that he is the one he is looking for. The boss lunges at him, but the prosecutor blocks with his sword. He realizes that they're matched in strength. However, the boss monster has an advantage due to his sword having a much longer reach than his. He still thinks that he can win since he has the upper hand in terms of speed and reflexes. The two exchange fierce blows as a helicopter crew records their intense battle. The reporters are impressed by the prosecutor's strength since he seems to be overpowering the boss by himself. Soon, Gang Yun and An Seok arrive at the scene. They spot some skeletons in the trees, which means that the MC has also arrived at the battlefield. The prosecutor strikes the boss back with his cross spear skill, which deals a lot of damage. However, for some reason, the boss keeps smirking and it's making the prosecutor annoyed. He is furious and wants to wipe that smile off his face. All of a sudden, the boss breathes fire, but the prosecutor blocks it with his force field skill. His crusaders try to help, but he tells them to stay back. He knows that it is too dangerous, since the boss managed to destroy his force field in one attack. The warlord then sheds his skin, revealing his true form, the Wandering Drake. Another notification pops up, announcing the second phase of the boss fight. The prosecutor is shocked to see the true form of the boss monster, and wonders if he was hiding his true identity all this time. I mean, bro was smiling during the entire fight, so he did give him a hint. The Drake lunges at the prosecutor. The force of just one blocked attack nearly shatters his bones. The next moment, the Drake's tail sword strikes, leaving him severely wounded. The crowd watches in shock as the prosecutor falls down. Minhua, fearing the worst, starts to cry as she believes the prosecutor is close to death. Just as the Drake closes in, a corpse explodes near him. Sungwoo's minions join the fight, smashing the Drake's head with bone weapons, while werebears pummel him with their fists. As the Drake roars and tries to rise, the MC stabs him in the head with the masterless sword. Everyone starts to cheer as they realize that the Necromancer is overpowering the Drake. They all are watching the broadcast from their home. Even Minhua is glad to see him since he can save the prosecutor. She doesn't even care about the rewards anymore and just wants him to kill the boss. Sungwoo leaves the sword in Drake's head, and one of his werebear skeletons shows up with a bone hammer. Anseok realizes that he is going to use the hammer to pierce the sword into the boss's skull. The purple-haired guy is also positive that he can take care of the Drake. In all of this, someone informs Minhua that a massive swarm of lizardmen is approaching the MC's location. She realizes that the battle was unfair to begin with. Even though there was a restriction to fight the boss on one, it didn't apply to the monsters. She orders everyone to defend the MC at all costs. All the knights make a defensive wall in front of the MC to protect him. Hanho looks at them and says that they have finally realized who they need to defend. At the same time, the werebear hits the Drake with his hammer and pierces the sword through its skull. It seems like the battle is over, and the boss is dead. Just as the spectators think the boss is finished, the MC notices it moving. Jisoo asks him what is happening since they clearly killed the boss. The boss begins its third phase, transforming into its ultimate form, the young host of the seed. A system message announces that the raid isn't over, and no one can leave until the boss is defeated. The MC is frustrated that the system always changes things up to confuse them. It's almost like someone is toying with them. The knights are having trouble holding the lizard monsters, but the MC trusts his friends to deal with them. The real problem is the massive boss monster standing in front of him. He yells at everyone to get out of the way since the boss is about to breathe out fire. The attack is so strong that it even obliterates its own lizard men. Sungwoo tries a corpse explosion, but it doesn't affect the boss. His werebears instantly turn to ash, and he can't think of a good strategy to fight back. He decides to try and distract the boss for now. With his forces dwindling, he revives fallen lizardmen to fight and tells everyone to retreat and spread out. He tells them that they can't fight the boss and lizardmen at the same time. They need to deal with the lizard monsters first. Realizing that the raid has failed, they all retreat. As they are moving back, Hanho notices the prosecutor who appears to be badly injured. As he tries to help him get to safety, the boss appears behind him and tries to attack. Just then, Righty slashes the boss, blocking its next move. The MC jumps out of the shadows and stabs the boss in the eye, but the boss retaliates, slicing off one of his arms. It turns out that he was using a shadow clone. The real Sungwoo grabs Hanho and starts to run. Hanho is still shocked and asks him what it is. He tells him that it was a shadow clone. Even though it couldn't do much damage, it was enough to trick the boss. He also realizes that his clone's attack was effective since he aimed it at the boss's eye. However, the boss doesn't seem to like it. As the enraged boss chases them, the MC wonders if he provoked it too much. Suddenly, Jisoo launches a powerful surprise attack on the boss which gives others more time to retreat. Sungwoo looks at her and reminds her that he told her to retreat. However, Jisoo stands with a smile and tells him that the three of them always fight together. Hearing her encouraging words, the MC and Hanho turn back and decide to face the boss monster together. Sungwoo activates the death response, and zombies start rising from the ground. The boss slashes through them easily, and he detonates the corpses. Even though he said that they would beat the boss, he knows that it won't be that easy. The explosion he just did left no scratch on the outer side of the boss. Moreover, he can't defeat it from the inside since the boss isn't eating any of his minions. He keeps resurrecting the lizardmen, which Hanho and Jisoo are fighting, but the boss is destroying them so quickly. The boss gets ready to unleash another fire breath attack, but this time, Hanho and Jisoo are right behind the MC. Instead of dodging the attack, he tries to block it with his bone shield. He barely manages to survive the attack but loses most of his minions. The boss charges at him again, but he is feeling too exhausted to run. As the boss swings its tail, Hanho jumps in front to protect his friend. The attack is too strong and instantly destroys his holy force field. The boss attacks again, and Righty tries to block it, but his sword breaks. He grabs the boss's sword and slices off its tail. He was the main character all along. As the boss tries attacking again, Righty pushes Hanho out of the way. He says his final goodbye and is smashed by the boss. Hanho gets enraged and charges at the boss. The were-tiger grabs both Hanho and Jisoo and takes them to safety. Meanwhile, the MC stands in front of the boss alone. Righty's attacks allowed him to recover enough that he could move. He knows that the boss won't let them leave, so he tries to buy as much time as possible for his friends to escape. He summons a bone shield and sword and tanks the boss's attack head-on. He and the boss face off in a one-on-one battle. Minhwa and her crew watch in fear as they realize that even he is not strong enough to take on the boss monster. The boss smashes the MC's legs with a tail attack and prepares for another fire breath attack. Exhausted and badly injured, he looks up at the boss and realizes that he has failed. It seems like he is probably going to die the same way as his parents. In his final moments, he sees a flashback of the friends he made and realizes that it wasn't all bad. He feels at peace, knowing his efforts weren't entirely in vain and that he saved his friends. The boss uses the fire breath, which directly hits the MC. Hanho and Jisoo are heartbroken as the skeleton minion carries them away. After dying, the MC finds himself in a mysterious space again. He thinks that it is a miracle that he managed to survive till now. He feels like he was lucky when it came to item draws or making friends. He's still worried about them and wonders if they survived the fight without his skeletons. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling him. He looks up to notice the Grim Reaper standing in front of him. He realizes that he has to actually die in order to see him. He asks him if he is here to take him to heaven or hell. He's tired and wants it to end. The Grim Reaper mocks him for being tired at such a young age. The MC is a bit surprised and wonders if the Grim Reaper is making fun of him. However, his surprise turns into utter shock when it is revealed that the Grim Reaper is actually his own dad. Sungwoo asks if he's real or if the system is toying with him. His father says it doesn't matter if he's real or not. He agrees because he's dead either way. The MC thinks that this is a fitting end for him. He asks his father if he resents him for running away during the fire. He admits that he was scared to die and watch them like that. He worked hard and studied hard to become a stronger person. He tried not to take on more than he could handle. However, even after all of this, he feels like he has failed. His father laughs and asks him if he is worried about this the whole time. He starts making fun of him again and says that he thought he was grown up by now. He asks him how he could have possibly helped them in that situation when he was so young. Moreover, he didn't run away because he was scared. He ran away because he was following his incrustations. The fire started suddenly while they were all asleep. Sungwoo and his father managed to go downstairs, but the mom was still stuck in her room. The MC's dad told him to go outside and wait for him. He specifically instructed him not to come back inside. The MC didn't want to leave him alone, but he assured him that he would save her mom. The MC misunderstood the entire scene, thinking he abandoned his parents, but his father never wanted him to be in danger. He tells him once again that it was not his fault. He was the head of the family, so it was his job to save the family. Hearing this, Sungwoo tells him that he couldn't save his family, so he also failed like him. His father tells him that he hasn't failed since he managed to save him. The MC finally realizes that he didn't fail either, since he managed to save his friends. His dad asks him if he is going to fight him so he can go back to the real world. Sungwoo smiles and tells him that he can't just quietly go with him. His dad points at a bright light and tells him that it's his way to get back to his world. Before going back, he looks at his dad again. He is glad to have met him after all these years. His father then stops him and gives him a scythe. With the scythe in hand, he receives his first awakening and a new skill. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the boss continues wreaking havoc. Jisoo and Hanho still can't believe that the MC is dead. The prosecutor wakes up, feeling guilty for his recklessness. He notices the resentful stares of the MC's friends. Deep down, he knows that he deserves it. The prosecutor still remembers Hanho saving him when he was unable to move. He thinks that it was mostly because of his passive skill, but he was still the only one who came to save him. He turned away from his most powerful allies and made plans without him. He knows he needs to make things right or the world will be destroyed. The blindfolded guy runs towards him as he sees him awake. The prosecutor realizes that Hanho was the one who saved him earlier, which means that Minhyum abandoned him. They start retreating from the battlefield. The prosecutor apologizes to the MC and promises to protect his friends to the best of his abilities. As they retreat, the sky suddenly darkens. They all receive a warning message that the Great Spirit has been activated in their area. Minhwa notices a green light in the black fog. She wonders if this is happening because of the MC. Our boy shows up dressed like a Lich King. Minhwa and her crew are scared as they think that he has turned into a lich after dying. Meanwhile, the MC can't really feel anything. All of his senses are dull, and he wonders if he is even alive. He receives a notification that he has been revived with a special Necromancer feature which is now on cooldown for 31 days. With his first awakening, he can summon the Grim Reaper Scythe and raise large monsters for his army. He also receives a secret store coupon for being the 9th player to reach the first awakening. He can now summon the Grim Reaper's Scythe once per day for an hour and turn into a Lich. This exclusive skill lets him increase his minions by 50 and boosts all his stats by 10. He can also resurrect and regenerate undead as many times as he wants. With this, he is ready to face the Drake boss. He calls out the Drake and tells him that it is his time to face his second phase. Hanho and Jisoo rush towards the boss after seeing the MC use his Great Spirit skill. The prosecutor looks at them and wonders how he can still be alive after such a brutal attack. As his friends excitedly run towards him, they notice a completely different Seungwoo standing in front of them. He almost looks like a monster. Jisoo can see the scythe in his hands, so she knows that this is probably the result of him completing his quest. The Drake attacks his minions, destroying most of them with a single strike. However, they are resurrected again because of his new skill. Minhwa and her crew are excited to see the minions coming back to life. The Drake then launches a massive fire attack, which Seungwoo blocks with a large shield. Just as the fire reaches the prosecutor and his friends, Righty disperses it with a spin attack. Hanho is overjoyed and hugs Righty. Meanwhile, our boy is on another level. He asks the Drake why it stopped attacking him. It seems like the Drake is out of health, but the MC is still in perfect condition, thanks to his infinite mana. He resurrects more minions, and they rush towards the Drake, overwhelming it with numbers. He uses his weapon creation skill to create bone chains to bind the Drake and orders his minions to peel off the Drake's skin. After a while, they manage to remove its outer skin. The Drake looks exhausted and defeated. The MC tells Righty that it's time to finish it off. Righty delivers a powerful slash, and this time, the Drake dies for real. The Masterless Sword now has 4,235 days left before it can hatch the egg. Seungwoo earns 1,115,956 gold for defeating the raid boss. He also receives the exclusive title, Amateur Dragon Hunter, which increases his stamina by 2 and fire resistance by 30%. Back in town, everyone celebrates his victory. They have been watching the battle live on their phones. After defeating the Drake, the MC raises his hand and commands it to come back to life. With all the players watching, the Drake comes back to life as a skeleton and becomes his minion. The prosecutor and his allies can't believe their eyes since this puts him way out of their league. Hanho starts crying and tells him that he knew he was alive. Seungwoo looks away awkwardly and tells him that he is actually dead. Meanwhile, Jisoo is worried if he is going to turn back into his normal form since he looks quite weird. One of his minions collects the heroic grade item Drake hides from the boss. Righty also picks up a legendary item called the Dragon Heart and gives it to the MC. This Dragon Heart is a material that can be used to create other items. The MC also gets the Seed of the World Tree, which is a godly item with unknown effects. This seed is related to the prophecy they saw earlier. He realizes that the mysterious fallen ones may try to get their hands on this item. The photographer approaches him and asks if he can have some words after the incredible battle. The MC tells him not to trust any group that promises protection, as all the groups that welcome survivors so far have failed. The system is constantly testing groups, and in many cases, the challenges seem unfair for individual players. He suggests that everyone needs to get stronger on their own to survive in this new world. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and they see a huge explosion near Yeongdongpo Station. Minhwa informs the prosecutor that their base is under attack. He immediately orders everyone to retreat to the station. The MC notices the black smoke from the explosion and realizes that it is actually the breath of the abyss. He wonders if this could be the work of the group who were making deadly explosives. As the helicopters take off for the town, the prosecutor gets on his knees and begs the MC for help. He tells him that the station is filled with non-combatants and he can't protect them in his current state. Seungwoo knows that he can't just turn a blind eye to the group that is attacking the town. He tells the prosecutor that they need to have a long talk, but considering the circumstances, he is going to help him. Helicopters begin landing outside because they can't fly through the smoke. A survivor informs Minhwa that they were attacked by the Beastmen, who seem to have regained their consciousness. The MC now knows for sure that the attack on the station was carried out by the Wandering Salesman. It is a group consisting of conscious werebeasts and mad scientists. As he walks near the smoke, he realizes that the color is lighter. He guesses that they must have done that to increase its area of effect. The Crusader team can't really do much against the smoke. He tells everyone he's going to handle the situation inside. If the werewolf's last words were true, this anti-human group would become a big threat to all of them. Seungwoo believes they're clever for attacking Yeongdongpo Station while the Liberation Guild's main forces are away on a raid. He needs to hunt them down and find out who they actually are. As he goes into the smoke, he summons the Drake from the Abyss to test it in its debut battle. The whole station is covered in smoke from the breath of the Abyss. Two beastmen wearing masks discuss how easily they managed the attack since the main forces were away. The werewolf mocks humans for underestimating the intelligence of the beastmen. The hog monster says that there is no way for them to coexist with humans since they are a new species. He then asks how much longer the ceremony will take. The werewolf monster tells him that he has no idea. He explains that only beasts who ate mage brains know the details, since they have settled themselves as the bosses. The hog is disappointed because he ate an archer's brain and can't use many of his skills. The werewolf says he's still luckier than the scientists, who use their bodies as test subjects for their experiments. As they talk, two massive glowing eyes appear in the windows, and out of nowhere, the drake skeleton destroys the monsters. Sungwoo enters the building and realizes that the reason he didn't see many beasts in the streets is that they were all in the station. He returns the drake to the abyss. The beastmen were talking about a ritual, meaning they were gathering people inside the station without killing them. He can easily take down those beasts on his own since he has high stats. He plans to take them out one by one without making too much of a scene. Inside the building, a bull beastman is gathering around 200 human players. They have been ordered to bring in as many humans as possible. The other monster tells him that there are as many humans on the other floors as well. He asks the bull if they are going to use the bodies for the experiment, but the bull monster tells him that he has no idea. He reveals that he overheard someone talking about extracting experience from the bodies. The other monster is surprised and asks him if this is even possible. The bull tells him that they did turn into monsters, so anything is possible in this world. Suddenly, they see a notification about the activation of the Great Spirit and Death's response spells. Minions and zombies start appearing from the abyss and attacking the beastmen. The were-tiger attacks the bull, but the bull easily blocks it. He lights up his hooves on fire and charges through the MC's skeleton minions, killing some of them. He knows that this is the work of the MC, so he calls him out. Sungwoo pierces the bull from behind with his masterless sword. The bull monster calls him a coward for stabbing him in the back, but the MC tells him that they also sprayed gas at people, which was just as cowardly. Soon after killing the bull monster, he revives it, adding him to his minions. He notices that he received 30,000 gold for killing the bull even though he was only at level 2. This makes him realize that there must be a different leveling system for the conscious werbeasts. He notices that one of the humans is still alive, but he knows he won't be able to survive for long in the gas. He quickly orders his minions to move the unconscious humans out of the gas to save them. As he moves out of the station with his minions, the ground shakes. He receives a warning that a wide-range summoning spell has been activated in the area. He doesn't know exactly what they're planning, but knows he must stop them quickly. Sungwoo heads toward the summoning circle. When he arrives, he notices a werebeast sitting at the center of the summoning circle. He figures that this must be the monster responsible for spreading the gas. One of the werewolves recognizes him and tells the others that they'll get a massive reward if they bring his dead body to the researchers. A day has passed, so the MC summons the Grim Reaper's scythe and obtains the Lich King's powers. He knows 5 minutes with the scythe is enough to handle the werebeasts. His minions continue to emerge from the abyss and battle the beastmen. No matter how many are destroyed, they're resurrected. The monster on the summoning circle laughs as he sees this. He tells the MC that it's too late. Suddenly a notification appears that the summoning spell has been activated. He stands up and starts mocking them for broadcasting the raid online. It allowed them to figure out how much resources they wasted to defeat the boss. As he is busy showing off, one of Sungwoo's minions bites the werewolf magician and throws him off the roof. The MC stands in front of him and asks what he just summoned. The werewolf simply laughs and tells them that they are all finished. The Yeongdongpo station building completely shatters, and they receive a notification that a raid boss will soon appear in the area. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still trying to recover using the healing potions. He is frustrated with himself for being too overconfident. Hanho and Jisoo notice Sungwoo's minions returning with the rescued survivors, and they all celebrate. The prosecutor thinks to himself that his methods were wrong. He realizes that creating such a big group is the wrong move. It wasn't that he couldn't survive alone, he just thought that others couldn't survive without him. As the breath of the abyss starts to fade, they receive another warning message. It says that a wide-range summoning spell has been activated. Jisoo and the others rush towards the station building. When they reach the building, they see it collapsing with a giant ogre gladiator monster coming down. This is the raid boss. The werewolf laughs and tells the MC that he can't defeat this new boss because he must be exhausted from the previous fight. Sungwoo smirks and tells him that he should have watched the live stream until the end before making the summoning circle. He reveals that he also has a boss of his own. With this, he summons the Drake skeleton, which lands a direct punch on the ogre champion's face. Everyone cheers for him as they see the skeleton since it fills them with hope. The werewolf can't believe his eyes since he didn't expect the MC to literally pull out his own boss monster. The prosecutor knows that if he wants to stay in the race, he needs to grow even stronger than the MC. The ogre champion roars in pain, and 2 of MC's minions appear from behind the Drake, throwing spears at him. The ogre kills both with a single clap, causing them to vanish. They get destroyed so badly that the MC can't even resurrect them. He realizes that the ogre boss is on another level. Moreover, his Drake can't use its fire breath, or it would have easily toasted the ogre, but the MC can still control the Drake, which is a plus. The drake grabs the ogre's hair and kicks him with all its strength. The ogre retaliates, grabbing the drake's shoulders, but Righty intervenes and stabs the ogre's eye. The ogre crashes to the ground, and the drake holds him down as his minions close in. They keep attacking until the boss is finally defeated. The MC levels up to 16 and earns 705,000 gold from hunting the raid boss. He chooses to upgrade his Death's Response skill. Now he can summon 15 masterless zombies for 100 mana, and they will remain for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. He is pleased with his level up and reward, but his biggest reward is the ogre boss, since he can now control it as his own minion. The ogre already has a heroic rank bracelet called Protection of the Thunder God. The item consumes all mana for a huge attack power boost. If the person using the ring has no mana, it will simply cost no mana and go on cooldown for 24 hours after a single use. Since the ogre has no mana, Seungwoo lets him keep the bracelet. Both of his boss's minions are now working together as allies. The werewolf monster watches this in disbelief. The MC tells him that he is an expert in befriending monsters. The MC stabs him with his scythe, telling him the jokes are over. Before the MC can ask him anything, the werewolf monster dies. Jisoo suggests that their leaders must have planted something in them to prevent them from revealing any information. The prosecutor is disappointed since it could have given them some valuable information about the group. Seungwoo remembers the memory fragments and uses them to get inside the mind of the werewolf. He revives the werewolf to take a look at his memories. The MC thinks to himself that the system is surely leading them in a specific direction. First it was the vampires, and now they were beasts. He sees the werewolf and other beastmen heading towards Yeongdeungpo Station. The werewolf is watching the live stream of the boss raid, but the other monster tells him to turn it off as they are close to their destination. Seungwoo figured out why he didn't watch the whole live stream. One of them mentions hearing a rumor that their main objective isn't just attacking the Liberation Guild. The other monster ignores him and says that he doesn't know what he is talking about. The werewolf wants to know what the higher-ups are planning to do. However, the other monster tells him that their only mission is to attack the Liberation Guild, since they now have the perfect chance. The werewolf then asks him about Yui Island, where the mad scientists were trying to build a lab. The MC is shocked to hear this since it is the place where the second bad ending occurred. As they continue talking, the werewolf continues talking more about their plan. As he is about to reveal something important about the scientists, the other beast stops him. As the MC comes out of the flashback, his group asks him what he found out. He tells them that the beastmen attacked Yeongdeungpo Station to gain control of Yui Island. He also found traces of them in Cinderim. He needs to find out what the group is after. Cinderim Station is the main transfer station between Seoul subway lines 1 and 2. Many people used it to travel daily, and that is why it was always so packed. In other words, the station is overflowing with humans and test subjects for the scientists. One of the mad scientists laughs as he commends the monsters for building a lab near Yeongdeungpo Station. It provides him with an endless supply of subjects for his experimentation. It is almost like a dream come true for him. His assistant tells him that they need more freezers. He complains about the unbearable smell of rotting corpses. The scientist dismisses his concerns and tells him to just get used to the spell. The mouse monster tells him that he has a stronger sense of smell, so it's more difficult for him. The scientist seems annoyed by him and asks him if he knows how bad he smells. He asks him if he wants to turn back into a human. The rat monster quickly tells him that he wants to be a human again since he didn't become a werebeast by his own choice. The scientist faces away from him and suggests he sign up as a test subject since the head office has begun experimenting. The mouse starts to tremble and nervously asks if he is joking. The scientist starts laughing and tells him that he was just kidding around. However, he still wants him to consider the offer since were-rats like him are treated as the worst among were-beasts. Suddenly, a dog were-beast rushes in and reports that a dragon is destroying buildings outside. He looks frustrated and asks the dog monster if he has been taking drugs. The dog frantically shakes his head in denial. The scientist realizes that it is an actual emergency, so he orders the dog to take him to the dragon. As the scientist and the other were-beasts rush toward the dragon with their buffs, one of them tells him that their raid on Yeongdeungpo failed. When they finally come face to face with the drake, they realize that it's huge. The scientist almost faints from fear since he doesn't expect to see an actual dinosaur. The MC's party rushes inside with the drake, and the scientist realizes they're from the Yui Island raid. He knows he can't fight that thing, so he decides to run for his life. While retreating, he orders the dog to hold them off while they pack their stuff. As they are moving down the stairs, the were-rat stops. The scientist screams at him and asks him what he is doing. The rat tells him that he is smelling something familiar. He yells at him to move since they have a lot of stuff to pack. As they begin moving again, the rat senses danger. He suddenly saves the scientist from some boxes flying at him. The MC finally appears behind them. He tells them that he received the wrong delivery, so he is here to get a refund. The scientist tries to act naive, so the MC summons the giant orc and reminds him that he sent the monster for him. As he looks around the lab, he notices both human and monster corpses. He somewhat figured it out when he saw the memory fragments of the werewolf, but he just realized that they are even more evil than he thought. He asks the scientist if he is embarrassed that he found out about his disgusting hobby. The scientist gets furious and claims that they are trying to advance the human race. He screams that they are doing experiments to create an even greater human race. The MC has had enough of his yapping, so he shoots him in the leg. The mouse tries to help him get up, but the scientist stabs him with an experimental injection to turn him into a stronger beast. The rat starts growing larger and stronger. The MC quickly summons a clone using his Shadow King ring. The two start shooting it with crossbows. The rat slashes through his clone, and the MC notices that his attack power has increased a lot. However, he gets stomped on by the orc boss minion and dies instantly. Sungwoo earns 13,000 gold for hunting a mutant were-rat. The scientist lies on the ground and tries to inject himself with the liquid. Before he can do anything, the MC cuts off one of his arms. He warns him that if he tries anything else, he will start slashing his lower body. The scientist starts foaming at the mouth and tells him that he sent the rat after him so he could inject himself. Before dying, he tells him that his colleagues will make a nice test subject out of him. Sungwoo smiles as he tells him that he doesn't even need to get his hands dirty to find out what he wants. He reveals that he will turn him into a minion and read his memory fragments. However, as he tries to bring him back to life again, he gets a notification saying he can't resurrect a living being. Bro was just pretending to be dead. Furious, the MC hits the scientist where it hurts. The scientist starts to scream, and he is now ready to tell him everything. He offers to hand him his inventions if he lets him live, but the MC has had enough and stabs him. He revives the scientist again and views his memory fragment. In the flashback, he sees the scientist sitting on a chair while a man tells him that it's time for him to earn his doctorate. He is going to make him the leader of the entire division. Sungwoo realizes that this is the man who is behind these wandering merchants. This man orders the scientist to produce large amounts of gas. He asks him if he can trust him to handle the task on his own. The scientist excitedly tells him that he can handle it since he is the one who created the poisonous gas. He asks the man if he should make a huge batch and release it all over Yeongdeungpo. The man tells him that they probably won't need a huge amount since they only need to take care of the small insects. He believes the werebeast sorcerers can handle the rest. He reveals that the sorcerers would teleport the 3 raid bosses they have captured. The MC is shocked to hear that they captured 3 raid bosses. The scientist doubts whether the werebeasts they captured can be trusted to handle such an important task. The mysterious man warns him to be careful with his words and says that their plan can't move forward without them. He also mentions 4 beasts who are stronger than the top-ranked players. He says that they will need them for their future plans. The MC is confused because he doesn't understand how these beasts could be stronger than the top-ranked players. They didn't draw a card and wasted a lot of their time, so they can't possibly be stronger than the players. He suddenly realizes that the werebeasts aren't human. They might even have their own way of leveling up that is different from other players. Moreover, the beasts and the scientist also received their special quests. He knows that these special quests can make someone much stronger and much faster. The scientist really wants to dissect the beasts after hearing how strong they are. The man reminds him that their goal isn't to eradicate all players, but they simply want to kill off some of the ants. The scientist excitedly gets up and agrees with his vision. He believes that humans can transcend into a new species. Sungwoo guesses that it must be related to the exclusive quest of the scientist. A white werewolf enters the room and notices them talking. Sungwoo recognizes the werewolf from a previous flashback. The scientist explains that the werewolf is one of the 4 beasts and a grand sorcerer. However, the werewolf claims that he isn't a mage. He walks towards the scientist, who is now hiding behind the boss man, and tells him that everyone mistakes him for a mage because of his staff. The scientist is shocked that the werewolf knows his name. He suddenly hits him with a flash attack, causing him to panic. He tells the scientist not to worry. Since they are going on a long journey, it will notify the other when either of them is in danger. In reality, he touched the scientist to apply the psychometry spell, which allows him to see the MC. Sungwoo is shocked to see the werewolf since he didn't expect him to notice him. The werewolf knows about him and is curious about how he learned about their Cinderim branch so quickly. The MC figures that it is one of the werewolf's spells. The werewolf looks him in the eyes and asks if he can actually access the memories of the dead bodies. Sungwoo mentions that the Cinderim branch was empty, and asks if the main base is somewhere else. The werewolf advises him to leave Yeongdeungpo before their fight drags on, saying they will win in the end. The MC is visibly shaken, but he wants to get as much information from this beast as he can. He asks him who they are, and the werewolf simply tells him to remember the name Evolutionary Society. The werewolf uses a skill on him, saying that this name will soon bring the end of humanity. The MC comes out of the flashback and realizes that their enemy can even use psychometry abilities. He remembers how the boss man mentioned summoning 3 raid bosses in a row. He knows that they will rethink their plan since the first boss failed, but he still can't let his guard down. Righty gives him a map he found, showing 3 locations marked A, B, and C. The first location is Yui Island, the second one shows Sosa in Bucheon, and the last one is Byomgi Station in Anyang. He notices that all the arrows in the map point to Yui Island, which means that it is possibly the location of the raid bosses. He has already defeated Drake before they could capture him, and also got rid of the Ogre Champion, so only one boss remains. Moreover, there is another branch of Evolutionary Society. Back at Yeongdeungpo Station, everyone is busy rebuilding. As Minhwa arrives to ask him about the mission, he asks her to find out information about raid bosses in Bucheon and Anyang. He plans to discuss the rest with the prosecutor. He finds him busy doing some work. The prosecutor watches him coming in and asks if he found out anything. The MC tells him that another attack is coming to Yeongdeungpo, and the attackers are the Evolution Society. The prosecutor has never heard that name. He asks the MC why they are even attacking them. Sungwoo suspects that they are the corrupted ones mentioned in the Uido Island raid. However, he still doesn't have any concrete proof. The prosecutor slams his desk and tells him that they don't need any proof since the group attacked them first. If they are related to the second ending, they must be stopped at all costs. The prosecutor realizes they could be a much bigger threat and asks for Sungwoo's help. He requests he protect Yeongdeungpo because he is the only one who can resist the gas. For his service, he is willing to offer him 1,000,000 gold. The Mac wonders if the prosecutor is trying to use him by offering money, but he knows he is not his enemy, so he agrees. He was planning to deal with the Evolution Society anyway, and now he'll earn a lot of gold. After the meeting, he walks out to see the other leaders getting along with his friends. However, Hanho isn't too pleased since everyone seems to be trying to impress Jisoo. Hanho then gets an alert from the community app. The rankings have changed and the prosecutor's rank has dropped again. A player named Dr. 000 now sits in third place with level 15. The MC wonders if the doctor is the boss of the Evolutionary Society. The MC already knows that when a player reaches level 15, they undergo their first awakening. He isn't sure if this awakening is just for 5-star classes, but he knows that the doctor has already experienced his. It means that he has already reached level 15. Sungwoo realizes he must level up quickly if he wants to get even stronger. Meanwhile, Jisoo comes back after her chat with the other guild leaders. The MC asks her how it went. She shakes her head and reveals that it was just awkward. Meanwhile, Hanho gets a bit too emotional and asks the MC if he is really thinking that she will change sides. He tells him that she was crying her eyes out when he disappeared. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy who is now assisting the MC on behalf of the Liberation Guild is knocked out when he opens a jar his minions are carrying. These jars, made by a scientist, contain a dangerous gas called Breath of the Abyss that's released when opened. He warns Minhyum not to touch them again. The guy points at himself and announces that he is officially their liaison from this moment. He tells them that he made time in his busy schedule to help them since they were really important allies of their guild. In truth, Bro just got demoted and was doing the labor. He reveals that their guild members are gathering information that he wants. As they walk over to the other guild members, Sungwoo asks Hanho if Jisoo was actually upset when he died. He whispers in his ears that she did shed a few tears. On the other hand, he only cried when Righty died. Hearing this, the MC realizes that if he and Righty were ever in trouble, his friend would probably save Righty. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still thinking about the recent boss raid and his meeting with the MC. He thinks to himself that he shouldn't have gone into the raid like that. He was so determined to lead that he went straight for the boss without killing any of the minions below. This can deteriorate his public image overnight if people find out about it. Most strong players now look up to the MC and Righty instead. Suddenly, the prosecutor receives a special promotion quest that requires him to train 30 Crusaders to level 10. This would allow him to reach his first awakening. The prosecutor knows that he has to finish this quest fast since this is the only way he can stay ahead of the other 5-star players. However, he has already lost 6 Crusaders in the last raid and only has 14 left, making this task very challenging. Still, he is determined to follow through and become stronger. He decides to start hunting with his guild to train new Crusaders. He summons everyone and tells them that they will begin hunting tomorrow. Minhwa tells him that they need a lot of people and time to rebuild the station. She says that it might not be the ideal time for them to go hunting. However, the prosecutor insists that they must act quickly to keep up with other players and be ready for the next attack. He explains that the MC will take care of the Evolutionary Society. He will basically be acting as the guard dog for their guild. The prosecutor screams out some words of motivation to his guild members, which boosts their morale. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy introduces the MC to an information gatherer who's been looking into recent events in Sosa and Byomgi stations. He explains that an ogre boss was spotted in Sosa, but there hasn't been any mention of it since the second chapter of the story started. It appears that someone is trying to prevent the information from getting out. On the other hand, Byomgi station has been filled with black fog and zombies. Sungwoo looks at Hanho, who appears to be in a state of enlightenment. He informs him that the town is safe, and Taisheng is maintaining the safety zone. The MC has already taken care of the bosses in Yui Island and Sosa, so the only one left is the one at Byomgi station. The post regarding the station warned people to stay away due to the gas. The MC suspects this is due to the Evolution Society's experiments involving Breath of the Abyss. There is a good chance that they have a lab in that area. He calls out the blindfolded guy and asks him if he can borrow a helicopter. Somewhere else, we see players trying to outrun a horde of zombies. These players are holding the last barricade. They try shooting them down, trying to protect the shelter. However, it doesn't seem to have any serious effect on the zombies. The players realize that they need to do something to keep the zombies away, otherwise they will infiltrate the shelter. They decide to split them up and attack. They stand in front of the zombies and try to provoke them. As the zombies start charging at them, Jisoo enters the scene and takes down several zombies with a powerful attack. The MC soon joins her with his ogre boss, smashing the zombies. He has activated the bracelet which gives the boss immense attack power. Other players recognize the skeletons and feel relieved that the Necromancer has arrived for their aid. Back at their base, the players are still waiting for the MC and his squad to return. Hanho comes back with a smile and tells everyone that their hero has arrived. He was referring to himself, by the way. He assures them that everything has been taken care of by him and the MC. The dad ignores him and asks if he is the only one who came back. Hanho makes a serious face and tells them that someone must stay here to protect the town since they don't know when it might be attacked again. Meanwhile, the players think that he has been demoted. The safety zone requires gold for maintenance, so he has also brought plenty of gold to keep the safe zone running smoothly. He says that they might think that he was abandoned, but he has something that will prove just how much the MC loves him. He opens up a bag and Righty jumps out tied with a rope. Bro is using him as a Pokemon. After seeing Righty, all the players are excited since they trust him more than Hanho. Meanwhile, in the university hospital, some kids peek at the MC from the door. They are amazed to see him and call him a symbol of justice and truth. Jisoo looks at the kids as they stare at them. She is glad that they managed to arrive in time to save them. As she is talking, the MC notices some blood on her face and neck. She tells him that she is quite used to the smell of blood by now, and simply wipes it using her coat. They've both faced life or death situations but haven't really talked that much. The MC realizes that he doesn't know much about her. He mentions her home and asks if she ever thinks she will go back. She tells him that her family must be doing fine, so she doesn't think she will ever go back. They aren't really the best group of people, so she was happy to get away from them. She feels like her life only got better after she left, though then the world changed with the apocalypse. The MC feels bad for her after hearing her story, but he is also glad that she won't be leaving them soon. Suddenly a guy wearing a white coat slides the door open. He introduces himself as Minseok-an and apologizes to them for making them wait. This guy is the leader of this area. As Sungwoo shakes his hand and introduces himself, the guy tells him that he already knows him. He also knows about Jisoo, but she doesn't really have the best nickname. After seeing her confused expression, he tells her that the kids have really picked up this name and apologizes to her. With a smile, she tells him that it's all fine, but she really wants to know who came up with the nickname. Whoever gave her the name is about to disappear. After telling them about their nicknames, the guy tells them that they have to leave. He explains that zombies have overrun the area for 3 days, and they are running out of options. When Jisoo asks him why they don't just leave, he explains that a local quest keeps them trapped. Everyone in the area received that quest. If they try to leave the building, they'll be hunted by zombies. The more time they spend outside, the more zombies will attack. Half the people there are children and elders, so escaping isn't safe. The mech realizes that his group has become too weak. He wanted to help others, but he didn't have a concrete plan. These guys are not strong enough to handle the quest. The leader asks them to leave before midnight to avoid getting caught up in their struggles. Sungwoo looks into his eyes and realizes that he wants help, even though he is asking them to leave. He tells the leader that he is fine with staying since they came here to help the station. They thank them for trying to help. The wife asks if the two of them would like to share a room. Hearing this, Jisoo's head catches on fire, and the two immediately ask them for separate rooms. That night, the kids come to visit and ask if they can enter the room. Jisoo smiles and tells them that they all can come in. The kids are excited to see the Necromancer and the Red Demon. One of the kids asks the MC if he can show him one of his skeletons. Sungwoo knows that there is only one skeleton that he needs to show them. He summons Righty and all the kids think that he is cute. While lying in his bed that night, the MC thinks about the smiles on those kids' faces. He can't believe that something like that can still exist in this world. He gets a quest titled, Death Comes for the City. The quest tells him that he can either try to escape death or face it. Whatever choice he makes death with still follow him. This is the quest about the zombies, and it says that they will start hunting him as soon as he goes outside. Suddenly, the difficulty of the quest increases, because the system has detected a player above level 15 in the area. The MC immediately springs out of his bed. At the same time, Jisoo enters the room and tells him that something is happening across the entire city. Due to her sharp senses, she can feel vibrations coming from outside the building. It seems like they are surrounded by zombies. A new notification warns them that the zombies will now hunt down all survivors whether they are inside or outside. Minsuk walks over to the MC and tells him that this has never happened since the zombies only hunt outside. Sungwoo tells him that the quest's difficulty level has increased in the presence of more powerful players. It seems like the system is toying with them. He starts summoning his minions and tells them that it's time to fight back against the system. The leader suggests sending the non-combatants to the rooftop for safety. They can handle the zombies, but he knows that if the ghouls show up, they will be in big trouble. Originally, they are a different kind of man-eating monster, but in this world, they are depicted as a higher class of undead than the zombies. As they are preparing for the fight, the leader's kids run up to him. He asks them what they are doing here since they are supposed to be on the roof. The kids start crying and ask him if the zombies are going to eat them. The guy assures them that he will protect them. Moreover, they have the Necromancer with them, so they don't have any need to worry. The kids wish them good luck as they leave. The soldiers on the ground floor are having trouble keeping the zombies outside. They try to build a huge barricade using chairs and tables, but it doesn't look like it will stop them. The leader guesses that there must be more than 200 zombies in that swarm. As zombies close in, the MC realizes the space is too narrow to use some of his powerful abilities. He tells them all to get out, saying that it's harder to fight in a confined space like this. The leader trusts his judgment, and they all prepare to move outside. Suddenly, the zombies crash through the glass and start swarming in. He can't even use corpse explosions on them since they are not considered corpses. Instead, he summons his beast skeleton minions and equips them with shields for a strong defensive synergy. The undead receives a 30% stat decrease debuff due to the synergy. The zombies can turn other players into zombies through the wounds, but his minions are immune. Together, his minions manage to hold the zombie horde back with their shields. The leader fights off zombies using his skill, Pressure of Valor, and cuts through more with his Tornado Blade attack. The MC notices that he fights skillfully and thinks that he may be at least a 4-star knight. He commands his shielded minions to retreat, then explodes some dead zombies to clear the entrance. He soon realizes that he needs to be more careful since there are kids inside. If he continues using the explosion skill, it can cause too much damage and destroy the building. More zombies gather outside, which makes the group a bit frustrated. They all step outside so they have more room to fight. The MC is now free to use his spells, so he summons his Drake, which starts destroying zombies left and right. The MC instructs Minsuk to evacuate the people on the roof since the entrance is now clear. He mentions that there are 2 buses ready in the underground parking for evacuation. Suddenly, the MC receives a notification that his minion has been destroyed. He is good at dealing with a huge number of enemies, but this is just too much. He wants to save his Death's Response and Grim Reaper's Scythe skills for later since he doesn't know what is going to appear next. He turns back and tells Jisoo it's her turn. She was waiting for him to say that. She puts on her purifying face mask that is sewn by Mr. Kim himself and starts cutting down zombies. The MC watches her fight and notices how good she is in close combat. Soon the buses arrive and survivors begin boarding. Just then, they get an alert that the ghouls are being drawn to the smell of the survivors. Minsuk warns the MC that ghouls are far stronger than zombies. They are also much faster and target children, so they have to protect the kids. In the past, one even broke his car window and took his youngest son. Sungwoo pats him on the shoulder and promises that he won't let it happen this time. They start moving with the buses, with the Drake and other skeleton minions defending them along the way. They are moving slowly while keeping the buses in the middle to protect them. Sungwoo knows that the best way to get out of this mess is to finish the quest. However, the area around them is suspiciously quiet. They come across some dead bodies and realize that they were attacked too. As they are walking, Jisoo slowly tells the MC that something is following them. The other players start to panic since they fear that it's the ghouls. Suddenly, a ghoul ambushes them. Jisoo tries to warn the player, but it's too late. The ghoul kills him and heads straight for the bus. She manages to kill it with her sword before it can reach the children's bus. The MC realizes just how fast they are since only Jisoo can react to their ambush. More ghouls start showing up along with a bunch of zombies. Minsuk has his eyes wide open as he stares at the monsters in front of them. He asks Sungwoo if the players keep their consciousness after he turns them into skeletons. The MC realizes that the guy is telling him to turn his corpse into a skeleton after his death. As the leader is about to ask him for a favor, the ghouls attack them. They all rush to save the children since they are their primary target. Even with the Drake on his side, the MC finds it hard to deal with the ghouls because of their quick and unpredictable movement. Some of the ghouls manage to get on top of the bus, but the werebeast skeletons take them down. The ghouls fight back and start destroying the skeletons. Minsuk furiously attacks one of the ghouls using his spell, but he gets too distracted and another ghoul sneaks up on him. He manages to block its attack using his shield. Meanwhile, the MC resurrects one of the ghouls and turns it into his minion. He is impressed by their regenerative abilities. He tells the leader that he will take it from here and summons the Reaper's Scythe. He was hoping to save it for later, but the situation was becoming more and more dire. With the Lich King's power, he starts converting all the ghouls into his minions. He notices that Minsuk is not a bad fighter at all. All of his attacks seem calculated, and he hits the enemies on the weakest points of their bodies. His technique isn't as refined, but he seems to be on the same level as the prosecutor in terms of combat abilities. Together with Sungwoo's Drake and Ogre boss, they manage to hold back the horde. The MC thinks that the only reason they are able to fight back is because people are trying to protect their families. He knows that he needs to get even stronger. Even with this much manpower, one of the ghouls manages to make it inside the bus. He goes for Min-seok's wife and kids. An old man tries to defend them, but the ghoul stabs him and instantly kills him. Min-seok tries using his Wall of Bravery spell, but it is on cooldown. He doesn't want to lose anyone else, so he charges at the ghoul with all of his strength and pushes it off the stairs. He kills the ghoul, but gets badly wounded in the process. Sungwoo turns back to get a potion for him, but he stops him and says that it's too late. With his last breath, he asks the MC to protect his family. He even tells him to use his body and turn it into one of his minions. Hearing this, the MC receives an exclusive quest. Min-seok died on the battlefield without fulfilling his duty. The MC can now command his body, but in return, he has to grant him his dying wish and take care of his family. Doing that will earn him the knight's unwavering loyalty. He also has the option to dismiss the quest and leave the man to die. The MC feels frustrated with the system because it's giving him a similar quest to the one he received when the professor died on campus. Left with no other option, he decides to fulfill his final request. Min-seok finds himself floating in empty space. He wonders if he is in the afterlife. A Grim Reaper appears in front of him and tells him that he is not in the afterlife yet. The man feels dreadful that he won't be able to see his family again. All he wanted was to protect them, but the world took everything away from him. The Grim Reaper explains that the MC is turning him into an undead, and he will be taking care of his family. He asks him to accept his death and forget everything since it is now time for him to rest. Heartbroken, Min-seok begs the Grim Reaper to let him keep his memories since he wants to continue protecting his family. The Reaper tells him that someone stronger than him will protect his family from now on. However, he is still not ready since he is the head of the family, and it is his job to protect them. The Grim Reaper grants him his wish and turns him into a skeleton knight with all of his memories intact. Sungwoo receives a message that he successfully revived Min-seok as a Death Knight. Surprisingly, he has kept his memories, making him one of the most unique undead the MC has ever encountered. He wants to ask him a lot of questions, but they have plenty of ghouls left to fight, so they head back into battle. As the fight continues, Jisoo cuts through ghouls with her flaming sword. One of the other players calls her and says that they need help keeping the ghouls away from the buses. She realizes that they have gone too far into the enemy ranks. As she runs towards the bus, the ghouls and zombies surround her. One of the ghouls goes inside and tries to kill the wife, but Min-seok cuts it down in half. He notices that the ghouls are afraid of him since he is the most powerful type of undead. He can feel all the emotions of the skeletons. He continues killing the ghouls and calls them weaklings. The players witness him in action and are impressed. They can't even compare him to the other skeletons since he looks too powerful. He notices some of the ghouls running away and uses his spell to catch them. Sungwoo thinks that he made a good decision by making him face the ghouls. Min-seok feels a bit strange without a shield and thinks about looking for one. Meanwhile, the MC checks his stats. Min-seok is currently at level 12 and belongs to the Death Knight class. He has 2 spells, one of which can summon chains and bind enemies, while the other one gives him lifesteal. Jisoo walks towards the MC and tells him that they have taken out all the ghouls. She notices him standing with the Death Knight and asks what it is. Sungwoo awkwardly tells her that he will explain it later. They finally decide to take a break, but the MC knows that they have to reach Beomgai Station right away. Their enemies have played with them a lot, and it is now their turn. When they finally reach the station, they notice that the black smoke is thicker. Sungwoo asks Min-seok if he wants to tell his family about what happened, but he admits that he's not ready. He tells him that they have more urgent things to deal with. As they continue moving forward, they notice Jisoo running back. She is coughing and tells them that her mask is useless against the smoke ahead. Sungwoo realizes that he can't take her any further with himself. He moves forward with the Death Knight and Righty since none of them are affected by the smoke. The inside of the place and quiet, and he can't see anyone guarding it. He realizes that they can't really have people guarding this place because of the smoke, but he still can't figure out how they are keeping the raid bosses in captivity. He guesses that they used some kind of magic to lock it up without killing it. The Death Knight tells him that they should move faster since they have to finish the quest as quickly as possible. Sungwoo looks at him and asks if he is worried about his family. He assures him that Jisoo is taking care of them. He also needs to wait till midnight since his Reaper's scythe skill is still on cooldown. They are currently heading inside the secret base of their enemy, so he knows that things can get ugly. As they move further down, they find a note from the Ministry of Interior and Safety Emergency Action Committee. The Death Knight recognizes it as the official symbol of the government and wonders if the group works for the government. The MC is surprised to learn that they may be affiliated with the government. This makes him trust the government even less. They proceed inside and suddenly receive a notification about the appearance of the Ghoul King raid boss. The Death Knight notices that his arms and legs are already severed. They get a warning about the formation of an abyss rupture in the area. The portals open and allow the zombies to flood in endlessly. Sungwoo finally figures out where all the zombies are coming from. As the two of them wonder who is responsible for all this, they hear a voice from behind. It's the doctor, and he isn't alone. He explains that they started spreading the gas when the quest level increased, and it led the test subject straight to them. He tells him that they don't have to fight since he has a proposal for him. He says that Sungwoo has a class related to death while he studies death. The MC asks him what he means by studying death. The guy explains that he studies the energy of the abyss as part of a test for human evolution. He believes that they have to break the current shell of humanity and transcend their selves. The MC realizes that it is all connected. The doctor explains that by capturing the Ghoul King and experimenting with death, they're gaining insight into a so-called happy ending set by the system. This means that the evolutionary society also has access to a prophecy stone. The doctor asks him to join their cause and says that it will benefit him too. The MC rejects his proposal without a second thought. He asks him if he really wants him to become one of the game's pawns and start working for him. He is disgusted by their inhumane experiments on people and the use of toxic gas. He tells them that they are not interested in the greater good, but simply sacrificing everyone but themselves. The doctor sighs and says that he could have introduced him to the great world of science if it was the real world, however that's not the case. Seeing they can't convince him, the doctor orders one of his guys to release the Ghoul King. Sungwoo warns him not to try it and orders his minions to attack. Before the skeletons can reach the guy, he finishes posing, which activates his holy power spell. This causes the MC's skeletons to lose their stats by 60%. The MC recognizes that it's similar to Hanho's powers, and realizes that they're all priests. Their holy power is a strong counter to his undead army, so he tries to use his crossbow to aim for the group. His arrows stop before they can even reach them. The girl in the enemy team uses her telekinesis and sends them flying back. He manages to craft a shield just in time to block the arrows. The Death Knight charges in, but the guy named Xiong-guk uses his holy pressure spell. It smashes his shield and throws him into a room. The girl tells him to be careful since her test tank is in that room. Hearing this, the Death Knight looks around and notices a kid's shoe in one of the large tanks filled with people. Enraged by seeing his kid in the tank, the Death Knight retaliates by using his chains and strangling two of them to death. He tells them that they have no right to live. The group tries to use their holy power to melt him, but Sungwoo crafts armor around him. This activates a teamwork synergy that protects him from all debuffs. The group panics as they realize that their spells aren't working on the Death Knight. He is still taking damage, but he isn't getting knocked back by the spell. With their powers disrupted, the Death Knight slaughters them. Meanwhile, the MC's ghouls start cleaning up the rest of the enemies. The girl scientist is shocked that they are losing since they should have the upper hand according to her calculations. The Death Knight walks over to her and asks if she is the one who controls that tank. She tries to keep him away, but nothing is working. He continues walking towards her and asks why she used his kid for her experiments. He finally gets close enough and finishes her off with one slash, earning the MC 12,000 gold. Seeing all of his allies dying, the doctor decides to use his final card in an attempt to escape. He unleashes a strange tree creature on them which roots the Death Knight and righty. Sungwoo knows that he has to take him down right away since he doesn't know what else this man can do. He uses his Lich King spell and slashes off all the roots. The doctor throws a flash grenade, but the MC is unaffected by the light. He stabs the doctor with his Grim Reaper scythe. As he is dying, he tells him that he chose a good card since it allows him to survive well on his own. However, he can't say the same about his teammates. He reveals that he has released an army of zombies and ghouls outside. The Death Knight is furious upon hearing this, and wants to finish his off badly. The guy starts yapping about making new weapons from the system. At the same time, the Ghoul King starts to regenerate. The doctor starts laughing and asks them if they are still willing to fight after losing everyone around them. Hearing this, Sungwoo orders the Death Knight to finish him off. Min-seok slashes his head off with a single slash. As he dies, they receive a system notification that informs them that this is just a clone of the real doctor. The MC quickly pulls out his phone and checks the community forum. The 5th spot in the rankings just went blank since it was a clone of the real doctor. They realize that he has 5 more clones in the top 20 players alone. Their group has grown quickly thanks to his use of clones. This allows them to pursue the same goal in different areas. As Sungwoo is lost in thought, the Death Knight calls him out and reminds him that they have a much bigger problem to deal with, the Ghoul King. Outside, Jisoo just finished off a wave of zombies and ghouls with help from the Wandering Drake and Ogre champion. The players wonder if it is over, but she senses more monsters approaching. They start to panic upon hearing of more zombies since they have already killed so many. Jisoo knows that she can't lose any of these people since the MC trusted her with the safety of everyone outside. Even though he is ahead of her in terms of strength, she is working hard to catch up. She fearlessly charges at the center of the horde. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue going down left and right since the MC isn't here to revive them. Suddenly, a recently fallen minion is resurrected. Jisoo sees this and thinks that the MC must have activated his lich skill. She seizes this opportunity, pushing back the zombies. The players call her Sungwoo's girlfriend and say that she is really strong. One of them even calls them the strongest couple in Korea. Jisoo can't help but feel shy as she hears all of this. She continues killing all of the zombies and ghouls by herself. Some players notice the ghouls moving towards the buses. They manage to break through their defenses and try getting to the children. Just as they're about to reach the buses, the Death Knight intervenes, chaining and defeating the ghouls. He goes inside to look after his kids and asks them if they are okay. They immediately recognize his voice and ask why he has turned into a skeleton. He hesitates for a moment and tells them that the Necromancer transformed him into a skeleton. The kids get excited upon hearing this and tell him that they also want to transform into skeletons. They look up to the MC as the symbol of justice. At the same time, the MC meets with Jisoo. He tells her that he wasn't worried about the situation outside since he knew she was looking after everything. He says that she must be tired from fighting all those monsters. She looks at him and says that he must be tired too since he had to fight the Ghoul King with the Death Knight. Hearing this, the MC thinks back to the fight. They didn't even have a fight with the Ghoul King. The boss was too injured and exhausted to fight, so it went down without even attacking once. However, just to impress her, he tells her that it was a brutal battle. Just then, a new notification pops up and informs them that Chapter 2 of the main story has ended unexpectedly. The game is going to have a balance patch. The system congratulates all the players on surviving so far. It lists the players' achievements regarding raid boss kills. Gangsok Han is leading with 4 boss kills while Sungwoo is in second place with 3 kills. The system commends them for their achievements and reveals that the average level in the Korean server is already the 4th highest worldwide. For this achievement, a hidden chapter will be unlocked for the remaining time limit. They also receive a warning message that large monster armies led by powerful warlords will soon appear across the Korean server, and the event will continue until the warlords are defeated. The Death Knight realizes that it's not really better to complete the quest sooner. Sungwoo is hopeful that they will figure it out along the way. He knows that the game has an ending since he has seen it with the Prophecy Stone. This event is just another way of reaching the end. He wonders if the system is trying to challenge a Necromancer to a large-scale battle because if that happens, he will crush everyone. He looks back at his allies with a smile and says that it's time to leave since the quest is over. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Hanho isn't too pleased with the notifications. As he destroys the minions, he says that the system is just trying to wipe out the Koreans. As the goblins start to pile up, he decides to retreat back into the shelter. They brace themselves as goblins keep attacking the shield, damaging it. His dad asks him why he ran away since he claimed that he could take down even 1,000 goblins by himself. He makes a frustrated expression and tells his dad that he retreated because of others. In truth, he wasn't really fond of the goblins' smell. As they stand there, the goblins continue damaging the shield. Kyungsoo orders everyone to prepare for battle and instructs them to hold formation. They don't just rely on the MC anymore. As the goblins continue damaging the shield, Hanho emotionally thanks his dad for everything he has done for him. His dad thinks that they are all about to die, so he wipes his tears and tells him that they will die together. Hanho looks back at him with a confused face and tells him that none of them is going to die since the goblins are no threat to him. He throws his dagger to kill one of them as soon as they break the shelter wall. With his force field activated, he lets out a manic laugh and charges at the goblins, hoping to become a legend among the players. Bro turns into Superman and starts fighting the entire army of goblins by himself. He gets a bit too carried away and starts thinking of himself as the biggest badass in Korea. As the goblins try surrounding him, he performs a spinning attack and throws them all back. Lieutenant Kim is impressed to see him fight, but his dad doesn't think the same. He is embarrassed to see his son fighting like a demon. I mean, he is not wrong, my man literally looks like a monster. As he is mercilessly sending the goblins to hell, he notices Righty helping him. Suddenly, the MC also shows up with his Drake. Hanho is excited to see them, but his excitement dies off as he notices the Death Knight. He thinks he might steal his spot in the team. Later, at their base, the team discusses the ongoing challenges since the new chapter began. The safety zones have weakened as monsters grow stronger, and survivor groups across the country are struggling. The Liberation Guild is also fighting thousands of orcs. Kyungsoo tells the MC that they still need him. Sungwoo agrees with him and says that they should help them since they are the only real allies that they have. The Evolution Society attacking now could be disastrous, but it seems like they might be dealing with the monsters too. Lieutenant Kim arrives with news that they've located the Goblin base. He estimates that the base to be located on Mount Paldal since the route of the goblins aligns with that mountain. While other regions struggle with tougher monsters like orcs, their town has only goblins to face. Yeongdongpo and other areas have to face tougher monsters like the red orcs. He also estimates about 3,000 monsters are ready to attack. Kim suggests that they play it safe if it's not urgent to beat the monsters. However, Sungwoo tells the group that their aim isn't just to win, but to see how much gold and experience they can earn from fighting these goblins. Kyungsoo really liked this idea, but he doesn't know how they are going to hunt all those monsters. Sungwoo points at them and says that they will be the ones defeating the monsters, and not him. He wants them to use this opportunity and level up. At night, 2 goblins guard a factory in the mountain. The MC sneaks up on them and finishes them off instantly. He has found out that their leaders are gathered in the factory. This makes things easier for him since he doesn't have to fight them one by one. Even weak goblins become dangerous when led by a warlord. The MC plans to take out their leaders so they can't coordinate and then let his teammates finish them off. He summons the ogre champion, who unleashes a powerful attack on the warehouse, wiping out all goblin leaders at once. A goblin lord survives and tries to attack them. The Death Knight tells the MC that he has never seen a goblin lord in ages. He asks if he can be the one to kill it. Sungwoo uses the Reaper's scythe and gives him the green signal. The goblin warlord is quickly defeated by Death Knight. The MC then revives the fallen goblins, forming them into his own army. Meanwhile, players back in town set up a barricade. Kyungsoo assures them the goblins are stragglers who have already lost their leaders. The players realize that the goblins are dying too easily. This gives them more confidence, and they start clearing them all off. The goblins are under the effect of several debuffs since they have lost their leaders. This causes them to become weakened. The MC wants everyone in his town to increase their levels. Most of the people in the town are weak, which adds more burden on the community. Even though everyone is trying their best, the difficulty level is slowly rising. This is why the MC sent Hanho back to town. He knows that even weak or sick players have a chance to grow stronger. Some are even helping kids and the elderly level up, bringing everyone in the community closer to surviving. One kid manages to kill the goblin and starts tearing up. Eventually, they completely defeat the goblin army, and Sungwoo gets a notification for being the main contributor in this battle. Every player receives bonus gold based on their efforts. Sungwoo watches this all from his rooftop. He says that it is still easier for him to fight alone, but he doesn't dislike the current situation either. The next day, he tells Kyungsoo he expects everyone's level to reach at least 8 by the time he returns. He explains that he can't stay and protect them forever. Everyone must work hard and look after themselves. Just then, Hanho informs him that the helicopter has arrived. He only had a temporary agreement with the Liberation Guild, but he is still willing to help them in this catastrophe. The following morning, buses of crusaders move together. The prosecutor asks his scout about the number of monsters that have appeared. The scout asks him to wait for a moment and says that they'll soon reach the northern boundary. He uses a magical drone to scout the area and estimates that around 200 trolls are approaching. He tries to get a better view, but a troll soon spots the drone and destroys it using a rock. Minhwa suggests that they destroy the bridge as thousands of orcs are coming from Gimpo as well. They can't face both of these armies at the same time. However, the prosecutor wants to face the trolls first to level up his crusaders, even though he knows it's risky. He has to train his crusaders to reach level 10 in order to complete the exclusive quest. He knows that it will be too much of a risk, but he doesn't see any other way to bridge the gap between himself and the MC. Minhwa follows his order and begins summoning all available guards, leaving only the bare minimum behind at the station. The blindfolded guy suddenly enters and updates the group that the helicopter with the MC is almost there. Minhwa is relieved to hear about his arrival since she thinks that they can now fight the orcs and the trolls by combining their forces together. However, the blindfolded guy tells them that the MC has instructed them to meet him at the location of the orc army. Minhwa is confused and asks him if he even told him what was going on there. He says that the MC wanted to collect some bones. As the helicopter hovers overhead, Sungwoo summons his minions from above. They all leap down and start tearing through the trolls with ease. In addition to the Drake and Orc boss, the MC now has the Ghoul King as well. The blindfolded guy and the prosecutor watch in shock as Sungwoo's army makes the trolls look like a bunch of ants. He continues killing the trolls and turning them into his skeletons. The prosecutor wonders if he will be able to surpass him after his awakening. Some players from other factions watch from afar. They wonder if the Liberation Guild asked the Necromancer for his help. They have been live streaming all of this. The MC's group gains another achievement for having over 20 giant minions. This reduces the damage they take from small and medium enemies by 30%. As they clear through the normal trolls, the troll warlord finally appears. The group watches as the orc charges at the MC's army. They wonder if he can even handle such a powerful opponent. However, Sungwoo's ogre champion and other minions quickly overpower the troll chief. The troll warlord has no chance to fight back, and it appears to be completely overwhelmed. The troll boss dies after taking a final hit from the Death Knight. Sungwoo revives the troll chief, adding him to his growing army. He then asks the group to move since they have to meet the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanks the MC for his help. He wanted to use him to buy time and get stronger, but it appears that he is even more powerful than the last time he saw him. He explains to him that a large orc army is coming, with only one bridge for them to cross. He's eager to prove his strength in the upcoming battle. They have sealed off all other entry points using items and other techniques. The prosecutor knows that the whole Korean server will be watching this battle. He can't appear weak this time, otherwise it will be over for him. He knows that he has to prove himself, so he decides to take the lead. As news gets out about the MC on forums, many people want to join the raid. They think that he is the future and want to help him in any way they can. The Liberation Guild is struggling to keep up its reputation. Players and other smaller guilds are spreading the news about his achievements online. One of their informant tells her that a group of survivors has offered to join them for the raid. They have about 200 people in the group, and 5 buses are on their way. Minhua thinks that they should let the group join them. She is planning to get them on their side. They will assemble the army for the raid and try to convince them to work with their guild. She then walks into the meeting. The prosecutor asks her to brief everyone on the mission. She reveals that their guild has blocked most of the bridge and is monitoring the orcs through magic drones. Seungwoo notices that all of the commanders are looking at him. Even Minhua acknowledges him as the strongest one among them all. All of their eyes were on his next move. Suddenly, a crusader announces the arrival of a survivor from the west. He reveals that a woman flew here on a strange beast. Seungwoo thinks to himself that they have only been using helicopters due to the wyverns. He wonders what kind of beast the woman is riding. The prosecutor stands up and suggests that they all hear what the survivor has to say before going forward with the meeting. When they finally meet her, the MC finds out that she is riding a griffin. She reassures them the griffin won't harm anyone. She asks the prosecutor for help and explains that a large group of Chinese players recently landed on Ganghwa Island. Seungwoo is shocked upon hearing this since he hasn't come across any players from other servers yet. The Gyeodong Island is a small island connected to the Ganghwa Island by land. The girl explains that players in Ganghwa created a safety zone on Gyeodong Island. Since it was a small island, it was easy to keep it safe after clearing all the monsters. They knew there were powerful guilds like them on the mainland, but they preferred to lay low. The MC thinks to himself that her explanation sounds logical. Monsters and looters overran the mainland, so it was probably safer for them to stay on the small island. It also encourages the people of the island to coordinate and work together. The girl continues that pirates landed on their island a few hours ago. They sailed in dozens on fishing boats. The players on the island tried to fight them back, but they failed. The prosecutor asks them about the number of pirates. She estimates about 1,000 of them considering the fishing boats, but she thinks there may be more. The leaders start to worry as they consider that this might be a full-scale invasion from the Chinese server. Minhua tells them that it is highly unlikely. The pirates are probably some low-level players trying to get easy gold. Seungwoo tells them that people like that are even more dangerous than monsters since they attack players during their most vulnerable moments. They realize that they need to do something about them, but they also have to deal with the orc army. One of the commanders mentions that the pirates can ride upstream and attack them at the same time as the orc army. Hearing all of this, the prosecutor suggests that they focus on defeating the orcs for now. Because of the orcs, the pirates likely won't cross over to the mainland. They will send some scouts to monitor the river. The girl feels hopeless as they tell her that they can't really go to the island right now. Seungwoo raises his hand and proposes another idea. He suggests sending a group to take out the pirates while the other group faces the orcs. Once the pirates are dealt with, the first group will rejoin the other group and attack the orcs from behind. In this way, they will get rid of the pirates and attack the orcs from both sides. He wants to take care of the pirates by himself. The prosecutor looks at him and asks if he can handle it alone. He tells them that his skills don't really work well in large groups, so he will do perfectly fine by himself. He also wants to learn more about the Chinese players, as he believes that this will not be their first interaction with them. The orc leader will probably be at the rear, so he will take care of him after going after the pirates. He asks the girl to ride to the island with him on her griffin since it will not reveal their arrival. The MC finally flies away with the girl. She mentions that they have to wait on the shore until dark since the pirates have massive birds that scout for them. At night, we see some pirates lighting a lantern on the island. They are a bit disappointed since the expedition team kept them away from all the prisoners. One of them smirks and says that they will get their chance soon when they invade the Korean mainland. The pirates are glad that they got away from the mainland in China because they can get more gold by invading towns in weaker countries. As they continue talking, one of them hears a noise. He is a human hunter, so his senses are a bit sharper than the others. Suddenly, the MC appears behind them with his sword and slashes through them easily. He keeps one of them alive since he wants to question him later. The Death Knight uses his chains to restrain him, while they take care of other pirates in the area. The guy wakes up to a griffin in his face. The girl tells him not to worry since she will feed him to the bird later. Seungwoo leans closer and says that he has a spell allowing him to read the memories of the dead. He says that he can either tell them everything he knows or he can kill him and find out. Meanwhile, the leader is furious when he hears of the disappearance of his pirates. He orders the men to find out about any escapees. At the same time, he launches one of the giant birds to search for the person responsible for all of this. As the bird starts searching, the captain smiles since he knows that they can't hide on this island forever. Suddenly, one of his guys informs him that the missing men were all found dead on the ship. The captain is furious and wonders who was brave enough to dump the bodies on the ship when they could have easily dumped them in the ocean. He wonders if they are trying to provoke them. As they rush out, the guy informs the captain that it's not only a single ship with bodies. He points out to a ship in the corner and tells him that it also has bodies inside. Suddenly the ship blows up with a huge explosion. The captain and all the crew are totally confused about what is going on. At the same time, they hear other people infected by some kind of black gas. One of the guys explains that it is the gas that dark sorcerers use. It paralyzes anyone who breathes it in. The captain tells them that there could still be bombs on the ship, so they need to get out. They all get in their cars and drive towards the bridge. The captain is getting signals from all over the island thanks to his birds. He thinks that it is a full-scale attack from the Koreans who want to take them out. He is furious that they caught them off guard and used biochemical weapons to fight them. He knows that they have to get out of the island and establish a new base for their main fleet to land. He has to do it for their general's sake. As they finally begin crossing the bridge, a giant minion blocks their path. The captain can't believe his eyes. He didn't expect the Korean server to have monsters like this. The pirates are from the second Chinese server. Since China has a huge population, there are 3 servers in total. Sungwoo knows that these guys are just the advance guard. Their only aim is to set up a base for the main fleet to land. The captain gets out of his car and orders his men to fight. As the men get out, the MC summons all of his minions and zombies. At the same time, he paralyzes them with the breath of the abyss. He has surrounded them from both sides. The captain realizes that he can't run, so he uses his bird spell and summons the birds to fight the zombies. As the birds start attacking the zombies, the other pirates also join in. The MC realizes that these are the birds that the girl was telling him about. However, the birds are no match for his skeleton ghouls, who finish them off in a matter of seconds. Sungwoo then revives the birds and turns them into his minions. The captain knows that the situation is hopeless, so he tries jumping off the bridge and using one of his birds to escape. He knows that the minions won't stand a chance against their main army. However, the MC uses the skeleton birds to take the captain's bird down. He falls down and breaks his back. At the same time, the girl returns to the griffin and informs him that the people on the island have reclaimed their weapons and are fighting back against the pirates. She thanks him for all his help. Meanwhile, the captain wonders who he is. Sungwoo knows that the captain won't tell him anything, so he kills him. This levels him up to 17. He then uses his memory fragments to access his memories. He sees a massive ship that appears to belong to the same group of pirates. A guy standing in the front asks the crew where they should go. Sungwoo wonders if this is the general. He hopes that he won't turn out to be a madman like the vampires or the scientists. The general tells them that the second server is being run by the elementalist, while the first server is being expanded by the self-proclaimed emperor who aims to rule the world. He asks his crew for advice on their next move. One of the guys suggests that they can ask for outside help. The emperor immediately slashes his neck and tells everyone that they are aimlessly roaming the sea because they are not powerful and violent enough. He says that they need to devour the mainland like a shark. Hearing this, the MC realizes that the general has lost his mind, since no normal person would think about invading another country in the first place. Their general tells them that their greatest problem is finding a place to steal, as there are none left in the mainland. One soldier gathers his courage and suggests attacking the nearby islands, as it'll allow them to control the sea and eventually re-enter the mainland through the Korean peninsula. The general approves of his plan, calling it solid, and pats the soldier on the back. He then turns to his trusted general Ji Gong and gives him new orders. He orders him to take control of all islands near the mainland and to secure the entire sea zone before the Korean players finish fighting monsters. Meanwhile, the other pirate general receives a small unit and a light fleet for this mission. The general further instructs him to establish an outpost on the Korean peninsula, but to avoid provoking the main Korean forces. Everything must be ready before they arrive. He also reminds the troops to use the pirate synergies effectively and to collect as much gold as possible. The pirate synergy is a rank 3 group ability that activates when 10,000 pirates are gathered. When used, it doubles the gold gained from killing players and causes the defeated players to lose 20% of their own gold. Hearing this, our boy finally understands why the pirates were killing so many people. Before ending his briefing, the general reminds everyone of their main quest, that when the chaos ends, a righteous man will be born. He mocks the quest, mentioning that their true path is not of a righteous man, but that of a devil. The memory fragment fades, and our boy returns to reality, realizing that he can't trust people who claim to have a greater purpose. After killing the pirate general, he has leveled up and receives 5 new card choices. Among them, he gets the Death's Response skill card, which raises the rank of his main ability. Now he can summon up to 25 masterless zombies from the abyss. A female player asks what he plans to do next. He calmly replies that he will now head to Gimpo to join the real war. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, human players face off against the Red Orcs. As always, the orcs are raging with fury. The squad notices that they appear stronger than normal orcs. Inseok explains that this is just one of their advanced parties, and shockingly, they've even enslaved trolls. The sight leaves others in disbelief, since trolls are known to be far stronger than orcs. the sword girl charges forward with righty, cutting through trolls as they fight toward the orc center. A storm of daggers flies through the air thrown by Hanho as he activates his Gigachad form. The group fights to push back the orc army. The purple-haired guy also joins in and starts burning them with his flaming sword. But just as he grows bold, an arrow flies toward him. Anseok catches it mid-air, saving him, and warns him not to get overconfident. Then he charges into the fray, punching down orcs and shouting for everyone to protect the mages. The human forces begin pushing the orcs back, though the enemy still fights fiercely, almost enjoying the pain of battle. Suddenly, an orc chief bursts through the lines, but Hanho meets him head-on and says that he is also enjoying the fight. The shield-bearer squad holds the front line while the priest squad supports them from behind with blessing skills. A fighter suddenly shouts for everyone to look as trolls are carrying orc shamans on their shoulders. The shamans begin chanting their spells, and the shield-bearers yell for the mages to cast protective barriers. However, they are too late and several players are struck directly, leaving them badly wounded. Just as they think all hope is lost, the Crusader team arrives at the scene. They immediately get to work and start cutting through the enemy formation. All the other fighters also gain a ray of hope and decide to support the squad. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still thinking about his awakening as it's too close. He keeps cutting down orcs one by one while thinking about getting closer to our boy's level. Finally, the last soldier in his army hits level 10, and a system message appears before him informing him that he has completed the exclusive quest. As a reward, he receives first stage awakening. The orcs suddenly halt their attacks as a blinding light bursts from the prosecutor. The glow is so strong that even the human players have to shield their eyes. This is thanks to the Holy Warzone skill that creates an area where all healing effects are increased by 2% per second, while granting all the players extra stats. The prosecutor grasps the glowing spear and orders his forces to charge. The human soldiers begin to recover with their wounds healing faster under the sacred light. With everyone by his side, Bro starts to feel his lost aura coming back. The reason he built this guild was to give a leader to this world, and he believes that this is the first step to that goal. Meanwhile in China, a messenger rushes to report to a girl named Li Wei. He explains that the bandits who once fought against them have gone to the Korean server. This news makes the girl furious, and she says that she should have taken them out when she had the chance. Her subordinate tries to make her feel better, and says that it wasn't her fault. Moreover, according to their sources, the Koreans have already stopped their advance party. Hearing this, the girl realizes that Korea must have some strong warriors, and gets curious about the person who stopped those beasts. Back on the battlefield, the prosecutor earns 3,000 gold after killing the orc captain. With the captain dead, he announces that the fight is over. The prosecutor asks about casualties. The blindfolded guy reports that 3 crusaders and 100 players have died. Hearing this, the prosecutor still feels a bit disappointed since any loses for them are bad as human players don't respawn after death unlike Seongwoo's army. Anseok warns that the players are exhausted and need rest. If another battle starts now, he says, fatigue will kill them faster than blades. But before anyone can recover, the ground trembles and another orc army approaches the battlefield. From the front lines, Hanho shouts that this is part of their main army. The players know that this is bad, even with the Crusaders on their side. The blindfolded guy suggests retreating to the narrow streets, where the orcs' numbers would matter less. But the prosecutor hesitates. He knows that if they retreat, the orcs will march straight toward Yeongdeungpo Station, where countless refugees are gathered. Jisoo agrees, knowing the orcs always move toward crowded areas. The leader of the Crusaders refuses to back down and stands against the charging orcs. Jisoo tries to calm down the players, claiming that they still have a way to defeat the orcs. Then, suddenly something explodes in the distance. A dead orc collapses before a mounted warrior, its body detonates, killing nearby enemies. It's our boy, and he has returned to the battlefield. In the sky, enormous undead birds fly over the orc army, dropping corpses from above. Each body explodes on impact, tearing through the orc formation. Soon the Death Knight also joins the battle. Seeing all this, the prosecutor comments that they've been fighting with traditional methods all this time, while our boy is using modern methods like aerial bombing. Several guilds immediately launch their magic drones to record the scene. The battle is streamed live across the entire community forum, watched by thousands. People start turning on our boy Righty as the new Death Knight takes the spotlight. The broadcasters, thrilled by the spectacle, see their subscriber counts and viewer chats explode with excitement. Everyone online is talking about the Necromancer, and the Crusaders fade off in the background. Suddenly, loud banging shakes the door of the broadcasting room. Minhwa arrives with the Crusaders team. She orders the streamers to put down their weapons and stop the live broadcast immediately, otherwise, they'll be shut down by force. The staff protest, accusing her of trying to control the media and hide the truth. But she reminds them that Yuji Island was attacked by terrorists using intel gathered from a live stream. Hearing this, the streamers reluctantly agree to cooperate. Still, she clenches her fists in frustration as countless private channels are already broadcasting the raid live, and it's impossible to stop them all. They will find out that the Necromancer is the one leading in this fight, including their enemies. That night, outside the Liberation Guild camp, Righty sits quietly by the fire guarding the place with other guild members. Meanwhile, inside, our boy explains their current situation to his friends who immediately start to panic. They are being targeted from everywhere by monsters and even pirates. Jisoo remains calm, but points out that while they have become strong within Korea, they still don't understand the scale of the world beyond. Korea is small, and compared to other regions, its players have fewer resources. She believes they must hunt and level up faster to survive what's coming. The others agree. Since leaving the college campus, their only real goal has been to grow stronger. But because the country is small, gold and experience circulate more slowly than in other nations. Our boy thinks that the ongoing war against the orcs is actually a blessing in disguise, since it gives them a chance to earn more gold and experience. He knows that they will eventually have to fight other players, and he has already discussed this possibility with the prosecutor. Once they've defeated enough monsters in their server, they will eventually move to other servers and start fighting people. He doesn't understand where this game ends and who will be their final boss. As night deepens, one of the Crusaders hears something outside the camp. His partner insists there's nothing unusual, but moments later, thick roots burst from the ground, spreading wildly through the camp. Jisoo suddenly rushes to the hero's camp and warns him about the threat. But before anyone can react, a red orc appears from behind and lunges at her. She and Righty respond instantly, cutting it down together. The Crusaders raise the alarm, informing everyone that the orcs have infiltrated the camp. Confusion spreads as players wonder how they are even getting inside. It isn't long before they notice that the orcs are literally using portals. Their army begins marching toward the prosecutor's section of the camp. The prosecutor, angered by the interruption, activates his skill and turns the area into the holy war zone once again. Holy light fills the camp, and every human player receives divine buffs. The zone's power and feels his level rise. He starts punching the orcs along with his archer friend. The purple-haired guy also joins in and uses his intense flames to destroy one of the portals. This gives Anseok some hope, and he feels more determined being buffed by the prosecutor's aura. The big man follows up with his cross-spear skill, tearing through red orc warriors and destroying another portal. The blindfolded guy reports that 2 portals are gone and urges everyone to focus on the rest. The prosecutor searches for them but finds none, only to learn that our boy and his undead army have already destroyed the remaining ones. Despite both having reached their first awakening, the difference in power between them is overwhelming. Soon after, they find a strange rock emitting black smoke. It seems to be the core that generated the portals. When the blindfolded guy picks it up, a red warning flashes warning him that the object holds dark energy and prolonged contact may cause corruption. Suddenly, a mission window appears before all players. The quest reveals that the Orc Lord is performing a massive black magic ritual. If they fail to stop it within 30 hours, every orc will enter a demonic state and gain enormous buffs. Our boy remembers that the boss he fought back at the campus was also a dark sorcerer orc, and realizes this battle may be similar. He lets out a wicked smile as he thinks to himself that this is going to be a fun battle for him. At that moment, the blindfolded guy receives an urgent call from the deputy leader warning him that wyverns are approaching fast. Moments later, several wyverns soar over the sky, circling their camp. Iron Fist and the others hide inside, hoping that the wyverns will just pass by. After the beasts pass, Minhwa turns to the prosecutor again, advising the troops to stay hidden a while longer since there is a chance the wyverns might circle back. The guy knows that they don't have much time to waste, but he can't really do anything about this, so he agrees. Meanwhile, Hanho asks if they are strong enough to beat the wyverns. Jisoo admits they could handle 1 or 2 wyverns, but not dozens. The alpha male and his pack rule the Korean skies, and fighting them would be suicide. The camp falls silent as the shadows of the monsters glide above. Our boy wants to hunt them but still can't find a safe strategy. After a while, the group notices that the monsters have flown away, so they start moving. Our hero's friend talks about the Gimpo situation since the place is basically turning into a wasteland similar to what happened in Yuji Island. As they move a bit further, the deputy leader informs him that the orcs are gathering at the Gimpo airport, which means that they might be preparing for an all-out war. Seeing everyone excited, our boy reminds them that they must be cautious since it can be another trick like before. The prosecutor knows this, but they don't have time to wait around, so he suggests going all in on their main army and destroying them at once. Even though they are facing an army several times their size, they don't have the choice to back down since the wide-range black magic spell might be activated, making the orcs much stronger. The prosecutor looks back at our boy and suggests starting the fight with his corpse explosion. Since the enemies are all standing close by, he thinks it might be a good idea. However, when our hero tries blasting them, his explosion is blocked off by a force field by one of the dark sorcerers. Even though they blocked his attack, the orc army doesn't advance, which makes him think that they are waiting for the spell to take effect. This means that our players will be the ones to start the fight. Before they begin, Minhua asks if there is any way to minimize their losses, since even if they win, it might not be beneficial for them in the long run. Hearing this, our boy asks the prosecutor if he is worried about outside enemies. He assures him that there is nothing to fear, and he should just focus on strengthening his army. The guy asks him what he means, and our boy explains that groups of survivors are gathering everywhere because new monster armies are invading from multiple directions. The real problem, he says, isn't the monsters. It's that there's no stable organization to protect or lead these survivors. The prosecutor promises that as long as no large-scale threat appears, he will form a powerful alliance to give people a sense of safety and order. Our boy, meanwhile, considers another concern. The faction targeting Korea is made up of defeated players from a Chinese server, dangerous remnants who could become a real threat if left alone. He believes they must be hunted down before they have time to grow stronger. Still, he knows that sooner or later they'll face even greater forces from abroad. The stronger their own side becomes, the more conflict they'll attract. To survive the wars ahead, they'll need an organized system, something far larger than their current base in Suwon. The prosecutor also begins planning a nationwide community of survivors, since it would help him grow with his ability. Our boy decides to support him, knowing that a unified front will benefit both of them. In truth, each man is using the other to reach his own goals. Jisoo, watching from the side, simply feels relieved that the tension between them has finally eased. With their alliance in place, they turn their focus to the orc army. Seong-woo mentions that they need a strategy to minimize their casualties and suggests sniping them. Soon after, the Liberation Guild and the prosecutor's main forces begin marching straight toward the orcs. The players think that they are walking to their deaths, but Jisoo feels confident. Before long, the orc army begins to charge forward. The prosecutor quickly commands his troops to form up. Tanks take the front line while mages move to the middle to prevent flanking attacks. One of the younger mages hesitates, trembling, but his comrade reminds him there's no turning back now. To raise morale, the prosecutor shouts encouragement, reminding everyone that they've already survived countless hopeless battles. This fight, he declares, is only the beginning of many greater wars to come. His words spread through the ranks like fire, and the players roar with renewed energy. He then activates his holy war zone, surrounding his troops with divine light as he declares that they will be victorious. The orcs' outer shield finally cracks, and the mages unleash waves of fireballs that explode across the field. The blasts are powerful but barely thin the enemy's numbers. The orcs crash into the front line, but the tanks manage to hold them back. When they try to circle around, the spearmen quickly reposition to block them. Orc shamans appear next, raising their staffs to cast spells. Human mages take their positions, ready for a magical duel. The orcs' rhino riders charge, trying to break through the formation, but the spearmen pierce their mounts and hold the line. The human army fights fiercely, pushing the orcs back inch by inch. Then, the orcs bring out their siege weapons and flaming projectiles launch into the air. The prosecutor immediately counters with his zone of blind faith, creating a massive barrier that shields his entire formation. He orders his soldiers to hold their ground and lure the orc main force closer, since they need the orc lord by himself in order to kill him. Meanwhile, our boy is flying above their army with a girl who is controlling the griffin. He gives her the signal and drops from the sky, activating his awakened form. The orcs notice him, but it's a bit too late. He immediately calls for his ogre skeleton to come out and makes it use the attack power bracelet. The shamans raise their magic shields in panic, but the ogre channels Thunder God's blessing and smashes through them with overwhelming force. The impact obliterates the shamans instantly. From a distance, the prosecutor watches in awe and realizes this is the sniping operation our boy had mentioned earlier. Amid the shattered debris, the orc lord appears, badly wounded, but still alive. The necromancer taunts him, asking if he is upset. Seeing their leader exposed, the rest of the orc army quickly make their way back to protect him. The blindfolded guy notices this and orders the men to attack them from behind. At the same time, our boy activates the Great Spirit and Death's responsibilities, turning the battlefield into his playground. The combination triggers a hidden synergy because his Commander Skeleton Knight Righty leads over 30 undead units. 2 more synergies activate soon after. Giants, which boosts power when 50 or more heavy joint-type units are present, and Armored Knights, which triggers when more than 50 of his soldiers wear heavy armor. Meanwhile, Hanho riding the griffin throws a glass bottle filled with Breath of the Abyss into the heart of the orc army. When it shatters, dark poison spreads like fog, killing dozens instantly. Meanwhile, our boy casually walks around in the fog like it's nothing. He stares at the orc boss with a smile and summons 2 of his most powerful undead warriors to have a nice chat with him. Both Righty and the Death Knight charge forward. The orc lord barely manages to block their strikes, but his focus slips for a moment. The Death Knight takes advantage, slashing across his chest, while Righty leaps and drives his blade toward the orc's neck. In a final motion, the Death Knight binds the orc boss using his chains, then swings his sword in one clean arc, cutting the orc lord in half. Our boy gains 900,000 gold from the battle, and the dragon egg's hatching time drops to 3,680 days. Righty grows irritated because the Death Knight took the final blow, claiming his kill. With the Orc Lord's death, the entire Orc army collapses in morale. Human players take advantage of the moment, cutting through the disorganized Red Orcs with ease. The blindfolded guy and several members of the Liberation Guild hop on their bikes and rush forward, eager to finish off the stragglers. The prosecutor finally allows himself to relax, confident that the rest of the orcs can now be hunted without major losses. But the calm doesn't last long. Minhum's phone suddenly rings with an emergency alert. He rushes to the prosecutor and reports that the magic drone scouts have spotted wyverns heading directly toward their position. The prosecutor demands to know how far away they are. The guy explains that the scout team that sent the warning is barely 3 kilometers out, meaning the wyverns will arrive any minute. The realization hits quickly. They've been tricked. The wyverns must have waited until the human forces left the city, where there are no tall buildings or defenses, and are now planning to strike in the open wasteland. Without hesitation, he orders a full retreat. All players are told to move inside the airport terminal and take shelter immediately. Some hesitate, confused by the sudden command, but before they can question it, another message arrives from the system. The notification confirms their worst fear. The field boss, Wyvern, the alpha male. Wyvern has appeared near their location. However, the warning comes a bit too late, and one of the Wyvern manages to snatch a player from the ground. Our boy isn't going to let them off without a fight, so he sends some of his own undead birds into the sky carrying orc corpses. As he waits for the Wyverns to take the bait, he orders the prosecutor to load the ballista. It doesn't take long before one of the Wyverns goes for the corpses, and our boy immediately uses his ability to explode it in its mouth. As the monster falls to the ground, the Crusader team continuously hits it with spears. At the same time, our boy orders his Drake skeleton to finish the job. With the combined effort of everyone, they finally manage to kill off their first Wyvern. This also gives hope to the other players, as they realize that they can win even against Wyverns. Our Necromancer makes uses of this opportunity and adds the Wyverns into his own army. He gets on top of it and orders the Death Knight to join him. Both of them ride the Wyvern into the sky. With this addition, they finally have a way to fly even though it's not the smoothest rides. Since they are already in the air, our boy decides it's time to hunt some monsters. They spot one wyvern that is secluded from the rest and decide to go for it. As they get on top of the monster, the Death Knight uses his chains to bind him in place. However, before our boy can finish it off, another wyvern sneaks up on them from behind, almost catching them by surprise. He manages to escape while his knight finishes off the kill. The knight calls for him since he is falling down, so our boy adds the dead wyvern into his army and grabs him mid-air. At the same time, he attacks the other wyvern along with Righty. My man throws his skeleton commander right into the mouth of the monster, but somehow Righty manages to evade death and slashes the wyvern across its entire body. The other undead wyverns also join the fight and finish off the monster. With this kill, our boy now has 3 wyverns under his command. As he surveys the ground below riding his new skeleton, the field boss wyvern manically stares at him from above. Our boy decides that they should only target enemies who are separated from their group, since attacking the entire horde would be suicide. As he looks into the distance, a loud roar echoes above him. The wyverns raise their heads toward the sound, and he watches as a flock of monsters soars upward. The people on the ground see the wyverns gathering around their leader, who begins to fly towards our hero. The Death Knight senses the growing tension and wonders if things are about to get worse. Observing the swarm, our boy estimates that around 30 wyverns are surrounding them, making escape nearly impossible. Accepting this, he takes out a jar filled with Breath of the Abyss, and thinks that if they can't flee, they must destroy them all. The Alpha Wyvern lets out a powerful cry, commanding the others to attack. As the wyverns charge, he raises his hand and sprays the abyss from the jar. A dark smoke spreads across the sky, and the wyverns begin to choke and vomit after inhaling it. Our boy notes that they're retreating and feels relieved. Even though it's not strong enough to knock them out, their bodies are instinctively retreating since they are repulsed by it. The Death Knight comments that it just smells disgusting. As the creatures hover at a distance, our boy taunts them, asking if they plan to stay there forever. He claims that he has more jars left, though in reality he only has 1% remaining. The Alpha Wyvern finally lets out another roar, but this time, it's an order to retreat. The entire group follows her lead and disappears into the distance. Our boy removes his mask and smiles, saying that the battle is over, and they can begin reviving the undead. His undead army gathers before him. All the players are amazed since they've never seen monsters like these gathered at the same place. The prosecutor arrives at the scene thinking that Xiongwu's earlier confidence about handling the pirates wasn't arrogance after all. He now believes that our boy is capable of managing external threats and decides to trust him. The team celebrates their victory, raising their hands in joy as the system announces that the 4th monster warlord on the Korean server has been successfully completed, and our boy is the main contributor. Checking the leaderboards, his friend is mad that he still isn't at first place despite being the main contributor. Hearing this, the hero reminds them that while rankings are important, they should really focus on getting stronger and leveling up. He then chooses a reward card that boosts physical strength by 3 points, as he thinks it might help when fighting against other players. Thinking back on recent events, he realizes that too much information about his powers has spread, making him a prime target. Finally, he takes out a mysterious ring with a purple gem radiating dark energy. The system identifies it as the Black Pearl Ring, a heroic rank item that increases magic damage from curse spells by 10%. However, it also warns that the ring's dark energy can harm users who lack resistance to it. He knows that this ring will be useful since he possesses both the Curse of Death and Death's Response. However, he still can't help but wonder what would have happened if he had waited till the completion of that forbidden dark magic spell back then. Maybe he could have gotten something as powerful as the Devil's Bloodstone. Looking at the people mourning the dead, he reflects that stopping the spell was the right choice, as it could have led to disaster. The scene then shifts to one of the guild buildings, where members discuss the aftermath of the battle. Out of all participants, only 492 are still alive. Someone mentions that the entire Songdong district has been wiped out. Hearing this, the prosecutor corrects them that although many have died, the survivors have grown stronger. He warns that such battles will happen again, and insists they must form a bigger, stronger organization next time. Standing behind the group, Xiangwu agrees in his thoughts, admitting that the man's words may be harsh but true. One of his friends is at level 15 while the other is at level 12. Even though they both rank fairly well on the leaderboards, they still can't undergo awakening due to the low star class they chose. Suddenly, he hears Hanho complaining that it's unfair that others received cards with the 4th and 5th stars, while his own card is only 1 star, blaming it on terrible luck. Xiongwu, holding up 2 fingers, reminds him that he had 2 chances, but still picked the weakest card both times. His friend grumbles for him to stay quiet, insisting that the universe is helping him in its own way. Just then, a group of knights enters the building. One of them reports to the commander that they have found a strange store at the airport. When they got closer, they were blocked off by a notification reading that it was off limits. Hearing this, our boy smirks, intrigued by the idea that something so mysterious might hold rare items. The other suckers also join and argue that they should still go to that store whether it's off limit or not. When they finally arrive at the location, they find a massive purple wall with strange patterns on it. Our boy notices that both the store and system icons look odd. Anseok and the purple-haired guy try to enter, but both of them are denied by a message informing them that they need a secret store coupon to enter. Our boy steps forward, realizing he has that exact coupon. He received it as a reward during his initial awakening. Only the first 50 people receive this reward, which means that the prosecutor probably doesn't have the coupon. As the others watch him enter, they get mad wondering why he is always treated like a VIP. Inside, he studies the place, curious about what kind of secret this mysterious shop might be hiding. He sees a screen in front of a chair and sits down, instantly realizing that this place feels nothing like a normal store. The system announces that 5 items will appear one by one, and he must decide within 10 seconds whether to buy each. He frowns, wondering if this is meant to pressure him into buying this stuff. The first item appears on the screen, a golem creation parchment. It's a special ranked one-use item. The parchment can create a golem using nearby materials, which change depending on the situation. The price is 1 million gold. Realizing he only has 10 seconds, he screams and checks his balance. Turns out he still has over 1.2 million gold, so he immediately buys it. The next item is a set of 3 cure-all potions. It's worth 2 million gold. Since his current skills already protect him from most diseases, so he decides to skip it. The third item shows up next. It's a mysterious black orb called Skill Rank Booster Potion. This is a special ranked consumable that raises the rank of any skill. The price is 3 million gold. Though the effect is tempting, our boy hesitates, realizing that the prices are rising with each item. If he buys this, he might miss something better later. The next item is the Shadow King's Bracelet. It's a legendary ranked item that boosts strength, endurance, and agility by 3 points, and allows the user to teleport to any shadow within 100 meters, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The price is 4 million gold. Without hesitation, he buys it and slips it on, thrilled to find an item related to the Shadow King's successor quest. With this, he only has 1 relic left now. Eager for the final reveal, our boy leans forward as the screen glows. The last item turns out to be a resurrection scroll that revives a player in a designated location. He thinks to himself how he resurrected during his battle with the Drake, and that was the only reason he was able to defeat it. Despite the cooldown of 31 days, it's still an amazing skill. However, it also has some downsides. First, the long cooldown means it can't be used often. Second, resurrection during a fight could be dangerous. Coming back in the same place against a strong boss might only lead to another death. Third, it only works on him and he can't really revive his friends. As he imagines their faces, he admits they're the only people he fully trusts. Thinking it over, he decides the scroll is worth having. To survive, they need to grow stronger, and to grow stronger, they must take risks. The The resurrection scroll will be their last safeguard. With 1 second left on the timer, he quickly taps the screen and finalizes his purchases. The system then announces that the store will close in 10 seconds. As he stands in the fading magic circle, he smiles, satisfied that he got everything he needed. Elsewhere, the prosecutor successfully establishes the Metropolitan Players League. At the same time, his hunters fight monsters, capturing smaller ones and bringing them back to their base. Meanwhile, Xiongwu's team enjoys a well-earned rest by the pool after hunting every single day. Our boy scratches his head and agrees, but reminds them that even while resting, they must keep gathering information. Suddenly, the Griffin girl arrives at the scene announcing that the pirates have finally arrived. Jisoo sighs that their short break is already over. The prosecutor also gets news about the pirates and asks the Necromancer how he plans on dealing with them. Our boy suggests they should destroy the pirates before they reach the coast. Hanho smirks, saying the pirates wouldn't attack head-on if they were smart. The sword girl, however, argues that the enemy has learned from their mistakes and might use new tactics this time. She believes the pirates have been gathering intelligence on Korea not just from broadcasts, but with help from others as well. Curious, she teases her friend about whether he has also been collecting information. Our boy nervously admits it and explains that the pirates are basically plunderers who were chased out of mainland China. They are being led by General Jigong and General Ingong. Hanho, recognizing it from games, jokes about their name and wonders why they chose it instead of some famous general names. Our boy believes that they are brainwashing players as the players basically worship them. He recalls from their memories that new recruits were forced to drink a potion made of poisonous centipedes, which is probably how they brainwash them. Hearing all this, the prosecutor suggests going after their leaders first, and they all decide to move Gyeodong Island. Since they have drakes now, getting there won't be much of a problem. Before they depart, the prosecutor mentions that he is counting on him for this mission. Our boy assures him about the pirates but warns that the Evolutionary Society might be up to something. The prosecutor gets furious hearing this since he also hates them, and says that he will put as much people as he can to watch out for them. Later that night, the group finally lands on the island and asks a plump man with a head bandage if he's really seen a pirate ship. The man insists he saw it himself. The Griffin girl asks her dad if he's certain, and he snaps that the former leader of the travelers was eaten by those blackbirds, so there is no way he wouldn't recognize those ships. Her dad is the new leader on Gyeodong Island. He was so mad about the pirates that he gave up on hunting monsters. The guy claims that he saw a ship in the sea over 12 hours ago headed for the coast of Ganghwa province. He warns that the pirates likely still want to seize their island. The girl agrees and says they can't ignore the chance that the pirates might strike elsewhere, suggesting an attack from the island's south. Hearing this, Hanho wonders why it's bad for them since there are virtually no players in South and only monsters, so the pirates may be doing them a favor. Our boy disagrees, saying that they might come for this side sooner or later. They aren't planning on stopping at the south of this island. He asks the men if they are going to stay on the island, and they all show their anger, saying that they are ready for revenge. Hearing this, he decides to leave the island and prepare for the pirates' arrival, predicting their next target will be Ganghwa's coast or a nearby island. He grows frustrated, realizing that an even larger pirate fleet will arrive soon since they took out their advance guard. Before setting off, his team eagerly asks the locals where to find a store or blacksmith. Suddenly, a man in a yellow jacket rushes in, holding a map. He shouts that the pirates have already crossed the island and are preparing to attack. Haeun's father looks shocked and asks what they should do. Our boy thought that the pirates were only scouting, but this feels like a hasty attack. Confidently, he concludes that the pirates either don't know enough about him or don't take him seriously. In that case, they need to move quickly. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, we see Man wearing sunglasses at night. The guy narrates their entire journey and explains that they are crossing the sea to conquer the Korean peninsula. As he speaks, the live chat fills with insults and threats. He isn't surprised. People are angry because they were driven out of the second Chinese server, but he thinks those critics will soon learn who the real winners are once the pirates capture Korea and return it to China. He talks about the Necromancer calling him a villain and stating that he was the one who destroyed their advance guard recently. However, he is confident that they won't be defeated this time. The guy claims that the advance guard was just a small part of their army and they won't be scared by the Necromancer. Bro even mocks Liwei, calling her a nasty elementalist. Laughing wildly, he declares that they'll enslave Korea, then march to Manchuria. He challenges anyone brave enough to take the first server and come face them there, promising they'll meet in Manchuria. He vows to record the Necromancer's death and broadcast it to the world so that everyone knows the Red Revolutionaries aren't dead. But before he can continue, explosions rock the fleet. One by one, the ships burst into flames as corpses glowing with blue magic rain from the sky, detonating on impact. Above the chaos, a massive dragon-like creature soars through the night sky, radiating dark energy. On its back stands our boy, and the pirates quickly identify him as the Necromancer. General Jigong takes aim with a sniper rifle and fires powerful shots that tear through the fleet. The pirates, desperate and terrified, recognize their general and rally for a counterattack. some of their fallen soldiers begin to rise again. The general commands his magicians to form a defensive barrier, and a massive blue shield covers the fleet. Meanwhile, our boy looks down at them with a menacing smile. The pirates notice that the Necromancer is retreating. The general strokes his beard, admitting they've taken heavy losses too quickly. He mentions that the Necromancer uses exploding corpses, and has even killed General Ignong's birds to use as his minions. He had thought the information from Korean captives was enough, but now he realizes it wasn't. Even so, sending scouts first was still the right move. The streamer guy nervously reports that they've lost 8 ships and too many men. The general coldly replies that they've plenty of pawns left to play. Bro even scolds the camera crew for recording footage that will make them lose aura. Trying to lift morale, the streamer suggests recording another battle, one that shows them defeating the Necromancer. The general agrees enthusiastically, declaring that they will cut off the Necromancer's head and show it to the world. He then turns to one of his guys named Hue and orders him to prepare a mini-game. Their plan is to invade Ganghwa, register the mini-game, and kill the Necromancer. Stroking his beard, the general asks if they can reach the island safely, and the man assures him there's no problem. Meanwhile, our boy lands on the island, greeted by cheers, but he knows that there's no time to celebrate. He realizes that the pirate organization is far larger than expected. Their scouting group alone had over 1,000 men, and now nearly 3,000 pirates are approaching. He recalls that during the earlier battle with orcs, they only had around 800 people on their side. He wonders just how massive this organization truly is, since this isn't even the main army. Despite China's huge population losses since the beginning of the game, they still have overwhelming numbers. Meanwhile, the island leader informs him that they are ready to leave for Ganghwa to stop the pirates. In moments, they off on their own boats to defend against the incoming threat. At the same time, our boy rides there on his wyverns. He knows that the island only has 258 people, and among them, only 100 can actually fight. This is mostly due to the first invasion of the pirates. He orders the leader to assign as many people as he can on lookout, saying the pirates could attack any time, just like before. He believes he can handle the situation himself, but still needs people to monitor the area. Even though the coastline is too large, they decide to spend all their manpower on scouting the sea. Nearby, Hanho chats with a group of kids who insist eagerly that they'll fight too proudly, telling him that they've already reached level 3. The Griffin girl explains that many of these young fighters lost their families to pirates. Some even saw their parents die before their eyes, which is why they are desperate for revenge. Jisoo understands their emotions, but if they have to use kids to fight, then they've already lost. Our boy then turns to the Griffin girl and asks her for smithy, since he has plenty of materials he wants to combine. Meanwhile, a group of pirates sneak their way onto the island wearing diving gear. Their purple-haired leader checks if everything is ready and instructs them to head for the woods. After reaching their selected location, the leader prepares to plant a flag. One of his men thinks that this is overkill, but the guy explains that they used the same tactic back in China and were able to beat enemies who outnumbered them. The flag activates a mini-game generator, a mid-ranked event flag that marks a certain area as the battlefield. It divides the region into 3 zones, rewarding buffs for each captured area and granting the title of Conqueror to whoever claims all 3. The captain agrees that it seemed a bit too much, but he assumes the general didn't want them to fail. Everyone in that area, including the Necromancer, gets the system message about the minigame. At the same time, the Griffin girl gets a radio transmission from her dad that the pirates have reappeared on the southern coast. Hearing the chaos over the radio, our boy frowns. The pirates' arrival perfectly matches the minigame activation, and it feels too deliberate. He suspects the pirates may have planned this using the game's timing to their advantage. The system then informs them that an occupied territory is in the area. Thinking quickly, our boy guesses that they need to take the 3 occupied territories to win the game. However, it's not that easy since the pirates outnumber them. While he is busy thinking, his Temu Gigachad proudly steps in to help, claiming the title of the Game Master. Our boy thinks of him as the dagger doofus who was dumb enough to draw a 1-star card twice. He looks at him with disgust in his eyes after hearing him call himself the Game Master. In response, Hanho shouts and calls him friendless, which makes our boy cry. After this little argument, he starts explaining his plan. The scene shifts to the Sword Girl and Xiangwu riding summoned creatures toward an orange flag marked Zone B. Our boy deduces that this must be the central zone of the mini-game area. With their wyverns, they hold an advantage in speed compared to the pirates. Their first goal is to secure the hardest spots. Reaching the flag, the Necromancer expects monsters to appear, but there are none. The system then announces the start of occupation, giving them 100 seconds to hold the flag. During this phase, their skills are disabled, and they cannot attack. Purple chains rise from his body as he remembers the Game Master's earlier warning that if there are no monsters, there's likely a timer or puzzle. Since he was correct on the first part, they guess his other predictions must also be correct. He warned them that the pirates will likely try to outnumber them, and that's exactly what happens. The pirates notice only 2 people standing in the occupation territory and rush in thinking that they can take them down easily. Jisoo stands outside to defend against them for 71 seconds, and she is confident that this is all the time she needs. She starts slashing through their ranks, sparing none of the pirates. Fear spreads among them as they realize that they can't beat her, so they decide to go for the Necromancer instead. A bunch of pirates make it close to our boy, but the girl activates her footstep tracking ability and cuts them down from the back. Whatever they try, it seems they can't get through her. Meanwhile, General Jigong gathers his army ready to take over Zone A. He believes that victory always belongs to the side with greater numbers and strength. He became a cannon shooter in this world, but strategy is his main strength. Ever since his childhood, he wanted to be a professional chess player. However, even after 50 years of trying, he still remained an amateur. Now with the world in this state, he has a second chance to lead his men to victory. Bro even feels bad for his opponents as they have to face someone like him. His delusions shatter quickly as he sees a system message informing him that Point B has been captured by enemies, granting them a buff that increases defense by 30% and health by 5%. Reoccupation is impossible for 5 minutes. Shock spreads through the pirates, but the guy remains calm, claiming that he already expected them to occupy at least one zone. Moments later, another notification appears informing them that Zone A has also fallen. This makes the general furious and he demands an explanation. Grinding his teeth, he wonders if the Koreans somehow found out the rules of the game since it was a reward for a special quest. Despite his frustration, he rallies his men, reminding them that they still hold the advantage in numbers. He sends a separate team to take over the other zone while he personally leads the assault on Zone A. As the general and his pirates march toward Zone A, they stop in confusion. The ground is littered with corpses of monsters. The streamer grows suspicious, thinking the Necromancer's team may have placed them there on purpose. The general quickly realizes that it's a trap since the Necromancer can blow up these corpses any time. He orders his men to go around them rather than risk triggering an explosion. However, as they avoid one pile, they find another blocking their path. Rage builds in the general's chest as he calls his men cowards. He commands them to burn all corpses with fire magic to clear the way. Meanwhile, inside the occupation area of the zone, the sword girl asks anxiously what they should do now that their trap has been discovered. Our boy calmly tells her that it's all part of their plan. They aren't using the corpses as a defensive wall, but as scouting towers that will give away enemy location with sound. It might be an obvious trick, but the pirates still need to burn their way through if they want to advance, buying the team more time. If everything fails, they'll simply retreat and regroup. The girl looks uncertain, asking how they are going to win the game if they retreat from their zone. My man laughs and speaks like a true League of Legends player, telling her that it's not always about winning but just pissing off your opponents. He points toward the forest, now blazing with fire, and says that since they're outnumbered, they just need to maintain balance and not lose any players. His Necromancer friend and his minions will take care of the rest. Meanwhile, the general and his pirates reach Point A, and notice the dagger doofus standing on top of the hill. He mocks them with a grin, calling them fools for being scared of corpses. His words sting the general, who roars in anger. The guy knows that he has to tilt them by trash-talking, and this is his favorite part about games. The general also steps up his game and calls him a dwarf. In response, our dagger boy calls him an old fart, which seems to be the final nail in the coffin as the general starts waffling about Korean etiquettes. He orders his men to start firing, and the dwarf retreats. With him gone, the pirates take control of Point A. Over the radio, the general contacts Hue asking about Zone C. The guy informs him that they are currently at that zone, but are facing the Necromancer. He then turns back to the Necromancer and calls him brave for facing them despite being handicapped by the occupation territory. The squad leader rushes toward our boy, determined to kill him before the occupation time is over, since he is basically disarmed. Watching him calmly holding the flag, he thinks to himself that anyone who has captured points before would know they are defenseless during this moment. Yet he stands there like a fool. Just as they get close, they get a system notification informing them that the spot is unoccupied. Our boy lets out a grin as the enemy realizes it was all a trap. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, he knows that Hanho's fake flag plan was brilliant. He was holding a fake flag all along, trying to lure them in. Now that the enemy has fallen right into his palms, he lets loose all of his skeleton minions. With his back to the wall, the leader uses a powerful spell that summons sea monsters in the area. The entire place floods in seconds, and monster-like fish creatures begin swimming through the water. With everything underwater, the guy coldly comments that the Necromancer didn't expect an underwater battle. Pirates throw off their cloaks and move toward the dead fish, following his order to destroy all corpses. He says that if they are lucky, they might even kill the Necromancer himself. Unlike them, he doesn't receive the swimsuit synergy. Just when they start searching for his body, our boy calls them out from above, revealing that he's not dead at all. Turns out that he uses his new shadow bracelet item to teleport to one of his wyverns. The guy rages, furious that although he escaped, many of his undead were destroyed. He orders his troops to fire. Confident, our boy crafts spears using bone armor, declaring that they aren't the only ones who can move freely underwater. His spears miss the pirates completely, and instead hit the fish, killing them and turning them into his minions. Seeing all this, the pirates complain that it's unfair. At the same time, one of the scouting drones from the general hovers over them. The squad leader notices it and contacts the general through the radio requesting backup. However, the general coldly mentions that he will use their struggle to serve as a lesson for his future battles against the Necromancer. After saying this, he cuts the transmission. He strokes his beard and thinks that sacrificing subordinates is regrettable, but worth it for the valuable information he's gained about the Necromancer. Looking at the tactical map, he concludes that with strong defenses at Point A and troops advancing through Point B, they can ignore Zone C for now, where the Necromancer is. He decides to use this opportunity to capture the dwarf and the rest of the Korean players. However, once again, his delusions are shattered when he receives news that his forces have failed to capture Zone B. Apparently, 2 monsters completely wipe them out. Furious, the general throws his laptop across the room, shouting in disbelief. Seeing this, the streamer guy asks what they should do next, but my man has no moves left to play. For now, he orders his troops to retreat back to the main base. Back at Zone B, Jisoo wipes her blade clean while standing among piles of dead pirates. The Griffin Girl and the other islanders cheer for their victory. The girl even praises Hanho for not being completely useless like always. The Sword Girl then asks if they should keep pushing forward or change the plan. He thinks for a moment before saying they must finish this quickly. He explains that in games like this, it's better to let the enemy crumble after loses, but in this case, they just have too many unknown variables, so it's better to attack now. He then turns to the girl holding a walkie-talkie and asks if the Necromancer can hear them. When our boy confirms, he tells him to crush the enemy with everything he has got. The scout drones notice him moving, and the streamer informs the general that the Necromancer is heading their way. The general is stunned but tries to stay calm, reminding himself that they still have more troops. But another soldier rushes in, saluting, and reports that not only the Necromancer but also other Korean players from Point B are advancing toward their position. The guy is dumbfounded hearing this, as he believes that he can easily take both the zones by teleporting a small group of soldiers while the Necromancer and his friends are away. Once they get the occupation buffs, there is no way they can be beaten, given they have the numbers advantage. With these thoughts, he sends his pirates through the forest, but they are stopped by giant skeleton minions. The general knows that the minions stop working if they are too far away from their master, so he orders his men to teleport to Zone C, thinking that all the minions must be defending the other zone. However, when his soldiers finally teleport, they are met with the sight of a giant robot straight out of Terminator. The robot announces that it is the legendary warrior Necrogan, which makes the pirates wonder if they are the bad guys, since they are fighting a legendary warrior. Suddenly, one of the pirates notices that the robot is actually made of clay, which means that it's not a legendary warrior, but a golem. This gives them hope, and they start attacking from all sides, throwing rocks and striking with swords. But to their horror, the golem regenerates instantly, grabbing one of the attackers in its massive hand. The soldiers scream that the man has been taken hostage, but the golem declares that it doesn't need to take low-level beings like them hostage. Its only duty is to eliminate all inferior beings from Zone B. A huge wave of mana bursts from its body, sweeping away the troops. The golem's only weakness is its heavy mana consumption, but our boy compensates easily thanks to the Chaos Crystal. The general slams his fist on the table as he watches the Necromancer on the screen, furious that his strength doesn't match their earlier data. He realizes that the Necromancer has grown far stronger in a short time. Regret hits him for telling the Heavenly General they could easily win. Now the front lines are collapsing under the undead assault. He yells for his magicians to prepare their attacks. One of his monsters gets frozen in ice, but another immediately appears from a burst of mana, slicing through soldiers with a sword. Terrified troops scatter as the commander screams for them to focus on killing the Necromancer, believing that defeating him will end everything. The system suddenly displays a Descendant of Warriors synergy, which boosts stats for those wearing the same shaman armor. The pirates charge forward, confident that with this boost they can take down the Necromancer. However, when they get close, our boy effortlessly cuts them down with his scythe, splattering blood across their comrades' faces. He smirks, admitting that he may be weaker than his minions, but he is still far above all of them. These low-stat pirates are no match for him, so he cleans through them using his scythe. The general starts shivering as he watches his pirate army getting destroyed on screen. He yells at the streamer to stop showing losses, and instead display something that boosts morale. They have sent their strongest warrior Hairang to reclaim Zone B, so they expect good news at least from one of the zones. When they turn on the broadcast, they notice only Jisoo standing in the zone. The streamer guy laughs as he mocks the Koreans for leaving the base completely defenseless. But when the drone moves closer to get a better view, it captures a shocking sight. Bodies scattered across the forest floor, including their warrior's lifeless body. Suddenly, the girl notices the drone and swiftly cuts it down with her sword, ending the broadcast. Back at Zone C, the pirates hope that capturing Point B will grant them buffs to survive longer. During all of this, someone opens up the broadcast and sees that their most powerful warrior is dead. This also kills any remaining hope they had left. Desperate, the general charges into battle himself, vowing to kill the Necromancer with his own hands. He spots our boy among his minions and shoots a freezing cannon round. At first it seems like he blocked it, but soon his body starts freezing. The general prepares another round to freeze him completely. Just then, our dwarf appears from the bushes and starts trash-talking the old man. The general turns his cannon towards him instead and shoots, but he dodges easily, laughing as the general suddenly realizes something is very wrong. The Necromancer appears behind him, warning him that he should never take his eyes off his enemy. Our boy slashes him with his sword and ends this battle. All this time, the drones are broadcasting this to the Heavenly General. The old man gets mad at the streamer guy, but he is just following orders. The Heavenly General calls him a failure, but he mentions that he is still satisfied with this situation since they gained valuable info on the Necromancer. He repeats his own line, saying that he can always sacrifice more pawns. With this, our boy ends the old man's life and challenges the Heavenly General to step foot in Korea if he wants to try his luck. Meanwhile, the battle continues on the island with the pirates fighting the Korean players. They decide to ignore the skeletons and go for the players instead. One of them kicks a boy towards his pirate friend and tries to finish him with his knife. But suddenly, a system notification announces that the Korean team has captured Point A, granting them a powerful buff. The kid who was being mocked suddenly feels his power surge. He grabs the guy by his wrist and finishes him off easily. It isn't long before all the other pirates are defeated as well, since the buff is too overpowered. The Necromancer walks toward the yellow flag planted at one of the bases. As he places his hand on it, he thinks about how strange it is that people who lost the power, struggle in their own country, wanted to invade a different country. The system then announces that the game will end in 8 hours. Our boy smiles, knowing that's more than enough time to finish everyone. They manage to finish off the rest of the pirates before it gets dark. Some of them are even captured. Nearby, a Chinese reporter speaks into his microphone, admitting their army's defeat. Behind him, our boy stands silently, thinking to himself that this might change the minds of people who supported these pirates. People watching the live stream begin discussing him in the chat, saying he looks like an emperor. Curious, he asks who this emperor is. The reporter explains that it's a player from the first Chinese server who controls the area from Shanxi to Beijing. The Necromancer wonders why people compare him to that emperor. The man says it's probably because they both have armies of minions. Our boy reflects that most high-ranked classes are about leading others. From what he has seen, the Heavenly General also leads groups, which means his class must be similar. But he points out that he summons dead monsters, not people, so he doesn't see the resemblance. When he asks what class the Emperor actually is, the man admits he doesn't know. This is understandable since a top player like him wouldn't reveal much information about himself. While he is busy thinking, Hanho is busy looting the Emperor's corpse. He finds a couple of dwarf hand cannons, but he gives them both away since he prefers to throw things. Apart from that, he takes every item he sees. Our boy sees this and calls him a thief before realizing that he is also no different. He turns the Emperor into his undead minion and accesses his memory fragment. Soon after, he finds himself in a meeting room inside a black military ship sailing across the sea. In the vision, the general and other leaders discuss a newly discovered angel statue found in the south. They say it's the first time they found something other than the devil statue from the first server. Our boy realizes this must be tied to future game updates involving angels and demons. The general explains that only the Heavenly General touched the angel statue, triggering a secret quest whose details remain unknown. The streamer guy becomes frustrated that Heavenly General doesn't fully trust the old man. However, the guy mentions that the general will reveal his plan after they capture Seoul. He then unrolls a scroll with a circular symbol, explaining that after they conquer the island through the minigame, their team will activate it in Seoul. Everyone is hit with shock hearing this, and the streamer asks if he is talking about deploying the demonic gate. The general confirms it, saying that it lasts for 24 hours, which is plenty of time for them to destroy that whole area. The memory ends in a flash, and our boy wonders why he was shown this particular memory since it doesn't seem immediately useful. Still, he decides to search for the scroll mentioned in the vision. Just then, the girl arrives riding a griffin, reporting that she finished scouting the area. According to her, most pirate ships are going back to China, apart from a few that may be waiting till the minigame ends before making their escape. These ships have sorcerers on board, and are protected by a massive force field, making it hard to attack them at sea. Hearing this, our boy smiles, since he has something useful for this exact situation. Meanwhile, the pirates are on high alert waiting for an attack. One of them spots some glowing undead birds in the sky and shouts to warn others. The captain screams at the Necromancer, claiming that he won't be able to corpse explosion at sea. Our boy knows that it's too much work to try and get them from the sea, so he decides to use his underwater forces. Moments later, the soldiers on the ship notice movement under the waves. Alarmed, they shout as long mermaid-like undead dive out from the water. The undead start attacking the pirates, but the enemy still thinks they can defend. However, all of their hope is crushed when a massive undead sea serpent appears out of the ocean water. It took our boy an entire hour and all his undead to defeat this beast. As the barrier flickers under the relentless assault, the panicked crew realizes they must quickly destroy the skeletons and protect their mages. Some soldiers underestimate the threat when they only see 2 skeletons, but then Jisoo steps on ship. Just one look at her and they immediately know they are done for, since she is known as the Red Demon. The Griffin girl reminds our boy that the minigame is almost over, so he tells her that it's time for them to land on the ship. They soon board the captured vessel, where the islanders are gathering items and sorting supplies. Our boy and his squad can't get enough of the items left behind by the pirates. Hanho even finds a charger with 68% charge remaining. He explains that they found a bunch of them in the engine room, which is probably how they were powering the ship. Still, they know the pirates must be hiding other valuable treasures somewhere. They decide to check the captain's cabin and find a locked safe. When they open it, our boy finds the same demonic gate scroll he saw in the memory fragment. The item description mentions that the recommended level for using this item is 35, which is way above the Necromancer's current level. He realizes why the pirates wanted to use it as an attack weapon. Despite the danger, he is excited at the thought of the massive rewards he will get through this scroll. Still, he puts the item away, deciding it's too risky for now. When Jisoo peers into the safe, she finds another item called Sworn Safe. It allows the owner to register a contract with a bunch of people and basically collect a percentage of their gold earned. Like always, our boy sees this as a way to make even more money. Just then, a system notification appears informing them that they have won the minigame. Everyone cheers as they receive their rewards. They receive 1.5 million gold and experience, which allows our Necromancer to level up to 19. The system grants him a random skill card, and he unlocks Poisonous Cloud, a black magic spell that creates a toxic rain cloud for 10 minutes, draining 30 mana. He clenches his fist in excitement as his friends also get some good items. Later, the group rests in a corridor while their dwarf friend scrolls through his phone to check the latest forum news. The first news is about the formation of the Metropolitan Players League. Most of Seoul's survivors are now gathering in Yeongdeungpo, and since the news came from the Liberation Guild, it's expected to expand rapidly. He knows that these survivors are also getting stronger and wonders how they are going to unite them. The next news is not really news but a message from their friend Kyung-soo, who mentions that the average level of residents in their town is almost 8 now. Moreover, he has reached level 11, which makes Hanho show off a bit since he is level 14. Bro even calls himself the idol for the failures. He rolls his eyes and continues reading the last piece of news, which is about the Necromancer reaching level 19 and tying for first place with Gangseok. Moments later, he reveals that it was all a prank and the other guy is already at level 20. Our boy almost shoots him with the cannon gun, but Jisoo reminds him that he is a friend. Still, she is curious about this first place guy since everyone knows about Xiongwu, but no one has ever heard about the other guy, despite being higher leveled. Our boy knows that the man is definitely hunting, he just doesn't know where. As he reflects, the dwarf friend suddenly notices a sword on Jisoo's belt and asks when she got it. She proudly explains that it's a new sword she just got. According to the item description, it can deactivate spells using its own unique wavelength. Outside, the players hear a helicopter approaching and call our main squad. Turns out it's a bunch of guys from the Liberation Guild. The blindfolded guy congratulates them on beating the pirates and mentions that the player in first place has actually appeared in Yeongdeungpo. Moreover, he mentioned that he would only be talking to the Necromancer and it's about something that could determine the fate of the entire country. Hearing this, our boy asks the lieutenant to make him wait. He has some items and upgrades to finish, so he needs to stop by the smithy. This makes the blindfolded guy a bit nervous as he fears that the first-ranked player might take offense to this. Our boy, however, doesn't care and reminds him that their league is just getting started, so they need to show some strength. As he walks away, the guy shivers, wondering if this is some politics between the two top-ranked players. Meanwhile, at the Liberation Guild headquarters, someone informs Minhwa about the entire situation. She gets mad at the blindfolded guy since he failed to do the only thing she sent him for. However, there isn't much they can do now except wait. She turns back to notice the prosecutor tensed up in pain. He can't help but feel overwhelmed by the aura of the number 1 ranked player. The scene changed to the helicopter landing in Yeongdeungpo. Our boy walks out dripped up from head to toe carrying a crossbow. Everyone stares in surprise as they can feel his aura even from a distance. Anseok crosses his arms, commenting that he looks quite different now. His advanced gear is revealed. He is carrying the dwarf repeating crossbow while wearing the Shadow King's robe crafted from dragon scales. After making all of these upgrades, he now feels ready to meet the top-ranking player. Later, as their vehicles move along the road, Hanho looks out the window and comments that the world has changed a lot. Jisoo points out that while the scenery remains similar, the number of players has grown. The blindfolded guy explains that 6,000 people have joined in just a few days, many of them forming small groups. Crowds and tents fill the area, and our boy believes that such a large population will be helpful once they build a proper base. However, the group soon spots armed people wearing uniforms. They are identified as members of the Reconstruction Alliance, mostly players from nearby regions who refuse to submit to the main alliance. Some are ex-soldiers, making them appear even more organized and dangerous. The man explains that this rival group is politically challenging the alliance instead of supporting it. The Necromancer realizes that even in this world, conflict and division still exist. When they arrive at the new guild headquarters, they notice some player demanding to meet the #1 player. As the blindfolded guy arrives, the man turns to him and declares that they have no right to stop players from meeting. The lieutenant explains that the rank 1 player isn't interested in meeting anyone, but the man isn't ready to listen. He even uses the Necromancer's name to support his claim, but the next moment, our boy arrives, catching him off guard. Calmly, he declares that he joined the alliance by his own choice, not through manipulation. The opposing man smirks, implying that he is too young to realize he's being used. But the Necromancer leans forward, eyes cold, and warns him to think before speaking because those who insult him rarely walk away unharmed. The man backs off in fear, but mutters that they won't give up so easily. Later, he learns from the lieutenant that the people causing trouble are indeed from the Reconstruction Alliance. They suspect these agents were sent by the Alliance's chairman, a man whose identity remains a mystery. Even though he constantly manipulates events from the shadows, no one knows who he really is. They decide to be cautious of the group, since other malicious groups might be behind it. The Necromancer finally moves to the upper floor to meet the prosecutor who looks on the brink of death. The guy mentions that he has many questions about the Chinese server, but first wants him to meet someone important since it's about the fate of the entire country. No one has spoken with him directly, so they're hoping our boy will be able to. Their future may depend on this conversation. As he walks toward the meeting room, the system suddenly warns that an unknown energy is eroding the area. The prosecutor frowns, saying he doesn't know what's causing it. Our boy feels his power weakening as the system announces that all his skill levels have dropped. The prosecutor panics, urging him to move faster before the energy worsens. Inside, a faint light glows on the table. Instead of the top-ranked player, he is greeted by a cake-loving fairy. The prosecutor demands to know where Gangsuk is. The fairy rushes off to alert #1 that the Necromancer has arrived. Moments later, the door opens, and the big boy finally makes his first appearance. His aura is so strong that our boy can't even stand still. Before he can figure out what is going on, a system notification informs him that he is facing a divine being, and he is barely qualified to face the guy directly. The revelation stuns him. The man introduces himself calmly, explaining that the Necromancer is now seeing his true form. Still in disbelief, our boy realizes that this man, the #1 player, isn't human, but a demigod. He tries to make sense of the system's classification, thinking that such a being must hold a 6-star card, far above his own level. While our boy tries to figure out who exactly is this person, he notices that the prosecutor has already left the room. Just being in his presence is making him nervous, like someone is constantly applying pressure on him. Meanwhile, the guy casually asks him for a drink. Our boy politely asks for water, while the small fairy excitedly demands a Sprite. After handing them their drinks, he turns to the Necromancer, saying he has wanted to meet the rising star of Korea. Xiongwu studies him carefully, noticing his rings and bracelet, realizing his equipment is of the highest rank. However, he himself isn't wearing anything cheap either. The guy thanks him for visiting and admits that he admired his performance during the battle on Yui Island. He even calls his fairy Butterfly, mentioning that she also liked it. This makes her annoyed, but she still praises the Necromancer, asking if she can ride the Bone Drake later. Our boy asks him if she is an item, which makes her even more furious. The guy confirms it and explains that it's to keep him entertained since he is always alone. The Necromancer then gets straight to the point, asking him about the thing that could determine the fate of their country. Gangsuk teases him about being impatient and starts talking about a prophecy stone, which showed him the 15th bad ending. Hearing this, our boy immediately recalls seeing a prophecy stone himself. The guy realizes from his reaction that he is familiar with the stones. He explains that some prophecies begin the moment someone learns of them, meaning that simply discovering a prophecy crystal can start the prophecy. In his case, touching the prophecy stone opened a dungeon called the Hellgate. The recommended level for clearing that dungeon is 27, but that's not what bothers him. His actual problem is that it needs to be cleared in a party. To explain it better, he conjures a glowing white crystal in his palm and tells him to take a look. When the Necromancer touches it, a blinding blue sphere forms, pulling him into a vision. He suddenly finds himself in a memory, moments before the guy touched the prophecy stone. As soon as he touched it, the stone shatters, and the system notifies him that a level 1 Hellgate has been unlocked. From the gate emerge monstrous beings, a gigantic stone giant with burning limbs, followed by black hellhounds with glowing red eyes. The city around them burns and crumbles. The system warns that this is the future that awaits if the hellish moving armor isn't stopped. When the vision fades, the guy asks him if he has seen enough, mentioning that this game might actually be trying to destroy their world. The man declares that while he can fight any monster by himself, Killing the hellish moving armor by himself isn't possible since he can't destroy it in two places at the same time. Otherwise it just regenerates. The guy claims that this is the reason he came here. Our boy knows that this guy likes playing solo, and he believes he is the only player capable of handling a level 27 dungeon. The top-ranked guy further mentioned that the two monsters are on their way towards this city, and he is basically the only player who can beat them. He could have just let them destroy the city, but he is hoping they can destroy the monsters together and split the reward before they get any stronger. Our boy frowns, sensing how detached he sounds as if he isn't even a part of all this. The offer to help sounds more like a favor than genuine teamwork. With a serious expression, the Necromancer asks about the reward. The guy replies that it will be a legendary item. Still, it'll only be one item, which means that only one of them will get it. To solve this problem, the man suggests playing a game, even mocking our boy a little. The Necromancer realizes that this guy doesn't take this world seriously and accepts his challenge. Later, he shares all this info with the prosecutor, who complains that these disasters are happening one after another, calling it absurd. He glares at Minhua, who confirms the sighting of these monsters in Pyeongtaek and Anseong. She explains that wherever these monsters pass, they leave nothing but ashes behind, so rebuilding those areas is impossible. Our boy can't help but think about the people in Suwon, since the monsters might even pass through that town. The prosecutor knows that he had no choice but to work with the top-ranked player and assures him that he will evacuate everyone in Suwon. He hates how he can only help behind the scenes and hopes that someday he will be able to reach their level. Despite their partnership, he doesn't fully trust the top-ranked player, so he decides to fully support the Necromancer for now. The main group finally starts moving along with the top-ranked player. He stops on their way and asks if he is really planning on bringing his friends along, warning that they might die. Jisoo assures him that it's fine since they've been on a lot of dangerous missions, but they always came out stronger. Hearing this, the guy orders his pet to teleport them to Osan. The fairy cheerfully meets the Necromancer's friends, but when our boy Hanho greets her back, she kicks him on the face, calling him a loser. She then summons a huge magic circle, and the group teleports to their designated location. Our boy is impressed by the item, and the top-ranked guy admits that it's his favorite function of the fairy aside from feeding her. It's time for them to split, so he gives him an item that will allow them to communicate through the fairy. As soon as our boy puts it on, the guy steps on a portal and disappears. The dwarf is impressed by the top-ranker, but he doesn't feel the same about that fairy, and calls her a moth. Moments later, the three of them fly above the city on the skeleton wyverns. The fairy continues to communicate with our boy as they fly over the buildings. Jisoo suddenly notices several hellhounds on the ground chasing a bunch of people. Just then, the fairy warns them about the fire giant, as he also throws fireballs at enemies in the air. This warning comes a bit too late, and as soon as the group notices the fire giant, a fireball comes straight towards them. They have to jump off the wyvern in order to save their life, and barely manage crash land using another skeleton. Now that they are on the ground, they need to face the hellhounds. The girl quickly takes out her sword and starts slashing through them. Our boy supports her from behind using his crossbow and summons the Death Knight. Righty also joins the fight and begins cutting the hounds. Seeing them fight, the Death Knight realizes that he also needs to lock in, so he piles up all the hounds using his chains and cuts them with his sword. The Necromancer shouts that they need to get out of there quickly since the giant might arrive at any moment. He doesn't want to waste his awakening time here, but he also can't afford to lose his minions. Suddenly, he notices a narrow alley and tells everyone to get in. Still, looking at the fire giant from afar, they can't think of a way to kill him. To keep the monster back, he summons some troll skeletons, but they get demolished easily. He sends more to explode them, but it seems like the fire giant is taking no damage. In all of this, our dwarf king comes back to his senses, trying to figure out where he is. After one look, Bro asks if he can pass out again.